like doing a, they quite literally like are actively avoiding it because they're like, no, I don't want this to be, you know what I mean? Like it's the Andor Rhaenyra First Men thing, but it's like they have Tyroshi with like actually dyed hair. They have what are some other examples that are suddenly no longer in my mind? The Velaryons are a factor when they weren't in Game of Thrones, even though they were still around at that time. Like I don't know, and everything to do with like the Prince That Was Promised prophecy that they're obviously setting up. Like if that's supposed to be congruent with Game of Thrones, I don't know how the fuck they expect that to be the case. So I don't know. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but it seems like they're doing it on purpose, at least to me.
Well, we can get into it when we start the stream, but I have theories, as to why they keep invoking that.
I have started the stream.
Oh, you have? Oh,
yeah, we're live.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine.
I'm just sending links and promoting it in various socials, but we can go ahead and start talking.
Oh yeah, no, I am like listening. I was just like, I saw it had gone live. I didn't know whether to say anything because I didn't know whether it was supposed to be live. And then I was like, oh no, it is live. Now I'm just like posting links everywhere. But yes, Odrin, carry on talking. I am listening.
Odrin, carry the stream for us.
Odrin, do all the work.
Do all the work. Okay.
We'll just sit back and collect the millions.
Without getting into like any of the spoilers for coming events that happen like later on in the book, my personal theory for why they constantly try to link in the White Walkers, why they try and link in the prophecy, the Prince That Was Promised, and all that. I think it's some sort of attempt to inject some sort of greater morality and meaning into this show, because the book that the source material is being drawn from, I think it's a fairly nihilistic and cynical story for the most part. And there's not a whole lot that, I don't know, for lack of a better way of putting it, makes you feel good, at the end of it.
I mean, yeah, it's literally about two factions in the Targaryen dynasty that are like, vying for power and trying to justify their own claims to power, and really like, the people getting hurt are the ones that are meant to be their subjects, and like they ultimately don't really seem to care, at least as far as I'm aware, because I haven't read the books.
Right. Yeah, so I think maybe there's an attempt to maybe at the end of all this being like, well, there's a point to this, and amid all the tragedy that happens and will continue to happen over the course of this conflict, there's at least some attempt, there's some sort of goal behind it. At least as
it's okay that all this chaos and calamity and carnage is happening, because one of these white-haired motherfuckers
we'll get the long nights.
Is gonna fight a bunch of blue people. I don't know. I don't buy it. I think it's dumb.
I want to get into this a little bit later because I think this is a world building issue, and I want to do maybe some character work before we do the world building stuff, which is a bit of a broader topic. But like, yeah, there's a whole thing about gearing the entire show around the Prince That Was Promised. Is like on its own does damage to the story we're already watching, but it's like doubly annoying given that we know exactly where that ends up, which is a really crappy one episode fight in the pitch black that I can't see against a bunch of ice zombies that get killed by a random girl jumping out of midair. It has nothing to do with the Targaryens. The realms aren't united. It doesn't matter. It's all kind of pointless.
Hang on, Jolly. Are you saying that the Long Night is dark and full of errors?
The Long Night was extremely dark and full of errors, yeah.
Ah, well. There you have it, folks. Stream over.
Actually, maybe we should talk about a little bit about this now, because maybe before we get into Season 2, it's worth talking about what Season 1 set up that Season 2 then, either botched or had to work around. That was maybe like a bad decision at the time, even if it didn't impact Season 1 that badly. So like the first bit is just that Prince That Was Promised thing of like, they literally opened the show with like, it is 182 years before Daenerys Targaryen. And you're like, why am I being reminded of that? It's terrible.
Well, because, again, like at the time, I looked at that and I was like, well, yeah, they're trying to establish a timeline in terms of this is how far away we are from the events that you most popularly know. I didn't look any further into it then, but now I'm like, maybe that was building to this this prophecy thing.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I'd have presumed if you're going to do it by like a timeline wise, if you're just setting up people for the timeline, you'd be like, oh, 173 years before Robert's rebellion, or like 189 years before the Long Night, stuff like that.
Or like, because the death of the Mad King was, for all intents and purposes, the fall of the House of the Dragon, which is what this show is. You could say however many years before that event.
Yeah, so Robert's rebellion. Yeah, that's kind of the point. When you set up directly to be like, oh, it's 182 years until the coming of Daenerys Stormborn, you're like, oh, so we're attaching special significance to Dany and not Jon as the other surviving Targaryen of that time. I mean, I guess we can say now, like, this show seems to be coming down very firmly on the side of the idea that Dany was the prince that was promised.
Whatever the fuck that even means in the context of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I don't agree in the context of the books, but in the context of the shows, that means jack all because of what we know happens now in season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, like when you actually look back at season 8, all that she really did was she contributed her dragons and her army to the war effort against the White Walkers that lasted effectively one night. And she wasn't even the one who personally killed the Night King. So
yeah, she arguably did more damage than good because she's the one who gave the Night King a dragon to get past the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
Which, by the way, do you remember at the start of the season when Jace is talking to Cregan, and Cregan's like, dragons don't fly past the wall.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, they don't, do they? That's another thing. Well, okay, this is kind of what I was getting at before, like right before we started the stream, where it's like, there are certain changes that this show makes that are technically more book accurate, even though this is obviously not part of book canon for very obvious reasons, but that kind of go against what's established in Game of Thrones in a way that feels almost deliberate, right? So like I mentioned, the Tyroshi characters have dyed hair and beards, which is a thing from the books, but that the show completely ignores. You have them mentioning the Andals, the Rhaenyra, and the First Men, and not just saying the Andals and the First Men, even though timeline-wise, this is when the Rhaenyra weren't part of the Seven Kingdoms, but in Game of Thrones they would have been, and they aren't mentioned, so it's just like, what are we doing? What is this? And it's things like that where I'm like, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy nut and say like, oh, I'm not going to try to apple tree yard this and be like, they're actually setting up for a different Game of Thrones story down the line, and they're gonna overwrite Game of Thrones.
Good full Sherlock episode.
But at the same time, it almost feels like they have something in mind, because like they have to know this doesn't fit like congruently with what happened in Game of Thrones. They have to know that.
Yeah, I mean, someone in chat's just mentioned as well, like Brendan Rivers, like in Damon's little vision, he's got his birthmark on his face, which obviously Game of Thrones Three-Eyed Raven didn't have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the show itself didn't even really acknowledge that Bloodraven was a Targaryen, or that his name was Bloodraven.
Oh, literally, yeah, no, literally never mentioned.
Really? I thought they didn't get into his backstory at all. Well,
that's kind of what we're getting at. Didn't tell us anything about him.
They never mentioned like they literally changed actors as well. Like he started off as a man with long hair and a beard, and then suddenly he's Max von Sydow.
If you watch the show without having any knowledge of the books, you would have no way of knowing he was supposed to be a Targaryen, or how old he's supposed to be, or like what role he played in the Blackfire Rebellion.
Well, one cool thing they could have done in Game of Thrones is had his sword there, because to the best of my knowledge, he was the last wielder of Dark Sister.
Yeah,
and they could have easily had Dark
Should have
Sister
been there.
Like, just say, yeah, that would have been awesome. And then
I remember
or something.
When Bran first started training with the Three-Eyed Raven back in Game of Thrones, there was actually a sword in the cave. Like when he enters the cave, there's a sword against the wall.
Yeah.
And so loads of people were like, oh, that's Dark Sister, but then they just never bring it up again. And it's never mentioned, it's not talked about. It's just like, oh, there was a sword there. It's a bit like the Horn of Winter being a thing that they find in season 2 and then it just never gets talked about again. But yes.
Really quick, like to address Sheev's point about like, will they retcon Game of Thrones season 8's ending or something? I'm not inclined to say that yet. I think they're more so just trying to brute force it and pretend that the ending of Game of Thrones
pretend that this makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think that's unironically what they're doing. They're just like, just pretend, just wipe it from your memory. Like,
I guess I wouldn't put that past them, but it's just like, it seems like they think this is leading somewhere, but like, I don't know. I don't know how you would look toward the future when you know what the future is, unless you're willing to just be like, that didn't really happen. Shut up.
Yeah. Okay, so let's try and put this in some kind of like proper order, right? So we can get through this in somewhat of an organized fashion. the prince that was promised in the setup of season 1, and why that was a bad idea leading into season, like why season 2 is like the ramifications of that coming home to roost storytelling wise. So the first thing I remember talking to you, Sheep, about this, where I was like, one of the big problems I had back in season 1 with the whole Viserys has passed on. Aegon had a dream. It wasn't Daenerys the dreamer. It was Aegon now. Aegon had a dream that the long night was coming, and they had to conquer the Seven Kingdoms because only the United Kingdoms with Targaryens and dragons at their head could fend off the long nights. And this is a thing that's been passed down from like king to heir to king, to king to heir to king, and all the way down to Viserys. And now he's telling Rhaenyra.
Mm.
And I just remember going, like, why isn't this common knowledge? Like, why is this something secret? Like, if you're claimed to the throne, like, if the reason you're taking the throne, other than just like, I have dragons, do what I say, is like, I genuinely think that my family's going to birth the Messiah, who's going to save everyone from like Satan and all his minions. You would be shouting that from the rooftops. That would be like a central plank of your legitimacy as a monarch. Everyone would know this.
So that's kind of the thing, is like when recontextualizing this as Aegon had a vision of the Long Night and wanted to conquer Westeros so that he could unite the realm and he could stop that. That recontextualizes like Aegon is a hero who conquered this place like for noble reasons. He wanted to save everyone. And there's kind of even an implication too when Jacaerys is talking to Cregan that like when he met with Torrhen and Torrhen bent the knee, it was because they mutually had an understanding of like, yeah, winter is coming and like we're all fucked if we don't unite. So like you'd imagine at least the Starks know about it, but like again, it's like I don't know why everyone in the world doesn't know like why Aegon wants to conquer Westeros.
Like surely in this world, in the House of the Dragon universe, Torrhen Stark bending the knee at the Trident would have been entirely down to like, I mean, other than the threat of Dragonfire, would have been Aegon being like, I've had a vision that the wall must be protected at all costs. Mm-hmm. And then North are like, yeah, that sounds good to us.
Yeah, we're on that one. We've been saying that for 8,000 fucking years, so I'm actually glad to have a king who cares about that.
With dragons, yeah.
With dragons.
He can fight the fucking undead.
Mm-hmm. Well, and from what I understand, like from the lore, like Aegon was actually like fair. He was pretty fair to the people who like surrendered to him and like bent the knee to him. Like he only really was like harsh to the people who gave him like no other option, and he was like relatively fair to his other enemies and the ones that surrendered. So it seems like there's a way of trying to link that in, and I don't know. It does seem like they're trying to recontextualize that and push that. But as you say, like they would have been shouting this from the rooftops. There would have been entire religions like formed around this, around like the Targaryen lineage. Yeah.
I kind of want to like track through, like very briefly, through the history up until Viserys Viserys the First, and then be like, why this doesn't make any sense that it's a secret. So Aegon conquers the Seven Kingdoms on the basis of this dream. Presumably, his two sister queens, Rhaenys and Visenya, presumably they're in the know for this, right? Like they're not just following him for no reason.
You'd think. I mean, maybe they were just like, I don't know, our hot brother husband wants power, and we're gonna help him get it.
Maybe, but that's a weird thing, considering that the Targaryens had been on Dragonstone for about 5 generations between the Doom and then, without troubling anyone. But anyway, like, so yeah, they presumably know. Now, Rhaenys' son by Aegon is his first heir, which I believe is Aenys.
Aenys,
yeah. But then like Visenya's son Maegor usurps the throne after Aenys dies and kills his son Aegon, the Uncrowned. And I'm like, already we've got a problem. It's like Visenya is encouraging her own son to like kill her family and take the throne. Does that not run counter to this vision that she's supposedly been told by Aegon? But
okay, well, hang on. I'll stop you right there for a second. This show seems to be establishing that certain events from history that we know happened, like from the books, maybe didn't happen in the show. Like, for instance...
No, but Maegor definitely did. We know Maegor definitely happened, because Otto calls Damon... Like, his worry about Damon is that he'll be another Maegor.
We know that Maegor was a king that existed, who was cruel and a bad ruler, and that he built the tunnels. We don't know anything else about him from just the show.
Yeah.
Okay, but like unless we're wiping Aenys... I mean, maybe they're doing this, but like unless they're wiping Aenys from the history books and being like, no, there was never a son by Rhaenys. It was always through Maegor. Actually, that can't make any sense because Maegor didn't have any children canonically. Because remember, Jaehaerys took his throne back from Maegor.
Visenya's line ended with Maegor, I'm pretty sure. But at the end of the day, I think that they were honestly like, I think it's just a contrivance in which the only reason that they maintained the secret in the show was to allow for the misunderstanding that ends up happening with Alicent.
Oh,
when she hears...
absolutely. But that's kind of what I'm building to, right? Because just to round this out, like, you know, if this is only passed down between king and heir, then presumably Maegor either wasn't told, in which case the Targaryens should have just not know about this anymore, considering Maegor killed the rightful heir and his son. No one should know this. Or Maegor did know because Visenya knew and told him, in which case his whole rebellion is a bit weird now in retrospect. But also then on top of this, like we were saying about the religious aspect, when Jaehaerys takes the throne, he has to deal with the Faith Militant, which we know is a thing that's happened in this universe because of Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
We know that happened. Which means that, like, you know, what happened was Jaehaerys carved out the doctrine of Targaryen exceptionalism to be like, oh, well, we're not like other, you know, incest and stuff are banned by the gods for normal men, but we're not normal men. We Targaryens are a whole breed apart. Like, we're special. And, like, surely, if that's what you're going for, the fact that you're going to birth the Messiah is going to be, like, a massive part of that.
Yeah.
But oh well, I guess they just forgot. Jaehaerys forgot to mention that bit to the High Septon.
Well, maybe in the show canon, Jaehaerys got the Faith Militant to back off by telling them to stop it, to knock it off.
Yeah, he wanged his finger at them and offered them some tasty baked goods, and they backed down.
Like I'm joking, but at the same time, it's like it really does seem like the show writers are trying to be like, we don't necessarily know that everything you know from the books happened in this canon, so like don't assume. You know, because obviously, what's her name? Alyssa Farland, I think. The one who went away with Daenerys' dragons.
Oh, yeah. Alyssa Farman, yeah.
Farman. Yeah. That's not a thing that happened in this canon. It can't be, because those dragon eggs show up in Rhaenyra's party, like when she sends them away. And they would have already been gone.
Well, yeah, they've changed the... Well, I think Alyssa Farman comes later, but like they've changed the mothering dragon, because Alyssa Farman took the Dreamfire. I think Dreamfire's eggs were the ones she took, whereas now they're Syrax's, apparently, according to the showrunners. So yeah, the canon is like, obviously the canon is different because again, Game of Thrones missed out a whole king, so we know the canon is different.
Well,
the problem is like,
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Adrian. No, after you.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, like there's obviously some things that they just changed entirely compared to the book, and there's some things that are still like referencing book material, but they've kind of changed them around a little bit and changed the context around a little bit and changed the interpretation around a little bit to have like slightly different conclusions. So it's like there's outright decanonization or things that they've removed from the source material, but then there's things that they've kind of shifted around. And it's, as you're watching the show, it becomes a little difficult to kind of like work your way between those two things. It's like, which of these are things that they've ignored entirely from Fire and Blood, and which of these are things that they're being kind of cheeky with in order to, make slight deviations in the show? I don't know.
Well, and again, it's worth stressing, like, I don't care that they've changed canon, right? Like, as long as what they write in the show is good on its own merits, I don't care that they've deviated from the books. I'm not going to be here being like, oh, well, in the books, Alicent was older than Rhaenyra, and they didn't have this, like, sisterly relationship as kids, and therefore, like, I don't care. This was a good story, the way they told it, up until season 2, and then took their relationship in a bizarre direction. But I guess we'll get there. Actually, to lead into that, I guess, and to round out the last bit about the prince that was promised, the reason this is really annoying repercussion-wise is like there are 3 big things in the show, particularly in season 2, where it comes home to roost. One is like Aegon's supposed legitimacy, at least in Alicent's eyes. Like Alicent's motivations for being like, yeah, Aegon, like Viserys did intend for it to be Aegon. We also have Rhaenyra's motivations for taking the throne, and Damon's motivations for bowing to Rhaenyra at the end. And all 3 of these things do quite a bit of damage. Retrospectively. So I guess let's start off with the idea that Alicent only went ahead with trying to crown Aegon because Viserys whispered on his deathbed that, like, about the prince that was promised and she misunderstood. I thought, I'd be intrigued to hear what you guys thought. When that happened in season 1, the thing I took away from it was like Alicent always knew deep down he didn't intend for it to be Aegon, but she was like grasping for anything that he would possibly be saying to that could run counter that could enable her to put Aegon on the throne.
Of course, yeah.
That was the strong implication I got. That she knew it was bullshit, but like she just was willing herself to believe otherwise. Like she'd been given this scrap that she could just latch onto. She'd be like, no, he did mean Aegon. I'm right. Everything I've done is right. My entire motivations and actions up until this point were justified.
Right. I mean, she obviously didn't understand. She couldn't understand what he was saying, and she didn't know the context of the words coming out of his mouth. So there is an element of she was taking his words at face value and believing them.
Well, but she was like forcing herself to do that.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's obviously like the second thing you said. There was definitely an element there where she needed it to be true because she needed all of what she endured. You know, basically being married to this man as like a child bride and like, you know, mothering his children and stuff. Like all of that had to have been like all the work that she's been put through and had to do, like had to have been for something. I think that's how she's trying to rationalize it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's gone out the window slightly now because apparently she absolutely genuinely believed it was true all along. And she had no doubts until Rhaenyra tells her that it was a story.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I want to try to be as fair as I can here. Like when watching the early episodes of season 2, it really feels like she's kind of forced herself to believe it. Like she doesn't fully all the way, but like she's told herself to lie over and over again until she basically does believe it's true. You know, like I don't know that we're meant to believe that she earnestly thought Viserys was actually saying Aegon was supposed to be king. Like I don't think she truly deep down believed that.
See, I agree with you on the basis of season 1. Like that was the thing. Like I thought she was forcing herself, but the problem with the way she reacts to what Rhaenyra says is that she basically just goes like, "No, you know, like I believe you now. Oh shit, I've made a mistake, but it's too late. We're too far gone now." Which then later in the season she doubles back on that as well.
Yeah, like you'd think if she was really just forcing herself to believe whatever she wanted to believe to justify her shitty actions, she'd be like, "No, you're wrong. Fuck you. Get out. Yeah, I'm right, and what I said already is true. Fuck you."
Well, to be fair, like when Rhaenyra first tells her this in that scene in the Sept of Baelor, she is in denial about it for quite a bit during that conversation, and then in the subsequent episode, we can see that she has been digging into the history books to try and like get to some sort of understanding as to what Viserys wanted. So I don't think that she necessarily like accepted what Rhaenyra told her right away. She was still like
no, but that's not the point we're making. The point is like even if like you know, let's say she'd pulled out like Viserys' personal diary from somewhere, like she just had that, and he'd written like, "The prince that was promised is a story I told Rhaenyra. I always intended Rhaenyra. Fuck you."
The
like
prince
literally,
that
he'd
was
spelled that
promised
out.
as a literary device.
Yeah.
You like the point is that by this point, Alicent should still be like, "No fucking like you know, I don't care that it's not true. I don't care that it's like you know we're committed."
I think she'd rip the page out and burn it. Like honestly, if that was something that would happen.
Well, and she would still be like, no. He changed his mind. Yes, he changed his mind. Yep.
Yeah, she would just carry on with the lie. She'd like, even if she fully knew damn well it was a lie, at that point, like she would absolutely just be like, "No, we're too far gone. Like it has to be done. We are committed."
Yeah.
Which they sort of try and have her say right, but it's like, "Oh, you know what Aemond is, and like we're too far gone." Which, by the way, is totally right, and I don't understand. Well, we'll get to that when we get to what Rhaenyra's been doing. It's, yeah, Alicent's motivations throughout the season are utterly bizarre, and actually I think are massively regress her character, because back in season 1 she was extremely complex. You know, there's actually maybe this feeds into a wider discussion, because there's a thing about the way in which characters which motive works, whether you're a character or a real person, that I just think a lot of people watching the show just don't seem to grasp, because every time I go on Twitter and see people's reactions to the show, it's always like one side stands versus the other side stands. No one, you know, Alicent's either a demon or she's totally in the right. There's no middle ground. And ditto for Rhaenyra, which is bananas to me. And so the thing I want to clear up here with like Alicent as the starting point is people who do bad things don't just do them for good reasons. They also do them for bad reasons. It's just that they pick the good reasons to justify what they're doing because they don't want to believe in the bad reasons they're doing things. Right? So like, Otto Hightower has good reasons, like legitimate, good, moral, well thought out, well argued reasons for why Aegon should sit the throne. Alicent does too. Rhaenyra has this, you know, equally good arguments for why she should sit the throne. Neither of those sides are motivated by those good reasons. The fact that those good reasons exist are kind of incidental.
Yeah.
Alicent as a character, like the tragedy of Alicent as a character is like, the innocence of her youth, the tragedy of like the lost love and friendship she had with Rhaenyra, ultimately was burnt on the pyre of the simple, stark reality that ultimately either her children or Rhaenyra are taking the throne, and whoever doesn't take the throne is killing the others. It's just going to have to be that way because that's the paradigm they live in. So like all of Alicent's like bitchiness and her pettiness and her raising her children to hate Rhaenyra and want to murder Rhaenyra, all the like the stacking of the small council with sycophants and the usurpation of power from sick Viserys, those were done for good reasons in her mind, and actual good reasons, but they were also done for bad, and that's just something that like season 2 doesn't seem to recognize. That Alicent is equally motivated by those terrible impulses.
Well, season 2 even goes far enough to be like, yeah, the Team Black is just objectively good and moral, and Team Green is evil and nasty, and we should kill them all. But we'll get to that.
I mean, they kind of flip-flop on Aegon throughout this season. Like, they definitely make him a bit more sympathetic this season compared to last.
They kind of do try to make you feel... I don't even necessarily want to say that like he's sympathetic, but I do pity him, you know?
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. Like him being outclassed by his brother, his little brother, in like every little thing, because, you know, Aemond actually paid attention and did everything he needed to do to learn, whereas Aegon never took any of this seriously. So like, you know, he's speaking fluent Valyrian, and then Aegon says like, I can do to make a war.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, you poor kid. You have no idea what you're doing. Get out of here.
Yeah. I mean,
Aegon and Cole, I think, unironically, maybe the most complex, the complex, detailed characters in season 2, which is funny because they get the most hate from the fan base, I think.
I actually think Cole might be the only character who's undamaged character-wise this season. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
Aegon?
Yeah.
Cole.
No, Cole.
No, but Aegon is damaged?
No, Aegon's not damaged. I don't even really look at him as a character.
Wow. Hey, I didn't know we had Alicent on stream.
Yeah, I walked in one day and he was like crying about his dead son or whatever, and I was like, dude,
about his dead son.
Get the fuck over it. Oh, I left.
I couldn't.
Okay, this is the other reason why like the season 2's attempt to like re-simplify and redefine Alicent as like a good person who was just out of her depth just doesn't work, because she's not. She's like, Alicent, I hate, and this is true for Rhaenyra as well, she's just a bad person. Like, she might have good reasons that she's doing the things she's doing, but she is a bad person. The love they shared, the childhood they had, the innocence they had, that was decades ago, and a lot has happened since then. This season just wants to pretend isn't a thing that exists anymore.
Well, yeah, because there's one thing, like, real quick, like, you know, we know that Alicent was obviously repulsed by certain things that Aegon has done. Like, the way that he mistreats, like, the handmaidens, and, like, he even, like, raped at least one of them.
He raped her, yeah.
And,
like, let's not get around that.
Yeah, like, literally, he has, like, raped women and stuff, and she's obviously, like, disgusted by those types of actions. But at the same time, a lot of what she's done has been, like, for her children, including Aegon. And I don't know, it's just a little incongruent that she wouldn't, like, seem to give even the slightest fuck, especially after he's just lost his son, and it's clearly, like, affected him a lot. And even, like, the one scene where she just kind of, like, walks away, like, this is after he's been, like, badly burned and he's being bedridden. Like, she just kind of, like, walks off. And honestly, like, that's the saddest fucking scene in the whole show, when he, like...
Oh, he says mummy.
He says mummy,
yeah.
Oh my, that was so sad.
Like, oh my god.
Well, so this is the thing I find, like, you know, to make a comparison between the book and the show in terms of like maybe what the book did better. Something that is much clearer in the book is that like Aegon is a victim, much more so than Rhaenyra and Alicent are, I think, of the environment they're in, because Aegon only exists, like his birth only happened, his existence has only been maintained, like his entire relation to everyone is defined by the idea that he's just a pawn to be used to give the High Towers power, including Alicent. No one loves him. No one cares about him. His father showed him no favor. His brother hates him for just existing. They've been encouraged every second of their lives to be like vile and cruel and petty. Alicent keeps covering up all his worst shit and never teaching him any better. And he's like, I wouldn't even call him evil. He's just like a deeply messed up kid. Like, deeply messed up. And
yeah, it's almost like if you give a child absolute power and let him run around doing whatever he wants, unchecked, he's gonna grow up to be a fucking sociopath.
Well, I don't think he even is a sociopath. Like, he's not Joffrey. Like, you know, for all Aegon's many great faults, like, he does try and make, you know, he does actually care about trying to be a good king. He does want to like listen and do his best in the when he's hearing out the plaintiffs in the courtroom. He does a bad job of it because no one's bothered to teach him how to rule properly. But like he's trying. He
like
does seem to genuinely give a shit.
A really funny scene where he's like, I'll give you your sheep back," and then like Otto rolls his eyes and like trundles up the steps to like a.
He just keeps going back and forth
like several times. It's so funny.
It's so good. Otto is
The thing with Aegon being a rapist, again, like I don't want to dance around this because like it's a horrible thing, but it's different from Joffrey, right? In that, like, I think Aegon genuinely doesn't understand that what he's doing is that bad, right? Like that's how he brushes it off, right? When he's like, "Oh, it was just a bit of fun between the sheets." Like, she's fine. Like, he doesn't seem to grasp it.
He has not had positive figures to look up to in his life. His mother has surrounded himself with paranoia. His father never gave a shit about him. And so, like, it's a tale as old as time, like the kid who gets like neglected and, just kind of bullied and things like that. They turn out to just end up being like shitty people, and a lot of the time, and they don't know boundaries and they don't know how to treat others, which is, which might motivate why he bullied Aemond growing up as well, which just kind of feeds into the vicious cycle even more.
Rhaenyra's kids. Well, I guess the interesting comparison is Rhaenyra's kids, like Jason people to Aegon, right? Or even like Baela and Rhaena to Aegon. You compare all the children's generations and their parenting. Like Baela and Rhaena had loving parents, despite what season 2 wants to try and rewrite about Damon as a father. And they are well-adjusted, like good people. Baela doesn't like Rhaena is even doesn't give a shit that Jace, her intended, is a bastard. Like she just doesn't care. She's like, no, he's still a Targaryen. He's still one of us. And I love him. She's a good person. Jace is a good person because he's had a loving mother. He's got his own foibles from the trauma of having to constantly battle against the perception of being a bastard and like the threat to his life that poses. Let's not mince words. But he is still fundamentally like a decent person. He's just like got a massive chip on his shoulder. Aegon hasn't had loving parents. Aegon hasn't had like support or friends or anything. And he's still like trying to be like a good king. He just doesn't know how the fuck you're supposed to do that. Like, again, one of the saddest scenes for me in the whole show is the bit where like the small council just basically ignore him, and he goes into his rooms, and like the first thing that happens is his mum comes in being like, "Where are the books?" And he's like, "Oh, I moved them," and she's like, "Oh, you fucking idiots! I didn't burn them. I just moved them. Fuck off." And then he's like, "They don't listen to me," and she's like, "Well, what could you possibly have to contribute? You just do what you're supposed to do. Shut up and sit down and don't do anything."
Well, and that's the interesting
thing. Man, you're horrible.
Yeah, fuck you, Alicent.
And that's the interesting thing is that like Alicent and Otto, as much as they were secretly intending to install Aegon on the throne, they never like properly prepared him for it. And then like once it inevitably backfires and he starts making shitty decisions, they like reprimand him for it. But it's like you never like properly tried to teach this kid.
Like I wouldn't consider this like a flaw with the show or anything, but that is a massive oversight on Otto's part. Like maybe teach him a little bit. Even if you do plan to like basically be the puppet masters behind his rule, like at least give him a basic rundown, of what you're supposed to do.
Well, I think the intention from them was to keep him as like helpless and dependent on them as possible, so that they're really the ones ruling. Aegon just goes and drinks with his mates and delegates it all to Otto, and Otto's really, is de facto the king. Aegon's just wearing the crown. The problem is that Aegon actually turns out to be a bit more hands-on than they intended because he's not actually a total shithead, despite what everyone thinks about him.
Well, and then his son dies, and he's out for blood, and they're like, oh, well, he's never going to fucking back down now. Like, he's in this to the end.
Yeah, and part of the irony as well is, like, Alicent's big character complaint, and it's not an unjustified one, right? It's like, a lot of her trauma stems from the fact that her entire life she's been used by people, She's had to, a lot of her psychological problems are, like, trying to reconcile that and justify it internally to make so that she doesn't go insane with rage at this prison she lives in, and so she's turned her own abuses around on her son. She abuses him the same way she was abused. He's just a pawn to her. He's not real. He's not actually her child.
And that's kind of why this was almost like inevitable to become a disaster, because like she had her own traumas and her own like messed up marriage or backstory that basically led her into this, things that she never properly worked past and never like overcame, and then that trauma has just ended up like trickling down to her children. Like, how is she going to be a good mother to these kids when she can't even like work out her own situation?
Well, I mean, she doesn't even have like a parent figure that she can look to and like as an example, because her mom died when she was a child, and Otto's obviously not really a father to her, so she has no role model.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of why she's jealous of Rhaenyra back in the beginning. Like, even, Rhaenyra has a father who loves her, had a mother who loves her. But Rhaenyra's father protects her and let her, avoid the hideous abuses, or some of the hideous abuses of the system in which she's otherwise would have lived as a woman. A lot of Alicent's motivations in the beginning are just spite-based, because, Rhaenyra flouted convention, and Rhaenyra was smug about it, and Rhaenyra lied to her by default, I guess, about her virtue, although not about Damon. But Rhaenyra, most of the hatred there seems to just be like, Rhaenyra can get away with the things that I can't. Like, Rhaenyra gets to live a life of freedom. I'm stuck in a cage, and I have to, there's that great scene in season 1 where young Rhaenyra and young Alicent are sitting down and they're talking about how much they've missed each other as friends. I think it's when Damon comes back from the Stepstones, and Rhaenyra's like, "Oh, my dad's trying to marry me off," and what a great life to be shut up in a castle and made to spew out heirs.
Mm-hmm.
And Alicent's just sitting there pregnant, and you're just like,
Yeah.
Alicent has deeply messed up, but Alicent has internalized her traumas and projected them outwards in order to stay sane. Like, she is a trad wife, right? That's what she is. She's fully bought into this horrible system of which she's a part, even though it's done terrible, terrible harm to her, because she'd rather believe that that's just the way the world works in order to stay sane, than believe that she's signed up to her own abuse.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. No notes.
But before we get to Alicent and her how that was her in season 1 and how that's changed in season 2, let's talk about the very last scene of season 1 and what it meant about Rhaenyra, and then we can talk a little about Rhaenyra's character in season 1 and how that's changed in the first 5 or 6 episodes of season 2.
Let's set the stage for any of you who've either not seen the show or it's been a couple years since you watched season 1. Obviously, in the season finale, after the war was sort of an unofficial thing that was beginning, and various factions were sending people to rally people to their causes, and Rhaenyra sent her 14-year-old Lucerys to Storm's Inn, right, where Lord Baratheon
a bad decision,
terrible decision, but understandable that she made it. I think. Yeah, so she sends him there. Aemond's already there on, fucking Vhagar, which is the biggest dragon in the world, whereas he has, I don't know the name of Lucerys' dragon, but a tiny...
Arax,
a small bean, if you will. And, they treat, and obviously Lord Baratheon is like, "You're a child, and I'm gonna go with the Greens, and fuck off." And so he does, flies right into a storm, and gets chased down by Aemond on Vhagar. Aemond doesn't really intend to kill him, he just wants to fuck with him, but then obviously Vhagar goes out of control, kills them both, and then he, has to just go back. Which, by the way, as a side note, I would have loved if there would actually have been a scene of him telling the Greens about the fact that he killed. I just want to know what he said to them, but that's a separate thing we can get into. So obviously...
We do get...
I thought we were going to get...
Yeah, we don't get that scene, but we do get a nice scene of him in the brothel with the whore who looks like his mother, which is such an interesting detail.
Oh, Aemond.
What's interesting is that he's not there for sex; he's just there to be loved.
That's why I'm saying, Aemond.
Yeah. But he has that little bit where he's under his, when he's whispering to her, and he's like, "I am sorry about what happened to Luke."
Yeah, no. I'm happy with that. I just mean, I would have loved specifically to know what he told them. Because obviously he didn't say, "I lost control of Vhagar," because then they'd be like, "Oh, you can't control Vhagar. Oops."
That's a problem, yeah. Also, we can take a note of the fact that he can't control Vhagar. That might be relevant for a certain episode coming up in season 2.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, he kills Lucerys, and word obviously gets back to Dragonstone, and, Emma Darcy gives a fucking 100% performance, She sort of bends over, her back is to the camera, right? She bends over, and is just completely at a loss and grieving and trying to restrain tears, and then she turns to the camera with this resolute expression that you can only interpret to mean, all right, it's fucking game time. This means war.
Well, yeah, just to add to that, because obviously before, in that episode where Viserys has died, she's aware she's been usurped, but like they're all kind of, no one's making a move. Everyone's seeing where who's got what strength and who's signed up to who. Rhaenyra is the one being like, no, I'm not going to plunge us into war. My father wouldn't want that. Until I have no other options, we're going to try and play this peacefully. Like, let no man say that I started this fight. And then this scene happens where like Damon tells her that Luke is dead, and like, she turns to the camera. The last expression she has, the last scene of the show, is just like her murderously angry, staring into camera.
Her son just fucking died.
Yeah, her second youngest son. Actually, no, because Aegon and Viserys. But yeah, one of her sons. Second a young son. He is young. He's like his early teens.
He was 14.
They were boys.
Yeah. Yeah, Rob's right. He was a boy. But like 14-year-old sweet kid has just been fucking murdered whilst, theoretically under the protection of guest rights by Lord Baratheon, or at least on his way back from it, in an act of kinslaying, which is a huge taboo that the show doesn't seem to remember. And just absolutely murked. And like on top of that, the way in which the scene is framed is really, so again, the Targaryen theme back in Game of Thrones, which they obviously reused for House of the Dragon, is orchestrated using, I forget the exact name of the instrument, but it's basically like halfway between a guitar and a violin, and it's like an electric instrument, and you can really distort it. And so whenever we have like Targaryens are going murderously angry or Targaryens are completely insane, they ramp up the distortion on the music, and it becomes like really eerie and frightening, and like wailing. And they absolutely do that when, like, with her angry expression at the end there, and it's meant to like the lighting, the music, her expression. It's all meant to combine of like, no, Rhaenyra's lost it now. Like, there is no peace. There is only blood.
Well, as to your point, like the music like ramps up. It starts off like solemn, but then like as she gets as the sorrow turns into anger and rage, like the music ramps up. It's like so good. Yeah.
Someone in chat said Rhaenyra had 2 years to get over Luke's death. I don't know if they're joking or not.
No, it's a joke about the 2 years in between seasons.
Like the joke about how Rey stood there for 2 years with the lightsaber with her arm outstretched.
How long Gendry was on his boat?
How long was Gendry on his boat? How long did it take Gendry to run to the fucking wall?
Much fun. Apparently, if he could have run from Dragonstone, he'd have been in King's Landing in no time.
Yeah.
No, and honestly, like for the most part, at that point, like prior to that, she was mostly making good decisions. Like she wasn't like sitting by idle. Like she was moving pieces around the board. She was preparing her dragons. She was trying to make alliances where she could, but she also wasn't just immediately like launching into war. She's like, all right, let's see how this kicks off. I don't want to be the one to start it. Which, up to that point, especially considering everything that she and her father had talked about, like that's pretty sensible. That makes sense up to this point. But then, yeah, the moment that she finds out that Luke is dead, it's like, all right, all bets are off. At least that's what everybody in the audience basically thought at that point.
Well, there's three things to consider here in terms of like, why doesn't she immediately jump King's Landing the second that she realizes she's been usurped? Because that's what Damon wants to do. He's like, we could literally just leap on them right now. Like, we've got Meleys, we've got Caraxes, we've got Cyrax, we've got the Gold Cloaks are loyal to me. We could just literally leap on King's Landing and take it right now and kill them all. And Rhaenyra's like, no, I don't want to do that. The reasons that season 1 implied for that was like, one, a legitimacy thing. Like, she didn't want to be seen as like, being a usurper. She wanted to be seen as the one who had been usurped. And so like immediately killing all your family to take the throne is a bad luck. Which is again why the kinslaying of Luke by Aemond is a much bigger deal in the book, because it's one of the things that pisses Otto off a lot, because it makes the Greens look illegitimate. Because it means the fact that they struck first to murder their rivals makes them look insecure, like they're not actually the rightful heirs. So it's a huge political mistake. So there's that element to it.
Thoughtless.
Yeah, his wonderful rant. I love Otto. There's also just like in season 1, the way it had been explained to us was like, King's Landing has Vhagar, they've got Dreamfire, they've got Sunfire. We can't just launch. There's no guarantee we'd win. In fact, we'd probably lose. So that was that. And then the third aspect was like Rhaenyra's character, because throughout season 1, she was very clearly characterized as like essentially female Damon, right? Impulsive, quick to action, like smarter than Damon, more considered, but like very much someone who like liked to leap to do things. She did not like being told to sit around. She did not like having to wait on her ass. She was not careful and considered insofar as like the long-term ramifications, politically speaking, of her actions. She was a go-getter. And then, you know, she's reined in a little bit as an adult at the end of season 1 because she's been careful politically, but then obviously like the second she's roused to anger, out the window. It's female Damon all the way. She's just in a murderous rage because that's her character. And
it basically, and it's in line with exactly what she was waiting for. I mean, it happened in the worst possible way. She lost her son, but she basically said, like, if war is going to get started, it's not going to be by my hand. It's like, well, now it has been started and not by my hand. It just sadly came with the death of my boy.
Yeah, but this is the moment now I have the excuse I need to just go ham, to go absolutely nuts and kill them all. And the motivation and the characterization to do all those things.
I was going to say the motivation definitely, like she more than wants to kill them all now.
Yeah, and then season 2 just has her forget that for 5 episodes.
I mean, the most I could give with season 2 is like in episode 1, she wants to go find her son. She wants to find his body before she does anything, because like it's like what Rhaenys says when she found out Helaena was dead and how she toiled away in torment for weeks and in basically a state of purgatory, unable to do anything, unable to think about anything else because she needed to see her child's body before she could properly start to mourn them. And I can maybe give that to Rhaenyra in episode 1. Like she wants to find Luke, and when that happens, then it's like, okay, now let's fucking attack them. But like after that is when I start having problems.
Yeah, we have 4 episodes plus of her like refusing to do anything proactive because she's like, no, we're gonna try and maintain peace. I don't want to plunge us into bloody war. And there's the personal issue, which is already a problem. But then there's the fact that she's motivated because she has a big argument with Damon about this, right? She's motivated by the whole Principles Promise thing. Like she thinks she was chosen by Viserys as the only one who could hold the realm together in the face of this great threat. That's the main problem, facing this long-term threat of the Long Night. Everything else is secondary, as far as she cares. But if that's the case, have you thought about maybe just surrendering? Like, have you thought, like, if all you care about is that, like, the realm is united and that there is a Targaryen on the throne, if that's all that matters, then why are you tearing it apart?
I guess she
just
thinks,
to be the one who sits there personally.
Like Aegon, for under no circumstances can it be Aegon sitting the throne because he's incompetent and, like, brash.
Okay, but Aemond isn't, and Otto isn't.
Yeah. See, I don't know. The thing is, I had always interpreted it as like she herself didn't even fully believe the dream or the prophecy or anything like that. She was just using that as an excuse for war and bloodshed and everything like that. Which again, after Lucerys is dead, I don't even think you really need that, but that I guess helps her sleep at night with all the people that are dying for her.
So this feeds into a much larger issue with the writing of the characters in season 2, which it was sort of there in season 1, but it was much more like in season 1 it was much more a thing that was lampshaded as a myth that is untrue, or as a stereotype that's untrue rather than an actual thing. And then season 2 just seems to actually adopt it as being wholesale true, and that is women aren't allowed to be violent. Men are all violent, bloodthirsty maniacs, and women are all like delicate little flowers who only think peaceful thoughts.
Well, isn't that just canon? That's just true. That's how the world works.
Like, this is kind of my, so unironically, the way I describe this, right, is that season 2's writers seem to have the same view of women that Kristen Cole does, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah, damn.
Well, and there's I want to address the original thing that you were asking, which is like if Rhaenyra does actually believe in the Aegon's dream and things like that. Why would she not just surrender? I mean, one explanation for that could be that she doesn't want to do that at the expense of her family necessarily. Like she doesn't, like if she has any doubt in her mind that the Greens might just be like concerned and paranoid,
just put them all to the sword just in case she ever tried to. Like she believes in this dream and she believes in upholding it, but she doesn't want her whole family to be wiped out either. So
okay, but then the main motivation for her is survival, and at that point I'm like, if that's where we're at, which by the way is like, essentially where Alicent was at the end of season 1, which is I don't care whether the stream is actually real or not. Things are too far gone now. It's us or them, and I'm not. It's not going to be us. We're committed. Like bloodshed is holding the realm together. Sure, fine and dandy, but ultimately we can worry about that once my enemies are dead.
Well, it's not her only motivation, but it is a motivation in addition to upholding a.
Well, but my point is that these are conflicting things, right? Like you can't sit there and be like, well, she's only her main concern is the safety of her family. If she surrenders, she'll be killed, and her family will be killed. But then also be like, oh, but she doesn't want to go to war because bloodshed. So well, it's like you don't have a choice here. The war has started. It's that meme almost from Lord of the Rings where Theoden's like, I don't want to bring war to my people, and I will not risk open war. And Aragorn's like, open war is upon you, whether you would wish it or not.
Well, and as we said, it's okay for her to have that conflict for a little while. It's okay for her to be caught between those things, like at the end of season 1, which we talked about, and in the first episode of season 2 where her primary concern is finding Luke's body. But then one thing I'm confused about when she says like I want Aemond Targaryen, like that's the first proclamation she gives when she gets back to Dragonstone. How did she think that they were going to get to Aemond?
Yeah, like what do you think is going to happen?
Like without sending all the dragons at King's Landing, like how are they going to respond to that?
Maybe she was just venting and she didn't remember that they were her council, her war council, and that they would take what she said seriously.
Yeah, like she was just fuming with anger, I guess. But
she was just getting it off her chest.
But yeah, the reality is like you want Aemon's blood because he killed Luke. Well, you're gonna have to go after basically the rest of the Greens in the process.
Well, this is the point I'm making, right? Like by Luke's death is the end of the pretense for anyone that this could be solved amicably.
Yeah.
Because that confirms to Rhaenyra that they're going to fucking kill her and all of her family. That because obviously Aegon via Otto, or I should say Otto really via Aegon's name, offers her terms, and those terms are like your sons will be fine. Like you'll go into like you'll remain Lady of the Princess of Dragonstone. Jace will get that off to you. Luke will be confirmed as heir to Driftmark, and everyone can just Aegon will just sit the throne. And maybe Otto's being sincere. I doubt it, seeing as his initial plan was to murder her. But maybe. But any pretense that was ever possible goes out the window when Luke dies, for both sides.
Yes.
So it is just kill or be killed now, regardless of the dream of Viserys' dream, regardless of what you might want for the people, or the shielding you might want to do for the small folk, which I'm not even convinced that Rhaenyra should care that much about. But anyway, her faffing for 5 episodes when Luke's already been murdered and she's given the order to kill Aemond doesn't make any sense to me. And then taking a boat trip into King's Landing into the power of the Queen.
We were going to get to that. We were going to get to that. We haven't gotten there yet. That does happen though. That is a real. Yeah. So in episode 3,
happens twice.
Okay, in episode 1, right after she demands Aegon's head, Damon decides to take it upon himself to go into King's Landing, talk with a Gold Cloak, which we're gonna talk about the Gold Cloaks here in a second as well. But there's the Gold Cloak, and he's loyal to Damon because they all are. Keep that in mind. Gets him into King's Landing, introduces him to a rat catcher. They stage an assassination, but instead of killing...
Wait. Hold on. Before you continue, do we know that all the Gold Cloaks are loyal to him? Because
yes.
Otto mentions in season 1 that they are going to replace some of the captains that were loyal to Damon with their own men. So but hang on, but that happens in the book as well. And what basically happens there is they parachute in a new commander who's loyal to them, but the men are still loyal to Damon, and that comes back to bite the Greens quite badly, which presumably is going to happen again. And did already happen with Blood and Cheese, as poorly executed as that was, and we can talk about that in a second. But the loyalty of the Gold Cloaks is very clearly with Damon. They were prepared to follow him into committing what was essentially declaring war on the Iron Throne and committing treason when he stole a dragon egg back in season 1. Yeah. And granted, it's been a decade, but they owe basically everything about their prestigious status and pay to Damon and the reforms he made to the Gold Cloaks. He is their fucking be-all. He is their BFF.
Well, I guess
they love Damon.
I guess we can get into this now then, because I was going to try to talk about Rhaenyra smuggling herself in, but that's still way down the line, and we have other things. All the Gold Cloaks are loyal to Damon, and they're 20,000 strong. They vastly outnumber
Not
any
20,000,
other...
2,000.
Oh, 2,000, my bad. They still vastly outnumber any other, forces that the Greens have.
In the capital, anyway, yeah.
Yeah. So,
so this comes back down to like, so originally Damon's plan was like, let's just go storm the city, like we'll just take it immediately and kill them all. And again, because of Dreamfire and Sunfire and the way in season 1 is implied that they would have been usable, and also like the idea that season 1 gives you is that you can't just surprise attack King's Landing, that they'd see you coming and by that point they'd be on their own dragon, so it wouldn't be like a thing you could just surprise them with, which is important for why you can't just take the city. But on top of that, like, the Gold Cloaks become a factor there. So, like, sorry, I'm still rambling. Season 1 made it clear that despite what Damon seemed to think, you couldn't just bum rush the capital. Like, that would just end up in a mutually destructive battle. Season 2, though, proves that Damon can not only smuggle himself into King's Landing, but that he can still contact all the Gold Cloaks. They are all still loyal to him. They are by far and away the biggest militant faction inside the city. If you tell them to go and guard the dragon pit and just prevent entry to the dragon pit, you cut off the greens from their dragons.
Yep.
Yeah.
And at that point, you can just bum rush the capital with your own. Hell, have 1,000 of the Gold Cloaks just barricade siege the Red Keep. The other 1,000 go guard the dragon pit. You turn up with your dragons a day later or half a day later, and just threaten to mow down the Red Keep with everyone inside it unless they surrender.
Now there is one dragon who would not be in the dragon pit because they're too big, and you guys want to know who that is? Vhagar. And you want to know something interesting? In what was it? Episode 7 of the season.
Yeah.
When Ulf flies over the city on Silverwing, and alerts the Greens that there's a dragon flying overhead. Aemond decides to go follow it, and we see that he has to get on his horse and fly outside of the city, or not fly, and ride outside of the city to get to Vhagar. So even if the Gold Cloaks can't do anything necessarily to stop him from getting to Vhagar, which I don't even believe, it would still take him way too long to get to her. And by then, they've already taken King's Landing. Like, it's over. The war's won.
Yeah, by then, the king is dead. They've taken the capital. Yeah. Dragons control everything. And then again, like, also, even if it's just him on Vhagar against Caraxes, Meleys, and Cyrax, and Moondancer and Vermax, no, you're dead. I'm sorry. Vhagar's a dead one at that point. Like, Vhagar's big, but she's not invincible.
Yeah, like if you had all the green dragons against all the black dragons, the greens would win. But if it was just Vhagar facing all the black dragons, like, she's done.
Yeah, Vhagar's not winning that one. Caraxes by himself later on kills her, obviously.
Maybe. I don't know.
that moment in season 3 of Game of Thrones where drunk Tyrion, this is on his and Sansa's wedding night, he's like, astoundingly long. She's like, what? And he's like, neck. You have one. I think about that every time I see Caraxes.
I love the design of Caraxes. I love
Caraxes the long boy. Yeah. Caraxes the terminally, like, I like how this from Caraxes' entire season has just been him being really bored at Harrenhal.
Oh, this is an interesting thing we should have probably established. Someone said, "Are we doing book spoilers?" How do we want to be with book spoilers? Like super vague is what I think I said.
I would actually, because I let slip the Caraxes thing, so I apologize. I think let's just try and avoid book spoilers when possible. My bad.
There are a few points that I don't really know how we can make without at least alluding to what happens in the books, but again, we'll just be as vague as possible when we do that.
Yeah, I guess if we're going to do that, we'll be like, oh, by the way, possible spoilers in the next 2 minutes if you want to dip out for 2 minutes.
And obviously we are doing show spoilers for what.
Well, of course, yes.
Yeah, it's a review, man.
We're reviewing the show as it currently stands. Of course we are.
Yeah.
But anyway, to get back to the Vhagar thing, the point we're making here is like the thing that prevented an easy black victory was that they could not just bum rush the capital. But the problem is that season 7 very clearly shows that they could have done that.
Well, season 7.
Helaena, season 2 rather. Episode 7. Yeah. Because we have the triple whammy actually of like, apparently you can just drop a dragon on King's Landing with no notice for them. They just do not know it's happening until Silverwing is right on top of them. Until he's
flying over their fucking buildings.
Yeah, and like if that's how late you're getting a warning, you're dead. Because like Aemond is in the council chamber when that happens. If Silverwing had just jumped on the balcony and blown fire through the window, they'd all be dead.
God, he fucking should have, honestly.
Silverwing's a she, but yeah, like that's.
I was talking about possible, Ulf, but I guess
Oh, sorry.
Dragon.
Well, maybe Ulf was a she.
Of course, Ulf would have gray hair and pronouns.
Yeah.
But that is now established to be possible. You can just surprise attack King's Landing with dragons. They won't see you coming. That's a bit of an issue. The second thing we learn is that Helaena doesn't ride Dreamfire ever, which I'm pretty sure we saw her do in season 1, but whatever.
Well.
Well, Dreamfire is at Driftmark for the funeral, so I presume Helaena rode Dreamfire there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it would have happened off screen, but you're right. Like she would have had to have flown it there. Yeah.
So yeah, Helaena apparently doesn't ride Dreamfire. Rhaenyra says she has no taste for it, and Helaena just outright refuses to get on her dragon to fight wars, and kill people. Which means that the Greens effectively do not have Dreamfire, and the Blacks are aware of this. So really, it's just Sunfire and Vhagar. Vhagar, as you've just pointed out, is miles outside the city. So if you just have the Gold Cloaks barricade the King's the Red Keep, the one gate of the Red Keep, Aemond can't get to Vhagar. You just can't get there. And then the only other thing is Sunfire, who's in the Dragon Pit, and again, like, you're not going to get there. And even if Aegon does get there, Aegon is a drunken idiot who's never flown into battle, and Sunfire's never fought.
Yeah, like, oh no, the entire, like, every dragon that the Blacks have is attacking King's Landing. But look, King Aegon to the rescue. Like, oh, well.
It's like Damon and Caraxes versus Aegon and Sunfire.
Well, it's the kind of thing where, like, as much as you might want to chalk it up to, like, well, the Blacks wouldn't know this, but surely they would at least know that, they would at least know that Vhagar wouldn't be able to fit in the Dragon Pit and would have to be...
They know that. They know that.
They know all of these factors, because Rhaenyra is the one to tell us that she knows that Helaena doesn't ride Dreamfire. They know they're going to know where Vhagar is, and also we know for a fact, thanks to Mysaria, that they can in fact slip people into King's Landing. And in fact, even before Mysaria, like Damon and Rhaenyra slip in and out of King's Landing.
They do it frequently.
And Damon knows damn well that all the Gold Cloaks are loyal to him. So, and that's also, side note, one of the rat catchers tells Damon, "I know a secret way into the Red Keep.
I know those tunnels better than the shape of me own cock."
Yeah. If I'm Damon and the rat catcher's like, "I can smuggle people into the middle of the Red Keep," and I'm like, "Well, all the Gold Cloaks are loyal to me." I'm like, forget the rest of the war. I'm going to the Gold Cloaks right now. I'm going to the barracks right now, rallying them and storming up into the Red Keep through the tunnels.
Oh my god, yeah. You could overrun the entire garrison of the Red Keep, like, just with the Gold Cloaks.
Easily.
Yeah.
Well, and so, to add on to this, there's layers upon layers to this, and this is why this season was often so frustrating to watch, is that, like, you make some concessions at first. You're like, okay, they held back at first for X, Y, Z, and reasons that we talked about earlier. Rhaenyra not being, not wanting to be the first one to start the war, and et cetera, et cetera. But then once you get into, like, season 2, episode 1 territory, and beyond that, I mean, hell, like 4 or 5 episodes later, this kind of shit is still continuing. It just gets more and more frustrating. It's like, as you said, if Damon is able to make contact with one of the Gold Cloaks, specifically on, like, a 2-man assassination mission, like, yeah, why not rally the rest of the Gold Cloaks? Or if you're not going to, like, rally them to storm the Red Keep yourself, at least, like, start organizing them, start making plans, start giving them orders from within, since you're already here in King's Landing anyway. And, these kinds of frustrations just continue because episode after episode, they continue to not make these moves until eventually by, like, episode 6 territory, you're just like, all right, I'm fucking done. I cannot defend the hesitancy beyond for these decisions anymore.
It took you till episode 6?
No, it didn't. But well before that, but I'm just saying, like, it continues for that long.
This almost rounds back to one of the very first things she said on the stream, right? Which is like, sorry, I think it was you, Odrin, who said this. Well, like, the original story, Fire and Blood, the book, is like a kind of like, there is no happiness to that tale. Like, it's very like, these are 2 sets of very bad people with bad motivations trying to fucking murder each other for power. It's grim. Yeah. You want something, like, or maybe the Prince that was promised was introduced to try and give the show a bit more uplift, and, like, we've already talked about how the damage that does, but also, like, the way that it then sets up a, green's bad, black's good paradigm where Rhaenyra is like a genuine hero. And the blacks and the greens are just greedy and selfish and vile, which is already a problem. But and also feeds again into that whole issue of, like, women are peacekeepers and men are violent that this show keeps on trying to do, which is like we'll talk about more about that when we talk about Cole. But on top of that, it just feeds into this frustration, right? Because, like, why do I want Rhaenyra to be queen now? 6 episodes in, and she clearly lacks the ruthlessness you need to be a monarch. in this world. She would be a terrible queen.
Like, I mean, they basically made her Viserys light, like someone who every character on the show acknowledges was a good king during peacetime, but not so good during wartime. And it's like, I don't know that I necessarily want another Viserys on the throne.
Especially when Viserys' peacetime, like Viserys being able to be a good king in peacetime was essentially down to the fact that, like, to paraphrase Varys, that he had a cock. Cocks are important, I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Viserys may have been a weak king, but he was well liked. The lords respected him.
Viserys also, may or may not have been a good king, but like, let's face it, this entire civil war is happening because he didn't get his shit together and get his family's shit together in time before he died. So like, I don't know if we need another Viserys sitting on the throne. Maybe we need someone else.
Well, and there's an interesting argument
more forceful.
There's an interesting argument to be made where, like, if Aegon's son had not been murdered, maybe things would have actually worked out for Aegon as king. Maybe Otto would have been able to rein him in enough to actually make the right choices. It's possible.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, this is part of Otto's calculus, right? Because this is why I do not like the way the show frames the Greens as just bad people. Because Otto has, again, he's got good reasons to think the things he does. Like, he might be wrong, he might be selfish, he might be a bastard, but like, from his own perspective about how the world works, and also the practical realities of how the world actually does work in this society, he's not wrong about a lot of stuff. The realm will never accept Rhaenyra, not fully. The war will always be 2 heartbeats away. She's not decisive enough to make the big decisions. Damon will exert too much influence on her thinking, and we can't trust Damon to be a good king. And not to like exercise some bloody reprisals. Look how he handled the Gold Cloaks. So Otto's perspective of like, actually, you know what, I am the best person to be ruling the kingdoms via proxy, like via Aegon, because I've been doing it essentially for 30 years anyway, and I've been really good at it, more or less. But just let me get on with it. And like in time, I can raise maybe Jaehaerys to be a good, the grandson to be a good king, and Aegon will be fine if he just does what I tell him. That does seem like a better alternative than Rhaenyra, honestly.
Yeah.
Yep. But you see, Otto doesn't know about Aegon's dream, so he hasn't seen Game of Thrones season 8.
Someone in the chat made this. Just said this. Like, again, this feeds back into the problem I have with the framing of women versus men in the show, particularly in season 2, is that by making women peaceful to the point of insanity, like peaceful to the point of just not taking necessary action that would save lives, they have made women out to be universally shitty rulers.
Yeah.
The show is accidentally fed into this point of like, women are bad rulers. They lack the balls to do shit.
Yeah.
Because being a king in this world means you have to be ruthless to a certain degree. Like, you have to be like, sure, you try and be a good, like a peaceful and just person, but sometimes you just have to put someone down because they're not doing what you fucking say. And if you don't put them down, a greater war will happen and more people will die.
Like that's something that I even appreciate in season 5 of Game of Thrones. I'm gonna praise a bad season of Game of Thrones for a second. Not bad, mid. Janos Slynt acts like a piece of shit and continues to treat Jon like he's not really Lord Commander. He's still just a green boy, and I'm not going to go to your stupid. You can't tell me where to go, and I'm not going to go to this tower that you told me to.
Yeah, I'm not going to Greygarth.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. And then he's like, okay, well, someone get me my sword. And then he's literally like, I'm sorry, I'll do it. I'm so sorry. I was wrong about everything. And Jon still goes through with it because it's like, ultimately, if I let him live now, it shows that I will not commit. Like, I won't be a good leader because, I'm not willing to go through with the things that I say I'm going to do. And I'm going to let people disrespect me.
Well, Rhaenyra even kind of says it herself later in the season, right? When she slaps one of her counselors, and she's like, "It is my fault. I think that you have forgotten to fear me."
Yeah.
Yes, I'm like, yeah,
it is
your fault, Rhaenyra.
Because like, you don't fucking do anything.
Well, and that's like sometimes indecision is worse than actively bad decisions. Like sometimes like just at least making a decision, trying to do something is better than doing nothing.
Well, like, we make a joke because it is a monumentally stupid action, but like Aegon's like, oh, we're sending Eric, to pose as his twin, brilliant. But the thing is, like, that nearly comes off.
Nearly works, yeah.
That very nearly works because it's just so fucking like audacious.
God's help us all.
I love Otto's reaction. I was just like, oh my fucking.
And
God.
what has Kristen Cole done?
Yeah. It's the kind of thing where, like, I think Aegon, with checks and balances would have been better than Rhaenyra, but I suppose Rhaenyra would be better than Aegon without checks and balances. Like I don't know. I guess that's the hierarchy here.
Well, I guess the problem is like they both look like they're going to be terrible monarchs, and so like, and
Yeah.
again in the books that was true as well. But again, in the books, it's very much like this is not meant to be like an uplifting story of like that has been told to entertain. It's like here is a terrible chapter in history where the worst impulses of multiple bad people, flawed people, resulted in terrible things. Because ultimately, the central message of all of Game of Thrones has always been the systems are bad, and that leads to bad people doing bad things.
Imagine if they had
but
just
the
gone with
show
like a
decided to-
cynical like version, like the true version of the story, which is just like neither side is good, neither side is like worth rooting for.
I genuinely think that would have been better because again, like the problem now by trying to make Rhaenyra heroic and on the side of like on fate is on her side literally, and destiny is in her corner, and the Greens are just bad usurpers, is that like, it completely ignores the fundamental problem at the heart of this entire system, which is like no, people scrabbling over who gets to sit on the fucking chair is a bad system. And it makes good.
This is
It
the
makes
most
good
intense
people
game
do
of
bad
musical
things.
chairs I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
Well,
literally, it's that Jon Snow thing of like it doesn't matter. Or what does Davos say when it's like it doesn't matter whose skeleton sits on the Iron Throne?
Yeah.
That's always been the point. It's always been life versus death. The throne is a distraction. This system is bad.
Well, that's what Game of Thrones should have been. That's what should have been the moral core of Game of Thrones had the long night not lasted one episode and then gone right back to political squabbling.
But again, arguably, and House of the Dragon, it should have been as well.
Yeah, it should have been at least like the cautionary like tale of like the folly of that.
Well, by making Rhaenyra like the acolyte for future Jesus, rather than like acting for her own reasons, her own morals, and her own wants and desires, and her own thoughts about what is right and worthy and just in this system, this bad system of which she has grown up a part of and is entrenched in, is that we have stripped out all of the complexity of her character. We've regressed Alicent back to a two-dimensional figure. All women in the show have essentially been turned into what Kristen Cole thinks of women, which is not good, like I said, and we're just left with the show basically going, you should root for this person who is actively going to be a terrible monarch.
Well, and let me ask you guys this. Do you think that part of the reason for the rampant indecision from Rhaenyra and a couple other characters is partially due to them stretching out the story of this show?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's part of it too, because, and we know officially that they have stretched it out into 4 seasons. So
let's get into this because there's a thing we said I think I said it to you in the chat ages ago, back when we were first noticed this and we were talking about it, which is the weird feeling that the pacing of this show has in season 2, where it simultaneously feels like everything is happening all at once, but also that like nothing is happening. And
yes,
I was trying to put my finger on this. We were trying to put our fingers on this, and the thing we sort of concluded was like, what we have here is that the world is on fast forward, like the events of the world, the pacing of the world is just going 100 miles an hour, but the character progression is just staying where it is. So we have this weird whiplash effect where the characters are mostly totally static, and the only character growth they're allowed is character growth born of like reflection rather than learning in the moment through action. So they're very slowed down and trapped in amber, whilst all the events of the world just race around them. And it creates this very strange feeling of like nothing and everything happening, and the characters going nowhere whilst the show runs away from them.
Well, yeah, because people say, I've heard some people say this sentiment on Twitter, that it's like, holy shit, like Rhaenyra is still in Dragonstone, like the show's gone nowhere. And while I think that it's a bit more complicated than that, I don't blame anyone for feeling that way. Because by the time you end up in like the later episodes of the season, it really does feel like you have to remind yourself of stuff that happened in the earlier episodes. Because it's like, holy shit, has anything actually happened in this season? It does feel that way a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like episode 6 Rhaenyra is fundamentally unchanged from episode 1 Rhaenyra in season 2. And again, like, sorry, just to round out the whole why this has always been bad, is the way the show treated Rhaenys.
Oh my god, yeah.
Loads of people were like, "Oh, Rhaenys is what a badass. She went back and fought, against Vhagar," and I'm like, "This is really stupid, and it's out of character for her as well."
Yeah.
This is an actively idiotic decision that is against the character that she's been established to have. In the book, she goes back to fight because she, like Rhaenyra, is like a bloodthirsty maniac. She is fire and blood, like all Targaryens. She wants to. She's lost in frenzy. She wants to kill.
But because we've recontextualized it to where she's sort of the angel on Rhaenyra's shoulder, cautioning restraint, and we're trying to say she's this wizened old sort of like venerable
wise queen.
Queen who never was and who should have been and everything. And it's like, no, that's not what you've changed these characters like fundamentally, but like. Theoretically, the events of the story are still happening, and now it doesn't make sense. Which
means that now you're committing these characters that you've changed into making action to facilitate that story beat. They're having to make actions that don't make sense with the new recontextualized versions of these characters. Like Book Rhaenys is bloodthirsty and went back to fight because that's just who she is. The show Rhaenys is careful and measured and keen to avoid unnecessary losses. And yet, for some reason, when she sees she's outmatched, when she sees the battle's lost, when she has a chance to run, having, by the way, already taken down Aegon and Sunfire, which is a pretty good outcome, and could just flee, she chooses not to. She chooses to re-engage and gets killed, and they lose the biggest dragon for her side.
I still don't understand... A, why any dragons were sent at all when this was obviously a trap, and B, why if you're going to send dragons, why you wouldn't send more than just one.
Well, I mean, so yes, this is like a I guess an adaptation problem, right? Of just not doing a good job of making Cole smart here, because like obviously this is a trap, and it's a trap in the books as well. The problem is that in the books, that a lot more effort goes into making that trap look like making that trap not look like a trap. And thus, and there's other things going on that spread Rhaenyra's forces thin, so they can only send one dragon. Here, though, there's basically no reason why Rhaenys couldn't have just like flown past Harrenhal, picked up Damon, and gone with Caraxes and Syrax and Rhaenyra to do like a reverse ambush on what was a very obvious trap on Rook's Rest.
I mean, Rhaenyra and Jace are basically grounded in terms of they can't go anywhere. But like you have Rhaenys on Meleys, you have Baela on her dragon. And yeah, you could just go get Damon on Caraxes, and then what the fuck is Vhagar gonna do?
Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't season 1 have Rhaenyra send someone to like monitor King's Landing?
Yeah, she sent Baela.
Okay, so Baela should have known that Vhagar had left the city.
Yeah,
that's one of my criticisms. That's one of the notes I jotted down for episode 4. Like, why would
Baela kind of forgot to watch for Vhagar?
It would be hard to miss fucking Vhagar. Like the moment that takes, you could in any direction, like probably 100 miles away from King's Landing, you could see that fucker flying off.
Well, it's funny you say that because like in episode 1 of this season, Vhagar is flying up to King's Landing, and all the people on the walls are shitting themselves and they're like, "Oh my god, a dragon! Oh my god, fuck!" And they're like getting all their which by the way they have scorpions. That's the thing. Ignore that. And they're getting all that ready, and then like as soon as Vhagar is like within. Like really close, like within breathing fire distance, they're like, "Oh, that's Vhagar," and it's like you probably want to have someone else, like you want to be able to like know, you want to have someone on the wall that can be like, "That's Vhagar," and I can spot Vhagar from like 50 miles away.
Well, it's more profound than that, right? Because like if Baela had been doing her job and had just reported back to Dragonstone, by the way, Vhagar is not at King's Landing right now. First of all, you could just like forget Rook's Rest, take King's Landing.
Yep. Yeah.
But secondly, like, because obviously they think the king is still there, because Baela hasn't seen. Well, I mean, Baela didn't see Jack, but had she left when Vhagar left to go warn Rhaenyra, she wouldn't have seen Sunfire leaving. But like, as far as they know, King's Landing only has Aegon and Sunfire in it, and Dreamfire doesn't fly because Helaena doesn't fly her. So you can just take the city immediately and potentially kill Aegon, which is great. And the war's basically over at that point.
Yeah. So that's a point I hadn't even really considered. It's like, since we should have had Baela constantly monitoring King's Landing, the second that he leaves on Vhagar at any point in this season, which happens a few times, take King's Landing. You've won. Like, they can't do anything again. Now.
So this is part of the problem of the recontextualization of characters, because in the books, the reason Vhagar can leave King's Landing temporarily and lay the trap at Rook's Rest is because they are confident that Dreamfire, who is a big-ass dragon, is still there to defend the city, and that Helaena will fly in its defense. But like that's not true in the show, and they know it's not true. The Blacks know it's not true. So Vhagar realistically can't leave King's Landing with Dragonstone just across the bay.
Is there a reason why? Like, why did they have to have Rhaenyra come to that realization? Like, why did they need to write her in such a way that she's like, "Oh, Helaena doesn't ride; she has no taste for it." Like, what was?
Well, why did they write her? Why did they write Helaena in that way?
Yeah, what was the point of having that? I don't get it.
because again, like this is part of the, and this links back to the blood and cheese plotline and like how underwhelming that was, because like they built it up like, oh, this is the next red wedding, and then first of all they don't have any gore on screen, which like I get the reasons why, but also like you can't build something up to be as viscerally impactful as the red wedding and then just have it all happen essentially off camera. That doesn't really square. Secondly, like the underwhelming hilarity that like Helaena, who should have been brutally traumatized by being forced to pick a child, not only doesn't really make that choice anymore, but runs straight into the funny, sexy times between Cole and Alicent, which was deeply awkward to watch. Thanks, show. I don't know why that was the decision you went with. But also, then on top of that, Helena's ultimate death in actually, I guess I'll say book spoilers. So if people don't want to have the book spoil for them, tune out for 30 seconds.
Fucking did it. So.
Well, no, I haven't said anything other than like the impact Helena's character going forward. I haven't said anything specific.
You said she dies.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, but we know everyone dies. No, but that's not a spoiler. We know everyone dies. Like, unfortunately, Joffrey has already spoiled for us in season 3 of Game of Thrones.
Well, it's not a leap to really come like.
Sure.
I guess a lot of characters are going to die in this show. We know that.
Just make your point, Jolly. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so the point being is that like one of the big impacts of Blood and Cheese is that it traumatizes Helaena to such a degree that she can't fight anymore. Like she's just useless to the war efforts. It takes Dreamfire out of commission, and ultimately then results in Helena's suicide later on, which is and again a huge impact in terms of the personal relationships of this war. Instead, Helaena doesn't seem to give much of a shit about her son dying. Beyond,
she kind of just forgot about it after a few episodes.
She does it first, but then later on, it's like, nope, don't care anymore.
Alicent doesn't seem to care about any of her children, but she makes a pretense of caring about Helaena, so you'd think she'd care about her grandkids, but I guess not.
I mean, I'll step
We'll get to that when we get to the reverse King's Landing. When we'll get to that when we get to the Alicent gets the Dragonstone scenes, because oh my god.
I'll step up to bat for at least the first couple episodes of this season, because they did genuinely seem to be depicting Alicent as like emotional, morally upset about what happened to her grandson. When she was talking to Otto in the second episode.
Yeah, but then she forgets.
Yeah. But then she doesn't console her own child when he's mourning the same person that she is.
Well, I mean, again, I guess you could make the argument that she wants to but doesn't know how to. But the problem with that is there's a scene towards the last episode which fundamentally undermines the idea that she cares much about her children.
Innocent or otherwise?
Innocent or otherwise.
I'd like to highlight
Poor
this comment. In the show, Helaena is going to kill herself because she's going to see a vision of killing herself.
Okay, so I'm going to wait to talk about Helena's visions and the way the show's characterized them when we get to the kind of magic system and that and Damon's arc, because I have lots to say about that. The way dragon bonds work, the way the green seeing works, the way Alice the witch works, the way Helaena works. It's all broken. But oh god, what was I going to say? No, I've lost it. Sorry, there was another thing I was going to say about the impact of blood and cheese and all this, but it's dropped out of my head.
What it did to Helaena is what you were.
Well, I rounded out that point. There was another thing I was going to say, but it'll come back to me.
The only impact that it has had in the show thus far is that it basically set off Aegon and made him fully committed to the war and preserving his position. It didn't seem to really have much long-term, from what we can tell right now, much long-term impact on Helena's character, more so Aegon's.
Which is weird, because you would think that she would have probably cared more about her kids than he did. But,
He seemed relatively close with Jaehaerys, I guess, but I don't know.
He seems like an absentee but fairly fond father, right? Like he's not present, but he does care.
Yeah, when he first goes to get Jaehaerys to bring him to the small council meeting, he goes, "Where's my son?" And she says, he's taking his lessons, and he's like, "Okay, where are those?" He doesn't even know where he takes his lessons.
Yeah. But he's I don't know, during the council meeting where he's fucking with Tyland and stuff. Is
the heir to the throne bothering you, Sir Tyland?
Man, Tyland this season has just put up with so much shit.
This poor man, this browbeaten man.
Well, it's amazing to think about how the Lannisters go from that to somebody like Tywin generations later.
I mean, they go from someone like Tydos to someone like Tywin a generation later, so it's not that bad.
I mean, I will say, whilst we're on the subject of how the show depicts the Lannisters, that I'm really annoyed by the constant using of the Reigns of Castamere.
Yeah,
It doesn't make any sense.
they haven't earned it. Tywin earned that. They didn't. That wasn't a thing before that.
That's not the Lannister theme. That's Tywin's theme and the theme of Tywin's legacy.
It's the most recognizable theme, like Lannister theme from the show. That's the only reason they use it.
And like in Game of Thrones, they use it for Jaime, Cersei, and Tyrion, but like typically in their darker moments when they're acting the most like Tywin.
Yes.
Yeah. Or when they're acting, on Tywin's orders, or when they're it plays, for example, when Jaime takes Highgarden, because it's and I think the music is even called A Lion's Legacy, that track, and it's very meant to be like, oh yeah, Jaime is pulling a Tywin here, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a small thing, but like I don't like that they've it was kind of like how it's like in Kenobi when Deborah Chow said that Vader had to earn the Imperial March, and like that's obviously bullshit for so many reasons. But like here, it's like no, but the Lannisters do. They have to earn the Reigns of Castamere because that hasn't happened yet. They haven't done that yet.
Well, not just that, but like it's not just like a meta thing of like, oh, this is the theme we played for the Lannisters. Like this is an in-universe song. This song exists in universe. It only exists
and it means
once.
Something. And when you hear it, you understand what that means and what it represents.
Yeah, like Tywin sending bards to play to recalcitrant lords the song so they'll back down because they know what it means.
Them playing it at the Red Wedding signals to Catelyn that something is deeply wrong.
Yeah, we did make the joke of like during the March of the Golden Tooth, they obviously play that theme, and like presumably there are Rain bannermen in that army. We're like looking around in confusion as to what the hell is happening.
Yeah, and that's like really stretching it. Well, and to kind of, I guess, get back on topic a little bit, because we're kind of like surrounding the subject of blood and cheese. What do you make of Helena's decision to give up Jaehaerys, quote unquote, willingly? I mean, I know that she's under duress, but like we know that in the book she tries to give up somebody else.
Yeah. So I don't like that they unreverse. So again, I guess again, book spoilers. This isn't like a huge one. It's just a difference, a point of difference. But during Blood and Cheese in the books, they basically take Helaena and they're like, okay, choose which of your children. We don't care which of your children dies. Choose one of your sons. One of them will die. And she's like, well, I'll pick the younger one because he's not the heir, right? And then they're like, oh, cool, and they kill the other one instead.
And that son doesn't even exist in the show, I don't think.
No.
They only have one son in the show and one daughter, but they have two sons.
But at least Daeron was mentioned. Hell yeah.
True. Well, I want to talk about Daeron in a second. He deserves his own section. Yeah. But like the reason that's impactful as well, and how it feeds into Helena's arc and her suicide and her descent into madness, is obviously like one of the reasons that hurts so badly is that the child that is left alive has to live with the knowledge that his mother chose him for death.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that she knows that. She knows that he knows that. It's deeply messed up, and like it's just been sort of not whitewashed. I don't know what the word is. Like
watered down.
Yeah, like it kind of papered over in some way. Like it just feels like it's been softened and lessened. How fucking foul this act actually was.
Well, and it's even worse. Like I have an even worse theory as to like why she willingly gave him up, given what we see happen in the last episode of the show with her visions and everything.
Right. Okay.
Like my worst possible theory on this is that she like somehow knows that like her children her children are going to have to die because they're not the ones that are going to lead to like the prince that was promised and all that.
Oh god. I mean, they did set up also in episode 1 that she said the thing about like I'm scared of the rats, and then she was like looking over at Jaehaerys's bed, so like it implies that she somehow has seen something regarding blood and cheese hours before it or days before it happens.
Yeah. Okay, I was going to like treat all of this as one big topic about magic when we got to Damon, but it is we're here now, so let's talk about it. Which is the way Helena's visions have been characterized as the season has gone on is bad. Because in season 1 and in the start of season 2, the way it's portrayed is that Helaena is sort of like not really in the world properly. Like she's sort of like trapped in her own, kind of like stuck in her own head, like in her vision. She doesn't understand them. she gets glimpses. Like, it's very much like Dany the Dreamer. She's getting fragments that she doesn't fully comprehend and speaks in riddles.
Aegon the Conqueror.
Oh my god, shut up.
Actually,
it was Aegon's dream. Like, get fucked. Aegon dreamed about the Doom 130 years before he was born. It's amazing what Aegon can do.
He wakes up from a dream. He's like, the Valyria will be in ruins. Sound the alarms, and they're like, Aegon.
Aegon, that was a century ago.
Listen, buddy, take your meds.
Aenor had a dream that his descendant would have a dream about the doom of Valyria, so he left Valyria. But to get back to Helaena, the entire point was like, this is very fragmentary knowledge she gets. She doesn't grasp it. So there's things like she draws what looks like Robb Stark's body with the wolf on his head, on his head, and in season 1. She said little things like, in this season, like, one of the birds has stopped singing, with reference to Aegon and what happened to Aegon.
The beast in the floorboards.
She says beast in the floorboards, things like that. And then, like, obviously, like, I'm afraid of the rat catchers. All these little things that, like, we as an audience who've either read the books or who've seen Game of Thrones know, but which obviously the characters don't. And there's an element of tragedy there, and that she, like, Cassandra, like, doesn't even really know the contents of her own visions. That she's kind of like an unwitting receiver for things she can't comprehend and can't fully, like, vocalize either. But, there's that layer of tragedy. But then after 6 episodes of The Haunting of Harrenhal, Damon turns around in one of his madcap visions, which I presumed were the work of Alice, but apparently they're the work of Helaena, which, okay.
Is that what that was implying? Because I wasn't really sure what to make of that.
Helaena is fully cognizant in that vision, and, like, speaks in a way that she's never spoken before, where she's like, talking to Damon directly, person on opposite side of this war, who masterminded the death of my son. Like, here is the vision, here is what you must do, here's what it's all been building towards, and then she's on the parapet in the same position wearing the same clothes, so it implies that she was literally, like, having a vision and sharing it with Damon and talking to Damon. And then she even turns around to Aemond and just, like, again, whereas before her visions were, like, half known and fragmented, here she's like, I have read the script for next season, here is how you die, exactly, Aemond. It'll happen on the 3rd of November at 12:02 p.m. You'll be killed above the God's Eye, someone will stab you in the face, you will fall. And you're like, she can just do that? She can see things that clearly and just vocalize them to people.
Yeah, can't you?
Well, I don't like to brag, but also I'm not on a show where that would have been a really handy thing to have done several episodes ago to people.
Well, she never really cared for Jaehaerys.
Somebody made that joke in chat. Helaena never cared much for Jaehaerys. Innocent or otherwise.
He wasn't the prince that was promised.
Well, no. We joke, though, but honestly, like, it does feel like a lot of her motivations and the choices that she seems to make by the end of the season are motivated by her, quote unquote, knowing the script and knowing the right to happen. Yeah,
she speaks with the writer's mouth now, and that's not good. I never like it when a character is doing that, particularly a character where the excuse is, but they see things. It's like, so she's just read the script then. That's effectively what that boils down to. Like, she's read the script.
Yep.
Cool.
She picked up a copy of Fire and Blood at Barnes and Noble. And she was actually reading it in episode 2 when they were on the carriage.
I want to address this one comment. Helaena knew her son was going to die. If you pay close attention, she knitted his funeral shawl before Blood and Cheese.
Yeah, but she's not aware of why she's doing these things. The way it was portrayed all the way back through season 1 and season 2, early season 2, is that, yes, she does things that preempt the future, but she doesn't fully understand why she's doing them until it's already happened, right? She's in a dream state. She's fuzzy and hazy. She doesn't have full cognizance of this.
What a horrible life. What a horrible existence that would be.
Well, again, there's a reason why, even amongst the blacks, Helaena is loved, because they're like, she's a sweet, innocent girl. She couldn't hurt a fly. She's, like, effectively simple. She's basically Hodor with visions.
Well, and unfortunately, when it comes to a character like that, a quiet, innocent character with foresight, it allows the writers to basically project whatever they want to on her.
Yeah.
Which,
especially because she's a woman, and as we know from season 2, women's jobs is just to, like, sit there and look pretty and, to make sure no one hurts anyone else. Women aren't allowed to be more complicated than that. They're just all little peacemakers. They're all born diplomats, really.
Well, they were somewhat complicated in season 1, but not so much.
Yeah, they were.
Well,
That's all been stripped out of them, because who needs a show where women have agency in a show that is theoretically about a woman being usurped of her rightful positions?
Oh, by the way, I take issue with something that you guys said much earlier about Rhaenys. You said that they've made her into somebody who's much more, level-headed, and she makes all the right decisions. She was definitely doing that when she burst out of the floor. And,
that's the thing that this show
arguably she was.
Season 2 likes to kind of just ignore that happened. So.
Well, yeah, other than Damon being like, you could have just killed them all. This entire war is your fault.
Remember when when Kristen Cole paraded Meleese's head around King's Landing, and everyone was like, nobody even thought to bring up the whole, oh, that's the dragon that killed a bunch of us during the coronation.
Yeah,
fuck that dragon.
The people of King's Landing are very fickle. They change very quickly. It's like, oh, we love Rhaenyra. Oh, Rhaenyra killed a child. She's terrible. Oh, we're starving. We love Rhaenyra. Oh,
even though she's the one starving us.
There was this is a small thing, but there was some really clunky dialogue amongst the small folk characters this season, because obviously they're setting up the whole they're discontented with the rulers, and Rhaenyra is gonna essentially help them out, and and they're gonna help her and that sort of thing. And there was a part where when Hugh was he stopped, she'd sent the food, right? And then there were a bunch of people running around with armfuls of food, and Hugh stopped one of them and was like, "Where did you get that?" And he goes "Oh, the Queen Rhaenyra sent boats and boats of food." And then Hugh runs off, and then he just yells back she thinks of us even now. And I was like, oh, that's cringe.
Well, yeah, again, in terms of the clunkiness of that, because here's the thing, right? If Rhaenyra, let's put yourself in Rhaenyra's shoes here and try to imagine what would actually happen. You've blockaded the gullet. Food is not getting in. Because, apparently food isn't coming up the Rose Road. I guess the Beesbury forces are preventing that, or the Tyrells just aren't helping. We'll get to what the show thinks about the Tyrells and Dawn and shit later, because, oh my god. That... The Rose Road, for whatever reason, is just not an option, despite that figuring heavily into the plot of the starving people of King's Landing and Game of Thrones. It's all coming in from the gullet, and that's been closed off by Rhaenyra. But you've whipped up this discontent. The people are starving, so you want to now push that into an open flame against the Greens by sending them, showing the people that if you were in charge, you'd give them food. So you send these boats on the gullet onto the beach with loads of food.
You're starving us.
Well, no. So again, I can just about gather, because they sort of try and address this, right? Where they're because Aegon's well, we're not the ones starving them, and Alicent's yeah, but we're in charge, and they're looking to us to make it right. The idea is if they're starving, it's because we're bad rulers, and if we're bad rulers, then maybe Rhaenyra should be on the throne, even if she's the one causing this. Which I can sort of get, but. You're the Greens. You're watching from the Red Keep. You're commanding the City Watch or whatever, and a whole bunch of boats of food turn up on the beach. What do you do?
I take all the fucking boats, and I take all the food, and either I keep it for, the Greens, or I distribute it in the name of King Aegon.
Yeah, to try and regain that advantage. I'm thinking I think that would have been a smarter thing. So you have the scene where they notice this is happening from the keep. They send soldiers down to try and cordon off the food and push the people away and get the food under control, even if it's for a good intention. Even so, it's we can ration it and hand it out in the name of Aegon. But then, if you're the people, what you're seeing is that these rulers who are deeply unpopular are sending their gold cloaks to steal all the food. These nobles who Mysarea's spies have been in taverns telling everyone they feast every night. Mm-hmm. That would kick off a riot. Like the one we see later, but in a way that actually makes fucking sense, where people are acting like actual humans that have, that make decisions for rational, in character rational reasons, rather than just having a clunky set of small folk running around being Rhaenyra is helping us, yay!
She thinks of us even now.
Yeah, and then going to the Sept and being you're the usurper. How long live Queen Rhaenyra?
Yeah, because the thing is the small folk. Obviously, they care about who's on the throne, because obviously who's on the throne matters in terms of who's going to protect us and feed us and keep our cities from collapsing. But at the same time, at the end of the day, it's all just the same thing to them, and it doesn't matter as long as they're the ones who are being taken care of. So well, I don't know that they're going to just Sorry, go ahead.
There's a wonderful quote in the books when Tyrion is talking to young Griff about this, when young Griff is essentially parroting the same bullshit that Viserys thought, where it's oh, when I go back to the Seven Kingdoms, they'll rise, and in my name, the small folk are drinking secret toasts to my coming. And they want me, not a usurper. And Tyrion's like, the small folk don't give a shit who sits on the Iron Throne. Like, the small folk care about a good harvest and being left alone, and they never are.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously in the show we had that thing where Dany's like, the people will support me, and Tyrion's like, let's be generous and assume that's going to happen.
Well, and it's interesting to think, like, if, hypothetically, Rhaenyra were to end up in King's Landing at some point in the future, like, it would be really awkward if suddenly the small folk at that point were like, oh no, Rhaenyra is here to destroy us, when, like, a few episodes prior, they were, like, praising her for sending them food. It's like, I wonder what the reactions actually would end up being. Like, it just...
Unfortunately, we're going to get something similar to that going forward, so I can't wait to see how they try and justify that.
I know about that, but I'm talking about, like,
before that, Yeah, well, I guess we'll wait to see how they botch that one.
Yeah.
As I'm cradling my child's bones that has just been turned to ash from Rhaenyra's dragons, and I'm like, she thought of us even then.
Oh god, yeah.
But also, to go back a little bit, like Meleys bursting through the floor and the fact that the people seem to have forgotten that happened. Yeah. What I find really entertaining is like, you were like, oh, well, Rhaenys wasn't exactly peaceful then, but like, no, but the show did try and paint that as her being peaceful. They're like, oh, she could have killed Aegon and all of the usurpers, but she's like, no, I'm restrained. And Damon later on is like, that was a really stupid decision, you stupid, stupid cow.
And it was.
Well, as far as like the small folks' reaction to that, they seem to try and recontextualize it in this show. They seem to have some level of self-awareness that what they did in that episode of season 1 was a bit of an issue that they need to reconcile, because they have that line from Otto during season 2 when he's like, they already see you as weak, Aegon. Like, a dragon escapes from the dragon pit. I forget what other things he lists off, but he's like, the people see an ill omen.
Oh, rat catchers!
Oh, rat catchers!
Yeah. Well, no, it's in the episode earlier, the scene earlier than that.
I remember that, yeah, because this is like right after he found out his son was dead, and he was like, "I will not be seen as weak." He's like, "You're already seen as weak."
Yeah, and he cites Meleys bursting out of the floor as an example of the people seeing an ill omen. So the writers seem to be trying to lead us to believe that the people are more like fearful of like these omens than they are angry over like the people that Meleys killed when she burst out of the floor.
Oh, I thought the dragons was gods.
Yeah, like shit like that.
Yeah, really clunky dialogue.
Yeah,
like that.
really clunky.
Again, my criticism is like, I applaud the intent, not the execution, but at least they're trying with the small folk on that front. The issue there is obviously the way Rhaenys is characterized, of like, she just doesn't take the decision that would like save her entire family's fucking lives, because again, like, she's committed at that point. Like, she's been imprisoned by Alicent and she's had to escape, and the implicit threat was, support us or we'll kill all your children and destroy your house. Right? So like, you're committed at that point. You either bend the knee to Alicent and move House Velaryon to support them, or you kill all of the Greens when you have the chance. There isn't a middle ground. Again, the show keeps on trying to insist to me that there's this gaping middle ground between these two sets of actions, and I'm like, no, there isn't.
Well, there
Unfortunately
is.
For Rhaenyra, the men on
for 6 episodes.
Well, but so this feeds back in, right? Because this will move us on to Damon, I think, as well. Like, the way this gets painted in terms of like the men and Jace as well on Rhaenyra's council, when they're like, we should go to war, we should do these things, we should take action, and it's like, oh, they're just warmongers who don't really know what they're talking about, and they're bad, and like, it's good that Rhaenyra's here to rein them in. I'm like, no, they're absolutely right, and like, had people just listened to Damon from the get-go, she would already sit the Iron Throne and all the Greens would be dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
In fact, this was where I would bring us on to Damon. There's an annoying thing that's started to happen in this season, and it happened with roughly regressing Alicent and Rhaenyra, but it's happening. It's an echo of what happened in season 6 to 8 of Game of Thrones, where characters are the only way to build up characters is to tear other ones down. Damon in this season has been torn down, but not competently, right? They're clearly, I get what they're going for. They're trying to put him through this arc of like having come into a more mature understanding of like the realization he already had in season 1 of like why he's actually doing anything that he's doing, which is ultimately for family. Like, he doesn't really want to sit the throne. He just wants to matter to the people he loves, and to feel like he matters, and to feel important. But the only way to like have that arc apparently in this season was to insist that all his actions and decisions and thoughts and vocalizations are stupid and arrogant and incompetent and politically unsavvy, even though they absolutely should and would work should work in the show and would work in a real life setting version of this, but the show just contrives events to be like, no, he made the bad decision actually. Like this insane consequence happened, that couldn't possibly have been foreseen, and therefore Damon made the bad choice. And you're like, no, that's just not how that works.
Well, and it's really a shame too, because a lot of the scenes that we get in some of those like visions and dreams that he has, bereft of the context surrounding them, they were actually like
there's some good stuff in there.
Yeah. Like,
if you condense it.
Yeah, like when they brought back Paddy to play Viserys, and like he hugs him this time when he's mourning the death of his wife, like that was
I should have been there for you, and I'm here now, and it's like I can't help but my cold dead heart that's shriveled up and dying can't help but sputter out a nice little aww.
It was good, yeah, but it's just the context
Still love
the fact that they've walked him back a bit. It's like
when they have that first, when he comes into the throne room in the vision, and Viserys is there being like the heir for a day, and Damon's first thing is like, you can't still
be mad about this.
It's been decades, my man. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, because like he's back in the moment, but like it still feels like the present to him. It's kind of a nice little way of doing that, I guess. I don't know.
Because, and again, like I say, I get what they're going for, right? Of like Damon is going on an arc of deepening his understandings. The problem is like he doesn't actually. That's not actually what's being shown on screen. He's regressed. He's gone backwards. Now he seems to be genuinely like, oh, I just want power and the throne. I want to. That's how I feel special.
Kill Rhaenyra if I have to, and it's like, oh,
yeah, that's just not something season 1 Damon would ever have done, like ever. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of season 1 Damon, like to a quite grossly simplistic degree. And again, then there's the pacing problem if they stretch it out for 6 episodes, which, I'll leave that to one side for now because it brings us on to Daeron, and also, but in terms of like what Damon is doing for those 6 episodes, when he's not having, hallucinatory fever dreams, courtesy of Alice Rivers,
or Helaena,
they have him taking like, or Helaena, whoever it was, both, I guess. They have him do like decisions where like they are the right decisions mostly, except for the one time they have him doing something inexplicably out of character. So like he goes to the River Lords and he's like, I'm going to threaten you with my dragon to stay loyal to your oath to my brother. Assemble your armies, march for King's Landing, do what you're you're supposed to be fucking doing, basically. Which is absolutely the right thing to do. And again, like he is sitting on their land with a big ass fucking dragon, and he's got a reputation as like an unstable lunatic. They should absolutely be falling in line, which is again what happens in the books. He literally lands Caraxes on Riverrun and goes, "Follow me or I'll kill you." And the River Lords are like, yeah, okay, that makes sense, honestly. We don't really want to die.
But Jolly, there's 4 seasons.
But they're proud, Jolly. Yeah, the River Lords are stubborn.
Yeah, so they have this insane thing where the River Lords are like, oh, we're not going to bow down to you because you're a tyrant. I'm like, no. Again, like, what did he actually do, right? So he gets the Blackwoods to take children captive from the Brackens and burn their lands because the Brackens refuse to bend the knee. And I'm like, but that's totally fair. They're traitors.
That's war.
Yeah.
Like they're already doing that to each other, aren't they? Like,
well, first of all, yeah, they're already killing each other, and that's nothing to do with Damon. But secondly, like, they are now avowed traitors to the crown. And you have it, like, honestly, that bit where they say "fuck off" and then they ride off, and he doesn't burn them with Caraxes is insane to me. He should absolutely just burn them to a crisp.
Yeah, like funny moment, haha. He's sitting on a rock, and he's like, "I can't believe they'd rather burn than kneel." But it's like, He wouldn't have let them live. He would have just killed them.
He would have killed them and then paraded their burnt corpses around the Riverlands, being like, this is the fate of all traitors.
But you see, they would rather burn than kneel, and those are the kinds of men he needs in his army.
Well, but even though these lords all bent the knee rather than burn until Aegon.
And not to mention, like, okay, the Lord steps out of line, fine, you burn the Lord and do the best you can to get the rest of House Bracken to fall in line. And if they don't, you burn the rest of them. How many men does House Bracken even have left at this point after the Battle of the Burning Mill?
Not many, surely.
So they're not much of a loss compared to the other houses that are fully intact at this point.
And on top of that, and again, this is the insanity of no one fucking talking to each other, even when they're like right next to each other. It's like Jace comes back, goes off to talk to the Freys, because he's like, we're going to have to negotiate passage over the twins for Kragan's Winter Wolves that I've gotten, I've secured in support. And the Freys, lest we forget, are the richest and second biggest house of the Riverlands, and arguably the most militarily powerful at this point. Like, the Tullys have been keeping everyone in line because they're good at that, but they're not the strongest house. They never have been. They're just the Lord Paramount. I say just, but you know what I mean. The Freys are already sworn to Rhaenyra. But you know what I mean. Like in terms of military strength, they're not like the Lannisters who have the largest army in the Westerlands.
Yeah.
You know, the Freys have a bigger army than the Tullys do, and they're richer, and they command a much more strategically important point on the map. And they have already bent the knee to Rhaenyra thanks to Jace. Their levies should already be moving south to join with Damon, or north to join with Cregan. Or waiting at the Twins for Cregan to cross and then marching with him. So if you are Damon, and if everyone was still talking to each other instead of being completely insane, you would be able to burn Bracken to a crisp, go land your dragon on Riverrun, and be like, the Freys are already backing us, and I've killed the traitors to the crown who rose against us. Follow me or die.
Yeah.
And then they would all be following him, which is, again, effectively what happens in the books. But, as you said, because we need to stretch this season out for like another 6 episodes of nothing burger, they just have things go badly wrong, and that paints Damon as incompetent somehow, and then Oscar Tully turns up and having suddenly grown balls off screen, and be like, oh, you've made a real mess of this. And like, no, he hasn't. The show has just contrived it to make it a mess.
Well, yeah, and it's funny you mentioned Oscar Tully, because the way that they drag that out is he meets with Oscar Tully very early on, and Oscar basically says, like, well, my grandsire is still alive. I mean, he's basically in a vegetative state, but he's still alive, and I can't make decisions while he's still alive. But, like, I don't know that that's even true. Like,
yeah, like, who makes decisions for, like, on a daily basis at Riverrun, if not Oscar? If Grover's too sick to do anything.
Here's the thing, it's definitely not true, because I don't know if you remember this in Game of Thrones seasons 1 and 2. There was a lord of a great house, a paramount lord, who was incapacitated by illness, so his son made all the big decisions, and that guy's name was Edmure Tully.
Respect Edmure.
Yeah, so like this happened, like not only does this happen, we've seen it happen with the same house. Like Edmure Tully rallied the Riverlands because Hoster Tully couldn't. Oscar Tully could absolutely rally them, and also like they then make a big deal of like, oh, the River Lords are unique, except I guess for the North, who are also like this, in that they keep their oaths really strongly. They really care about their oaths, and they hate oath breakers. And I'm like, but you are totally cool with the Brackens breaking their oaths to Viserys, even though that's what rallies you all in support of Damon later, that you all keep your oaths.
But weren't there?
Has the show forgotten how?
Didn't they swear oaths to Rhaenyra when she was named heir? So. Yeah,
that's my point, right? It's like they have sworn. Well, Damon's her representative, so like, yeah, they are swearing oaths to bend the knee to Rhaenyra. This show just absolutely dispenses with the cultural and moral differences between its world and our world whenever it's convenient for the plot, right? Because in this world, oath breaking and kinslaying are really big deals, like really big deals. But the show just forgets that, because we in the real world don't have a concept of it.
Yeah.
And it just makes things nuts. And it's only done to make Damon look incompetent so that he can go on his vision quest routine, to come to an ultimate character arc conclusion that he'd already come to in season 1. So well done, guys. And that's done timing-wise at the expense of just not bothering to introduce Daeron or give Otto any scenes.
Well, exactly, because it's like, well, what are we to do if not this with Damon? It's like, well, reduce his screen time entirely, along with Rhaenyra and Alicent while you're at it, and introduce Daeron this season. There you go.
We're told some things about Daeron, like he's mentioned a few times. Gwaine tells Alicent that he's a good boy, but we never actually get to meet him, even though he's going to be pretty pivotal to the war and to the story later on.
Let's be clear. He didn't exist in season 1.
Yeah,
the original intention I'm convinced was to write him out of canon. That was in this version of the story he wasn't going to exist.
Guys,
and then later on,
there was not a mention, not a single mention.
It wasn't even at Lena's funeral at Driftmark.
Yeah, no, wasn't at Lena's funeral, even though he's the same age as Jace. He literally wet nursed with Jace in the books. He's 6, and the show even tells us, like, as we get an age from the show, he is 16. His dragon has just taken to wing. He should absolutely. He's older than Luke. He should have been there. Where the hell was he?
Did the show establish when she sent him off to ward in Old Town?
Well, given the age that people normally ward in this universe, he probably would have been as like 10 or 9 or 10 when he went off. But that's still old enough then that we should have seen him in various scenes in season 1.
He left the day before Lena's funeral.
He's like, well, fuck.
He left the day he was born. They were like, we're going to ward him in Old Town as a baby.
Yes.
It's just absolutely nuts. And the thing is, because obviously Daeron, now that he has been introduced, now that Targaryen is flying with the Old Town host, who are taking their sweet ass time, by the way.
Yeah, wow.
Like, he is so important to the story going forwards, which I guess is why they went back and were like, oh, actually, we do need to have him in. Actually, we can't really write this in a way that makes sense if he's not here.
Yeah.
But because they made that decision, having first chosen to write him out, the season 2 had to proceed having no actor for Daeron and having no scenes written for Daeron. So instead, they just awkwardly fumbled a few like mentions of him into the plot, CGI'd in a dragon at the end, in a blink and you'll miss it shot, and we're like, yeah, Daeron's around, don't even worry about it. He's somewhere. So like by the time he actually turns up, we're gonna get like 2 or 3 episodes of him.
He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?
Well, and it is kind of amusing. The one scene with Alicent where she's talking to her brother Gawain and like asking about Daeron, and she basically comes to the conclusion that it's like, according to my brother anyway, Daeron is like a better boy than Aemond and Aegon was because he wasn't raised by me. It's like that's their way of trying to like I see what you're doing, writers. I see you trying to like now you're trying to make up time with Daeron while also making it like relevant to Alicent's character. Like I see what you're trying to do. It's very cute.
Yeah. Also, she's completely right. Like Daeron is better because Alicent wasn't in his life.
yeah. I mean, she's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like this season could have had scenes with either he and Otto are just like in a plot line together talking, or because we find out at the end of the season that Otto has been taken captive by presumably the Tyrells or maybe the Beesburys. I'm not really sure. That could have just been a factor this season, and that could have been what Daeron's been doing. He's like trying to rescue his grandfather.
Well, and also there's all sorts of interesting things we could have done. Which like there's a weird thing that they should have done that they didn't do. Because remember the significance of Alicent's green dress in season 1.
Mm-hmm. How could I not? That's the when Larys fucking explicitly tells us when she shows up in it.
They go to the trouble of having Larys literally be like, that is the color of the High Tower flame when they call their banners to war. Mm-hmm. And like we have seen the Old Tower host march, but they didn't bother showing us the Old Tower glowing green. Which like what a missed opportunity that is. We could have had like 5 or 6 or more scenes of Daeron in Old Town as a sweet kid learning to knight, and with the side of his family who actually seem to be treating him quite well and nicely, and like then the war breaks out and they hear about it from afar, and his grandfather's brother is calling the banners, and Otto might even be there to like try and be like mold. Maybe he's got an eye on molding Daeron now that he knows that Aegon is not a good king.
Yeah.
We could have all this, like a bit like Tywin did with Tommen. Yeah, like all these things that you could be doing, and then you conclude the season with like the lighting of the tower in green and Daeron and the host marching out to war. All of these things you could have done, to build up Otto, to build up Daeron, to build up the High Towers, and we know nothing about them now.
Well, and now we know that they're obviously going to have to play a lot of catch up early next season. I mean, like I said, my theory, it's a pretty obvious theory, but. Because we see that one shot of Otto like apparently in some sort of prison cell, like Sheev said, it seems like he's either been captured by the Tyrells or the Beesburys. It seems like that's what the show's leading us to believe.
I'd love to know what the Tyrells are doing, but sorry, continue.
Yeah, and they might spend like all of like season 3, episode 1 catching us up on like Daeron's character, and he might be the one who ends up like saving Otto, I suppose. And like that's gonna be their way of trying to fast track a character for Daeron like early in season 3.
Yeah, but that should have been done throughout.
Should have been done here.
Agreed.
It's a missed opportunity, and it's resulted in a very weirdly stilted season pacing wise. And actually, I guess maybe just to round off the pacing discussion is we again like the later seasons of Game of Thrones, we have teleportation is in full effect, which is really annoying. Characters just pop up on the map wherever they're needed, and more often than not, they just go, oh, well, they have dragons, so they can just get from A to B like that. And like dragons still take time to get places. Westeros is big.
Well, it's like Game of Thrones season 7 all over again. Like that was one of the most common criticisms of that season. They called it like the Westeros Express.
I mean, like, not only did Gendry bury Allen his way back to the Wall after having presumably gone several dozen miles north of it, but then he sent a raven to Dragonstone, which somehow made it all the way to Dragonstone so that so that Daenerys could like see the message and then fly all the way over the wall to where Jon and them are. It's like, what the fuck?
And find them.
Yeah, and find them. And it's like, how many weeks have passed? How have they not frozen to death?
It's the same thing, right? Jace goes to the wall. Like, we start off with Jace on the wall, which I don't know why he's on the wall, other than like we want to make an Others White Walkers reference when this should be happening at Winterfell with a whole plot line around Sarah Snow that we've just cut from the show that could have been used to flesh out Jace as a character. But
and
we're not going to
again,
do that.
like actually have things happen to help the pacing.
Yeah, because Jace is only allowed to mule in the corner. That's all he's allowed to do, and occasionally gripe about the fact that his legitimacy has been taken away by Rhaenyra's dumbass decisions, which is he's totally right about. But oh well. But there are things like he'll pop up in the Vale, and then the Wall, and then he'll be at the Twins, and then he'll be back for the he'll go back to the funeral, and he'll go back to the
he'll be home in time for
the Riverlands. Yeah, and they just have him just teleporting all over the place, and ditto for other characters as well. Like Damon teleports, and Rhaenyra teleports, and Alicent teleports. They just get places instantly.
Yeah, like
and
it's not
actually
quite on the level of like it's not quite
on
the level of the Gendry. It's
it is. It is because we have Aegon's miraculous healing. So like, Aegon obviously gets fried in the Battle of Rook's Rest and dropped from a great height. He's broken basically every bone in his body, and his entire left side of his body is burnt to a crisp. They have to they remove his dick because it's exploded like a sausage.
He looks like fucking Anakin Skywalker. Like,
yeah, he looks like Harvey Two-Face from The Dark Knight. Like they've had to peel the armor off of his flesh, and like he is messed up.
Yeah, that was crazy. That scene where they're first taking off the armor.
Yeah, like the fact that he survived it all is nothing short of miraculous. Like Orwyn or whatever the Maester's called should get a raise.
Maester Orwyle.
Yeah, Orwyle, that's his name. Like, man, he's a miracle worker.
He's a good man.
But like 2 episodes later, his burns are mostly healed over, like with fresh skin. Like they look like they're several months old, and he's like learning to walk again. And I'm like, I'm sorry, how long has it been?
Well, and it's not even necessary. Like they could just have it so that in the later episodes of the season, he can like talk again, like in very low tones, so that you can have like a couple of those scenes that I actually think were pretty good. The scenes with Larys, I think those were pretty solid scenes.
That scene that scene where he's talking about like what life as a cripple is going to be and what it's going to mean for him and how people are going to perceive him, and like just great performance, great dialogue, great writing, great scene.
That was like Larys's most powerful scene in the show thus far.
Yeah.
Well, you could also have made Larys more proactive, right? Because it could have even been the case that like Aegon was just in no fit state to condone leaving or staying. Like he had no idea what was going on, and Larys was like, "No, I need to get him out of here, or he'll be killed," and just moves him.
Yeah, just have it so that he has people, pick up the bed or put him in like a stretcher or whatever to move him. You don't need to have it so that he's walking around again. I don't know.
Fire cannot kill a dragon. I'm not being serious. I know damn well it can. Daenerys is an exception, but it's just funny to me.
Oh yeah,
just like egg on the crispy, egg on the bacon burns.
Oh, God. Well, there's one. It's a bit off topic, but I do want to address one comment where he said the writers aren't even sure who has Otto. Yeah, wasn't there that quote from Ryan Condal, the showrunner, where he's like, "Hey, so who has Otto?" He's like, "I don't know."
Well, wasn't it a thing that it's like we were told to put that in? We don't really know where that's going yet.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh,
that's always a reassuring thing to hear from your writers. That they don't know where anything's going.
Don't love that at all. What the fuck?
Well,
like, you put in this detail. Where's it going? And they're like, oh no. You're like, oh,
yeah, we'll figure it out.
And like 10 years ago, I might have chalked that up to be like, all right, maybe the showrunner's being cheeky. Maybe he's just trying to like not share any details.
At this point, no, I don't believe that.
Yeah. There's so many writers. Yeah, we've heard so many quotes from so many writers in different shows where they legit do not know what's happening for certain things, like showrunners and writers.
Yeah, that's definitely a case of me just not knowing what to do with the script.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was so weird. It was such a weird moment, such a weird like blink if you miss a moment where like Otto is just thrown into that montage at the end. You're like, what?
I was like, did I fucking miss an episode? What the hell? What is this?
Okay, so on that topic, there are some major. This is the world building, man, is in tatters. There are major players, like kingdom style power players, who are just either barely mentioned or not talked about at all. Like, what are the Tyrells doing? They are like House Hightower are their bannermen.
Yeah,
the Tyrells are the overlords of House Hightower.
Of the Hightowers, yeah.
So what are they doing? Where are they at? Like, obviously the book has answers to this, but the show hasn't bothered supplying them. So we have no idea what the Tyrells are. Again, the book has answered this, but like surely we should have seen scenes of both the Greens and the Blacks being like, we need to reach out to the Tyrells. We need to try and get them on side, to rally them to our cause.
Well, I mean, if Rhaenyra had rallied the Tyrells to her cause, she'd have the entire reach.
Yeah, other than the High Towers, and the High Towers would be pinned in and destroyed.
Yeah.
Well, and the only mention we get of it is Alicent. When I think Otto suggests that he's going to return to Old Town, Alicent instead should suggest that he should go to Highgarden instead. That's like all we get as far as the Tyrells are concerned. So he might be there, but it's still something. It's still a foregone conclusion that they're pushing it to next season, assuming we get the Tyrells at all.
Well, it's like we get the same thing with both Dawn and the Iron Islands, because they're like, oh, we sent a letter. We have the Green Council. We're like, we sent a letter to Dalton Greyjoy, the Red Kraken. He's not doing anything yet. It's because he's waiting to see what happens. And I'm like,
that did happen in the book, though. To be fair,
didn't
right?
they mention?
True, but
I think they mentioned later that the Greyjoy fleet is like on its way to help break the Sea Snake's fleet at the Gullet.
No, because again, spoilers ahead. The Greyjoy side with Rhaenyra. Dalton Greyjoy leads raids on Lannisport because he's like opportunistically taking out the Westerlands whilst Tyland's away.
But it was in the latter half of the war, right? Like he wasn't an early player.
Oh, sure, but my criticism here is like I'm glad we had the line at least referencing him from the green side, but why the hell are the Blacks not talking about him? Surely we should have had a scene where they're like, we need to reach out to the Tyrells, we need to reach out to the Iron Islands. Like, we need to check up on the Vale to make sure they're actually sending the fucking soldiers they promised. And actually, I have things to say about the Vale in a second. But also, and then Dawn as well. Like, Dawn is not part of the Seven Kingdoms right now, but they are still a major military force. You could try and broker an alliance. You have unmarried children on both sides.
Yep.
Well, and it's interesting because I know that the Iron Islands are on the complete opposite side of Westeros, and so they would have to sail their ships like all the way around. But like the Hightower fleet and the Lannister fleet are doing that. It's going to take them months to get there, sure, but they're at least moving. They're on the move. So yeah, like you said,
apparently not. Apparently they're going to teleport there next season.
Probably, yeah.
No, not probably. Like literally, the ending of the season was like Thailand on the Tyroshi ships, and like sure, they're like that's the Tyroshi fleet, but they're going to join up with the Lannister fleet. That was the plan.
Well, the Lannisters have to sail. They have to sail like south, and then like around the southern coast of Westeros.
Yeah, around the Broken Horn of Dawn.
Yeah. Whereas I think, like the Tyroshi fleet actually is closer.
Sure, but again, the show is because again, this is what the show is explicit. So the books obviously have the Tyroshis acting basically on their own here. Thailand isn't even with them, I don't think, in the books. But in the show, Thailand is explicitly like, we're going to join up with the Lannister fleet and then smash the Gullets. And I'm like, really? The Lannister fleet are going to be there next season, like at the Battle of the Gullets, because holy teleportation, Batman.
Well, I guess if they've been on the move since like the first episode of this season, I don't know.
How long has it been?
They'd have to
because again, Aegon's healed, but
sail all the way
like
underneath Dorne and around Dorne, right, in order to get there.
Yep.
Yeah. So no, they're not making it there in time.
Well, again, I don't know how much time has passed in this season because some things seem to indicate it's months and other things indicate it's been days.
Yeah, it's hard to track time sometimes, and my suspicion is that the Battle of the Gullet is probably going to happen very early in season 3.
Well,
it'll be episode 2.
My pet theory is that it was meant to be the finale of this season, but then the writer's strike happened, so they had to push it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, almost certainly. Like episode 10 of this season would have been the Battle of the Gullet.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, the two families I want to talk about then in terms of what the hell they've been doing all season. One is the Arryns, because So, oh my goodness, Rhaenyra has been sent with young Joffrey and Aegon and Viserys. These are Rhaenyra's children, Aegon and Viserys, to stay with the Arryns whilst the Vale send their battle, their soldiers south to help Rhaenyra. Only Jane Arryn's a bit annoyed because Rhaenyra's pulled a bit of a fast one by being like, well, I'll send you dragons, but it turns out they're baby dragons. And so Jane's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I want your protection. What the hell?
Yeah, and sure, fine and dandy. I'm totally happy with that new characterization for her that is not in the books. However, I will say I think it's a missed opportunity because in the books, Jane Arryn's backstory is she is a woman who has her power, who came into her inheritance, and her male cousins tried to usurp her of her rightful place, and she managed to win back with the crown's support, with I think with Viserys' support, her rightful place, and she's in a lesbian relationship. In the books, and she's the first cousin of Rhaenyra via Emma Arryn, who's Rhaenyra's mother. So they have a lot of close ties. And Jane is a full Rhaenyra diehard Black supporter in the books.
Well, and like, of course, thematically, her story
Yeah.
reflects Rhaenyra's, and like, and that ties into the larger thing they're trying to do with what they're trying to say about gender roles in this world, and whether or not women can and should rule and lead. But also, I wanted to go back a second because like I'm not happy with the whole Rhaenyra pulled a fast one on her and sent her baby dragons, because it's like, hey. I mean, because apparently we're characterizing it as though Jane and Rhaenyra don't have any kind of special relationship. So what you've done basically is you've just slighted her while also handing her valuable hostages should she decide to side with the Greens. Dumb. That's very dumb.
Very.
What the fuck,
Extremely
Rhaenyra?
dumb.
What are you doing?
Well, and if the rationale, because she even says this, I think when I think it's in episode 3. I think the episode where she's sending off Rhaena and the kids. I think she mentioned something like, "I can no longer afford to send a full-grown dragon." It's like, all right, but you need to like communicate that to Lady Jane first. Like, you can't just like, you have to be like.
I mean, fuck, go there yourself and treat with her and try to appeal to all the things we've already gone over and been like, listen.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Dragons apparently mean instant teleportation, so.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, and the weird thing with Jane Eyre, like, because like you said, it seems like she's just an absolute bitch in this show who doesn't have like, and who's only looking out for herself and doesn't really like. And sure, Rhaenyra kind of pulled a fast one on her, but she also doesn't seem to have like any particular love for Rhaenyra or her family or the Black Cause or anything like that. Whereas in the books, like, she was very much like a supporter of Rhaenyra. It does feel like for some of these changes that they make compared to the book, it seems like they're changing things just for the sake of changing things. Like, just to be kind of cheeky about it and be like, hey, you read the book and thought one thing, well, it turns out that the real history was something completely different. Like, I don't know, it seems like that's, they do some of those, they make some of those decisions arbitrarily, I don't know, just to change things.
Well, there's a big one in terms of Rhaena that I want to get into in a second, because my good golly gosh, what they do to a certain character or not include a certain character is very bad. But before we get to that, there's actually one last family I want to talk about before we get onto more specific characters I'd like to discuss, and that is the Velaryons, which is Corlys this season, and Alan and Adam. How many scenes do we have of Alan just standing on the fucking dock saying, "Yes, sir"?
Yeah, it gets very repetitive very quickly. They don't do anything like the first actual interesting and meaningful conversation that Alan and Corlys have is in the fucking season finale.
Yep, and Corlys, despite being the hardened battle commander, the only one really who's been to war other than Damon, and the only one left and now Hand of the King, and who should really want revenge given that Rhaenys is dead, is just bumming around, not doing much, which is a bit of a shame because he was a really interesting character in season 1, and in season 2 he doesn't seem to be around very much at all. I liked Adam. Adam was cool.
He was neat.
Yeah. Adam was a Chad.
It still felt repetitive whenever like there were multiple scenes, not nearly as many, thank God, of him basically just being like, "Hey, Alan, by the way, like we're Corlys' sons, and you have an opportunity here, like please," and then Alan going, "No," and that that scene going for like multiple episodes over and over again.
Well, there's also the incredible strangeness of Corlys keeping Adam and Alan's parentage to himself during the Dragon Seeds thing. And then the very strange conversation he has with Alan, where he's like, "My bloodline are no dragon lords." Like, you have so much Targaryen blood in Velaryon ancestry.
Confused.
What are you talking about?
I'm very confused about that line, because the way he words it implies he has no dragon rider blood, which is, as you just said, bullshit. But also that maybe Alan's mother did, and that's or Adam's mother.
Who knows?
And like that's why she. And I'm just like, what the fuck? What are we talking about? Who else could it be if not the Velaryons and Targaryens at this point?
Well, it creates a slight kind of issue, right? Because imagine like you're Rhaenyra, right? And the Velaryons are obviously a high Valyrian family with lots of Targaryen ancestry, and then a black sailor in service to the Lord Corlys turns up on top of sea smoke, and you're like, wow, who could you possibly be? It's like, well, clearly he's a bastard. Like, I mean, like, who else could he be?
Yeah.
Like, how many black people do you see on this fucking island, Rhaenyra? Honestly.
Also, and this is a small thing, but like, did it ever feel like they were just reusing the exact same dock set for every single scene on Driftmark?
They were.
Yes.
They absolutely were.
Why? It makes it feel so small. It feels like a fucking Disney
Yeah,
Channel
because-
production.
Because Driftmark isn't allowed to have a large dock, even though it's the preeminent naval power in the realm.
I understand budgetary restraints. I understand, trying to be, what's the word? Like, efficient with your resources. But, like, if you're gonna use the same set, at least angle the cameras in different places so that it looks like a different area. I don't know. Something.
Well,
Or at least don't have so many damn scenes between Corlys and
yeah,
Adam,
stop having those
like,
many scenes. Yeah.
Is this an order, my lord?
Well, but
Yes.
like,
So,
it is worth pointing out as well in terms of the budget thing of like apparently the season 2 had its budget slashed from season 1 along with its episode count because HBO basically were like, well, it's a success now, so people are going to watch it regardless, so we can save some money.
oh, fuck you, HBO.
And still make a profit. And it was like, oh my god, that mentality is why Warner Brothers is going down. Please stop doing this.
Well,
Stop letting Harvard Business School graduates make artistic decisions, please.
The comparison I was going to make is like you look at the behind the scenes for filming for A New Hope, and like for the Death Star scenes, they basically had one hallway that they built, and that big open area where the Falcon was docked and everything like that, and like those were basically the only set pieces for the Death Star. So they just reused the same hallway over and over and did different camera angles to make it look like different areas of the Death Star, which I greatly appreciated because that's how you fucking do that when you have one set to work with.
Well,
Yep, you have to be intelligent with how you spend your money and how you use that money and how you use what you've built with that money.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, yeah. Well, and this is kind of a wider thing, but Sheev, I know that you rewatched the season in prep for this stream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Jolly you did. But
Yeah, I did.
I just want to say that, like, I don't know how you guys felt about this, but upon rewatching the whole season, like binging it, rather than watching it episode to episode, like week per week when it first aired, it was so much more of a slog to get through.
Yeah.
Yes.
Holy
It took me several days to get through it, and usually
so much repetition.
Usually when I rewatch to take notes for a stream, it does take me a little bit of time because obviously I'm pausing and I'm writing down my notes, so it's taking me longer to get through each individual episode. But like, I usually couldn't get through more than like 2 in one single sitting. It took a long time to rewatch it for this stream.
Yeah, and it wasn't even the note-taking thing. It was more so just like, oh god.
Yeah, I was bored. I was like,
that's the thing.
Jolly, you're gonna. This is gonna be a weird thing to hear me say, but I was like, I'd rather be watching The Boys for my video right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I would rather be watching The Boys than watching House of the Dragon. Like, what the fuck is this?
Well, this show is not cataclysmically terrible.
No,
but it's also it's that awkward middle ground of being extremely boring, where there's often not a lot to talk about, like for good or for bad, and I don't know.
Well, it's that thing of and this comes back to what we were saying earlier about like the overall nature of the pacing, where like the world moves quickly, but the characters just don't seem to be moving to match it, so that it feels really disconnected and whiplashy, like simultaneously very slow and very quick.
Yep.
Lots of things are happening, but they don't carry any weight because the characters don't move around them and don't react to them at all. Or don't really seem to have any part in making them. They just seem to happen around them. It's weird. Like the plot moves around the characters like water around rocks in a stream.
Yeah,
it's bizarre.
And like the monotony of like Rhaenyra being so indecisive for so many of her scenes season, that is compounded so much worse when you're binging the whole season, because there's at least one of those in every single episode. And so, like, when you get those, like, in a row, you're just like, oh my god, I cannot take this.
There's actually a comparison I want to make, because it's about how Game of Thrones seasons 1 to 4 did characterization versus how season 2 of House of the Dragon's been doing it, right? In terms of, like, the breadth of what you allow to be possible behind, in terms of, like, what can change a character. So, do you remember when Tyrion is leading the defense of of King's Landing during the Battle of Blackwater? Of
course.
And Sandor Clegane comes back inside because he sees fire and he's done. He's like, I'm not going out there again. And Tyrion's like, but you have to. Someone has to go out there or we're fucked. Like, we need to stop them from battering down that gate. And Sandor's like, fuck off. And then Tyrion has that moment where he looks around at all the men. The king has just been pulled back as well, so they've all lost their morale. And Tyrion's like looking around and he goes, oh shit, it has to be me. I have to do this. And then he's like, okay, I'll do this. I'm doing this. And like picks up his axe and gives the speech. That fucking great speech. Like, there's a brave men out there. Let's go kill them.
Let's go kill them.
And like, you know, and then he runs out and leads the battle, and that's a huge moment of character growth for Tyrion. That like he's forced into a moment where like he has to take action, and in the taking of that action, he fundamentally changes. Like he discovers new things about himself, and discovers like he can tolerate and do much more than he thought he could. Right?
Yeah,
that's like character change through action.
Yeah.
This season does not allow that. House of the Dragon Season 2, characters are only allowed to change through ponderous self-reflection. They sit around for ages and think about what they've done. And then maybe, occasionally, they'll have a slight change of heart based on their many, many scenes of repeatedly doing the same thing over and over and over again, which is incredibly tedious to watch.
Yeah, because Game of Thrones, you brought it up, but like, with Game of Thrones, even with the quote-unquote slow scenes, there was usually something new happening. Something new was being achieved in each of those scenes. Like there were no two scenes that were exactly alike for the most part. And a lot of those like slower scenes, especially like the Tyrion ones for like the first 4 seasons, you know, like just one example that springs to mind is this is after Tywin has basically laid into both of them, both him and Cersei, basically being like, my children, you've disgraced the name Lannister for the last time. Because, you know, Cersei is refusing to, or doesn't want to get married to Loras Tyrell.
Daughter!
Yeah. And Tyrion doesn't want to get married to Sansa because she's like an innocent, like, young girl or whatever. And so now in the following episode, the two of them have kind of confided in each other, even though they, like, usually hate each other. Because they're both kind of, like, in the same boat now. And they're talking about how, like, how do you think they're going to react to this? Referring to Loras and Sansa. And just, I don't know, like scenes like that, like they're accomplishing something.
Well, again, so the kind of pinnacle of that, again, it's that thing about comparing the quiet scenes and like what they did differently in Game of Thrones versus in House of the Dragon. It's like, do you remember that scene? It's one of my favorite scenes, not just in the Game of Thrones, but of all time, where Catelyn is making the little marker for Bran. And she's talking to Talisa. Like, Talisa wants to talk to her, and like Catelyn at first is like brushing her off, because in Catelyn's head, she's like, marrying you was a mistake. You know, you fucked everything. Fuck off. But then she actually starts talking to Talisa, and they have that little conversation where she's like, the last time I made one of these, it was, you know, for one of the boys to come down with the pox. I come down with a fever.
The pox, yeah.
And she's like, which one? And she's like, Jon Snow, who we know Jon is ever since she's treated horribly.
Yeah, she hates him.
Yeah. And she has that really incredibly amazing speech where she talks about the whys of that relationship. Like, you know, nothing is happening in the sense of like, it's a quiet scene. It's two people sitting on a rock talking. But what it's giving us is an entire recontextualization of really important motivations behind characters and like what drove them and why they did that.
When my husband brought that baby home from the war, I couldn't bear to look at it. Actually, I didn't want to see those brown stranger's eyes staring back at me, so I prayed to the gods, take him away. Make him die.
Make him die.
He got the pox, and I knew I was the worst woman who ever lived.
Yeah, and then the whole thing is like she spends the night being like, "Let him live, and I'll raise him as my own. I'll convince Ned to, you know, name him Stark and be done with it, and raise him as an actual one of us." And Talisa's like, "And then the boy lived," and she's like, "And he lived, but I couldn't keep my
promise."
That's a great.
Everything that's happened to us is because I couldn't love a motherless child.
Yeah. No, it's a great scene.
Whereas,
it's been so frustrating seeing, like, from House of the Dragon fans, like, they've been rolling out the argument that it's like, oh, you just want the big epic battle scenes rather than contemplative.
No, I want more scenes like that, please.
yeah, I want character work.
Yeah. Well, that's what
I want
are.
Meaningful politics.
They're pretending that that's what these scenes are. They think that they're like quiet, contemplative, intelligent.
So that's
scenes. They're not.
That's the comparison I want to make, right? So like the Catelyn scene compared to like Rhaenyra talking to Mysaria in the library. Like, first of all, I don't like the fact that. Well, hang on. So you'll know from the context of what I'm about to say, because I don't like the fact that that they recontextualize Mysaria as basically being female Varys. Where she's like, oh, my father raped me as a child, and like I was sold as a whore, and like I worked my way up from the dirt, you know, in all this, like, which is basically just Varys' backstory.
That's just Varys, yeah.
You know, a slightly, if anything, slightly watered down version of what happened to Varys, who arguably had an even worse time of it. But the entire context of that scene from Rhaenyra's side is just her. You know, they're trying to make it out to be like, oh, she's doing this deep thing of confiding in Mysaria, like her worries about the war. But this is a conversation she's had to various people in this series multiple times. So we're not learning anything new or gaining new insight into existing information. We're just being given the same scene on repeat, just with a different person present. And I'm just bored. Like, I sit through that scene, and I'm like, I know this.
Yeah,
like, I know this already.
I don't know how many times I can hear Rhaenyra say, I want to go to war, but my council won't let me because I'm the queen, and I feel so antsy. And it's like, okay, yeah, you said that. You said that 2 episodes ago. You said that last episode. I get it.
Yeah. It was so bad. Like, the fact that they kept repeating that. And they kept repeating it, like, right up until episode 7, I think. Like, it's deep into the season that they keep that going.
Oh, and also, I said this when the episode first aired, and I'll say it again. There was no setup for that kiss. I'm so sorry. There just wasn't. People were telling me that I missed it, but I rewatched the season with the hindsight of they're gonna kiss, and I watched it, and I was like every scene between them, I was like, there is nothing. There was a little bit in the episode where it happened, where you could kind of maybe read romantic chemistry into what they were saying, but like it was barely there. So I like, no,
because,
sorry, it's just not set
it's
up.
never mentioned again after the fact at all. It's just dropped immediately.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that an Emma Darcy edition?
Yeah, she just did it.
She did it spontaneously.
Yeah,
which is fine. Yeah, they did it, but which is fine, provided that the show then takes that creative decision and actually works into the show properly. Because it's a totally legit creative decision. If Emma thought that was what her character would do in the moment, I believe her. Just the writers then need to actually bother writing that character out consistently from that point.
At this point in the season, I just didn't recognize Rhaenyra, so I was like, maybe this is something she would do.
Who knows?
This fucking skinwalker that has killed and taken her place.
this weird, bizarre clone that is calling itself Rhaenyra. Yeah. To sum up all of this, I think that again, it's that thing of the in terms of the relationship between the show and the characters. We want the characters to be more dynamic. We want the show to be slower. We want more scope for these characters to have time and space to breathe and do things and to be characterized.
By all means, if you want this to be a 4-season show, you don't have to stretch it out artificially while also having the events of the world happen so quickly around them. You could just, every major point in the early part of this war could just be, built up to properly, the same way that Game of Thrones always did,
Yeah.
We're the battle.
Can I say to you that I don't think Damon should have left Dragonstone until at least episode 5.
Oh yeah, because we have so much setup to do. We have so much character drama to sort of juice out first before we just have him leave to go on his vision quest.
Well, you see, Baela can't decide whether she hates her dad or not.
I was gonna say
he was a bad dad.
I was gonna say there's still way more about Rhaenyra and her decision making that we didn't quite go over.
Oh, it's deep.
Okay, let's do Rhaenyra, and then I want to move on to Cole and Gwen.
Because we got sidetracked upon sidetracked upon sidetracked whenever I was trying to lay out the context for Blood and Cheese. Because I was then trying to use that to make the point of, Jaehaerys obviously dies, and that spurs a big argument between Damon and Rhaenyra because she's like, I did not want this. What the fuck is that? And then he storms off to go to Harrenhal, and this happens in episode 2. And then, because of that, Criston Cole, feeling that he cannot ever be absolved of the horrible sins that he's committed, and we're going to get to his characterization later, because it's actually good, he decides to place that guilt on the shoulders of Sir Eric to try to sort of take it away from himself, and just basically emotionally manipulates Eric into going to try to assassinate Rhaenyra. And then, of course, there's the plot of and they fight, and then both of the Erics die and whatever. And all that happens so that basically, when they're burying Eric and Eric, Rhaenys can be like, this was not condoned or sanctioned by Otto Hightower. It's way too reckless and a folly for him to have signed off on it, whatever. There's still a chance to not escalate this into a full-scale war if you can only talk to Alicent face to face. And so that gives Rhaenyra the bright idea of smuggling herself and Sir Steffan Darkland into King's Landing disguised as a Sept and a Septon. Or Septa, rather. A Sept is the building. I get, they're all the same thing.
Septon, Septa, yeah.
Septon, Septa, in the
Septa.
Yeah. But they decide to smuggle themselves in so that as disguised as a septa, Rhaenyra can speak to Alicent in King's Landing while she's praying at the Sept of Baelor. Fuck! What the fuck? What is this? What is this plan? What are we doing?
Also, not only that, she didn't bother telling her council where she was going. So from their perspective, the queen vanishes for 3 days.
Yeah, and it's then you could totally understand their frustration. This is the thing, because they always try to paint, I'll get back on topic in a second, but like, it seems like the show wants us to believe that during all those Black Council scenes, that like the counselors are in the wrong. But it's like, no, like they have every right to be fucking frustrated when she's doing shit like this.
Yeah,
literally, one of them loses his entire family and his home because while she was dicking around trying to talk to Alicent, they take his castle and kill him.
Oh yeah, they killed his father. Yeah,
yeah. Crazy. You'd think he'd be more upset about that, but nah.
You think Rhaenyra would be more upset about that, but like he's like, she's like, oh, you need to trust me. Like my counselors need to listen to me. It's like you're dicking around, just got my entire family and home.
You just went on a fucking suicide mission. It is a miracle that you're alive and that you're back here with us. Oh, by the way,
that's the thing.
He's ready. He's ready and willing to attempt to tame a dragon for her in the next.
Christ.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Wisdom Minari for $5 in the chat is correct. It is not the Sept of Baelor because Baelor hasn't been born yet. It's just the Great Sept.
Oh. I don't know the entire the timeline here. I was just.
Baelor is the son of Aegon III, so he's the grandson of Rhaenyra.
Well, since you mentioned that, there are so many other super chats that we've been getting all stream that I just have not even touched yet.
Okay, well, let's do that, and then we'll talk about Rhaenyra's decision to go talk to Alicent and why that was really stupid.
Okay, we had, all the way at the beginning, we had one from Sam for €2. Burn it all. I agree. Thank you, Sam.
Burn them all.
Dave the Mystery something. I can't read the full name. Greetings, chaps. Excited to hear you chat Hot D, smiley face. Thank you.
I always love chatting Hot D.
I chat about Hot D. I consume Hot D. Then we had one from Wisdom for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He said it clearly turns. It clearly turns on her. That's why she went and banged Cole after Aegon's son died, because she's such a good person, innocent or otherwise. I don't know. I know we're talking about Alicent. I don't know exactly what we're talking about. Oh, sorry. It clearly turns her on. I read that as turns on her. Well. The context.
She likes watching her grandchildren die.
The context of that super chat is lost to the ether now because I don't know. I don't remember what he was responding to. One from Stephen LeGresley for $5 This is your daily reminder that Sheev has a Discord, which as of today is 100% rope free. Hammers, however, remain a persistent issue. I advertise my Discord server. You guys can't say that.
You have a Discord server?
No. Okay. One from Wisdom Minari for $5. He says, I hate the quote-unquote accidents in the show versus the book. I think this was in reference to Aemond accidentally killing Luke. Because I remember him sending that in around when we were talking about that.
Well, it's an accident in the book, I'm pretty sure. Or at least it's implied to be.
I guess maybe he's saying it's better written in the book?
I think it's fine in the show.
I'm cool with it. I don't know. It's from the good season, so we're not allowed to criticize it. Another one from from Wisdom for $10. He says, "More money, guys. Good guys don't just attack."
$10 gave us a Wisdom Minari.
He did, yeah, which is more valuable, I think, than anything in the world. He said, "Good guys don't just attack enemies. That is madness. Remember season 8? They wait and wait and wait until their allies die, and then they kinda attack. Maybe a little bit, not really." I love Game of Thrones season 8. It's great.
Oh.
One from Wisdom for $5. Thank you very much, Wisdom. You're a very generous man today. Says, what do you think Rhaenys care of the small folk after she Kool-Aid mans her way through the floor and kills so many innocent small I'm going to start referring to it as she Kool-Aid.
It's reverse Kool-Aid man, right? Because they're like, we're crowning Aegon. Oh yeah, and the mayor's just like, oh no.
Somebody needs to make an edit of that. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, but he's asking what is that? What do you think that means about how Rhaenys views the small folk if she's willing to do that?
I don't think she cares terribly. Like, this is the same thing about like how what I would have said about Rhaenyra in season 1. I don't think anyone cares about the small folk other than like in the abstract. Like, I'm sure Rhaenys and Rhaenyra care about being good rulers to the people, but if you're like, there are 50 people in your way between like you and saving your kids or saving your dragon, they'd be like, yeah, fuck them.
Yeah. Those are all the super chats. We can continue now.
Okay.
I feel much better now that we're caught up on those, because that was making me antsy.
I'm going to raise a hypothetical for you, you lovely lads, and you tell me what you think would realistically happen if, in this scenario, which is, imagine Rhaenyra had pulled this stunt where she... Yes, well, thank you for beating me to the punch, but yes, like... Rhaenyra turns up, and Alicent is not amenable to talking to her, and goes, actually, I have the single greatest threat to all my children's lives right here, right now, in my grasp.
I'd let her go. Naturally, naturally, Alicent would let her go. That's something that's in character for her.
Well, so yeah, because the thought process I think they're trying to give Alicent here is like, okay, Rhaenyra is here, so I have two options. I can let her go, in which case this war will continue, and my children might die, or I can call for the guard, in which case Rhaenyra will definitely be killed. And maybe I don't want that because I really like Rhaenyra. And at this point, I stop and go, wait, hang on. Have we forgotten the entire context of their relationship post their teenage years that season 1 built up? Because these two do not love each other. Like, I'm sorry for everyone who likes to do the kind of, the characters, the actors have great... the TikTok edits and the actors have great chemistry, and like, oh, we ship them both, and really they're lesbian for each other. And it's like, I'm sorry, no, they're not, and they should fucking despise each other. And if not despise each other, then at least be grimly resigned to the fact that the other one needs to die. Like, there is 99% of all their interactions are not just bad blood, but like incredibly petty, murderously intentioned bad blood. I mean, just in the last season, Alicent forced Rhaenyra painfully up the staircase post giving birth in order to mock her bastard to her husband's face in front of the king, try to disinherit her son as a bastard, which by the way would have resulted ultimately in his death and Rhaenyra's removal from the position of heir. And Jace's death, and therefore Joffrey's death, in full view of the realm and against the wishes of the king, try to slice open her friend's throat after being refused the possibility of taking her son's eye, a son who just took her son's eye, and has watched her friend conduct numerous love affairs and act like completely out of in flagrant dereliction of duty as Alicent sees it, a duty that she feels like you have to do, because if you don't do that and it's not actually something you have to do, then her entire life is a meaningless cascade of horrors, and she needs to make it make sense. I'm sorry, they should fucking despise each other. Or at the very least, just be totally resigned to killing the other one. This conversation should not be happening. Rhaenyra should never have made this trip. This is unbelievably idiotic. And once Alicent has concluded this conversation as she does, by saying, I'm sorry, it's too late, you call for the guards, because you're like, Rhaenyra has to die. It's the only outcome.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the idea is that, Rhaenyra came here in good faith to talk to me.
I don't care.
So I'm not going
to...
I don't
care.
I know. I'm trying to.
My son killed her son.
Yeah, there's no way this ends peacefully. I've just acknowledged there's no way this ends peacefully. If I let her go now, this war continues.
Yeah.
And my children could die, and I will die, and my father will die, and my house will die.
Yeah. No, just no.
This is it's just not happening. And this is only the first of 2 occasions on which this kind of bullshit happens. But I want to save that one to be the last discussion, because oh my god. Oh my god.
I can't believe it happened twice. I cannot believe it happened twice. And
the second one was even worse.
Yeah, they somehow made it worse.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
The first one is bad for 2 reasons. One is Rhaenyra's character is incredibly damaged, and the second is Alicent's character is incredibly damaged in terms of their levels of basic intelligence and coherence and competence. And Rhaenyra's I need to survive for the realm not to bleed. That's why I won't go to war, even though I really want to. But then I'll just put myself into my enemy's power in their capital city. Fuck it.
Yeah, and we didn't really go into that very much. But even just the mechanics of her, because we saw that the guards were literally searching people at the gate. They were actually addressing people and stopping people.
And if you tell me that the Gold Cloaks let her in because they're loyal to Damon, I'm gonna fucking slap you.
How would they know that in the moment? How would they be oh, there they are? Yeah, those two people in.
Maybe they phoned ahead.
This is post Blood and Cheese, so like I can imagine Damon previous to Blood and Cheese being able to smuggle himself in because he knows the city really well. He was Lord Fleabottom, and like he's got loads of friends in the guards and shit. But Rhaenyra has barely ever left the Red Keep to go into the city, except for once maybe with Damon. And this is after like the city has been put on lockdown and total security. I'm sorry, you're not getting in, and it's insane that you would try.
Yeah,
and without getting into any sort of spoilers for future events, there are ways that you can have, at some point in this story, a future conversation between these two.
Yeah, because of course this is to facilitate the downward spiral that Alicent goes on after finding out that the dying words of Viserys weren't him saying he wants Aegon to be king, like she apparently truly believed to be the case. And it's like, but you could have, there are other ways to facilitate that conversation. Better points in the story to have it take place, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But we want to have it happen this season because we decided they're the crux of the show, this relationship, even though it makes no sense for that to be the case now.
It's kind of like remember whenever it was revealed that like to Bran that Lyanna and Rhaegar are Jon's parents, and they were like, wow, Robert's rebellion was built on a lie, and it's like, but there were so many other factors. Like, why are we just pretending that it was just about who Lyanna loved?
I hated that.
It feels like the same thing here, where it's like, man, if only Rhaenyra and Alicent could just talk it out, this whole war would stop. And it's like, no, it wouldn't. What the fuck is Alicent gonna do?
Well, and also, like, Otto, even if she could get through to Alicent, like, Otto probably still would have installed Aegon on the throne anyway.
Yeah.
Like that's
we literally find out that's what's the case, right? Because like when Viserys dies, Otto moves to immediately like crown Aegon and secure power for Aegon, and Alicent's like, wait, why didn't I know about these plans? And Otto's like, well, because I cut you out of those conversations.
Well, that's fundamental to the series from the very beginning. There's this element of like a lot of people in the realm are not going to accept a woman ruler. So like
because that's kind of like the plot, isn't it? Like that Alicent is a powerless, she's grasping for power and freedom in a world that denies women power, and she was jealous of Rhaenyra as a woman who was positioned in just such a way that she actually has a chance to grasp for it in a world hostile to that. And there's all sorts of things to talk about there. But instead, it's all about how they didn't kiss when they were kids, and apparently this means the world must burn.
Someone in chat said, Jolly, you just don't understand the power of sisterhood. Sisterhood transcends all. Even the strongest denim can't compare.
That's not true. Sheev and I are sisters, and we would die for each other.
We literally hate each other. I mean, yeah, we would die for each other.
Are you like, the sisterhood
your song? Yeah, we're the sisterhood of the worms.
Yes.
His baby worm killed my baby worm.
I'm not. He's not too mad about it though. Honestly,
no, it's fine.
No.
I never really cared for it, innocent or otherwise.
You meet in secret to exchange worms.
So this is the thing is like you could have easily just like had them meet each other on neutral ground somewhere. Like surely, if this conversation has to happen, like this season, then have them fucking parlay somewhere.
That would have been a better way of doing it. But there is definitely still an argument to be made that like there's no way either one of them would have trusted the message from the other. They would have been like,
I just don't think
it's a trap.
Well, sure, but
I just don't think that there's any way you have this meeting before this certain event that has to happen later.
Well, that's the thing is like if we're going to write it anyway that a character is going to act stupidly in order to have a face-to-face conversation. I don't know. It's better that they like meet up and like I guess are willing to like trust each other enough to like have a neutral conversation. I don't know.
They exchange messages on Hinge.
They do, on Hinge.
Well, I think one suggestion I had was for Rhaenyra to send back that page of the book that Alicent sent to her, like with some sort of coded message or something. I don't know.
She opened it and it's just "fuck you" written on the
page. Yeah.
Actually, you know what they could have done, which would have been badass, is like imagine she'd sent the page back and Alicent opens the page and inside is like a strip of Arax's wing or something like that.
Jeez.
Or like a piece of like Luke's clothing, like bloody clothing. To be like, fuck you.
Yeah, if you want to send a message like, I'm coming for you, bitch. Like,
no, but that's season 1 Rhaenyra, who was killed off screen and replaced by the clone, so that wouldn't have happened.
That's why Damon was sent away. She knew that if he was around, he'd realise.
See, while she was out searching for Luke to get assurances, she was clobbered to death with a hammer by clone Rhaenyra, buried somewhere outside of Storm's End, and then she took fucking Syrax.
See, Yeah, see, what actually happened was Arax saw her on the beach. Arax survived, saw her on the beach, and was like, here's my chance to live as a queen. Killed her, skinned her, wore her skin as a cloak, and then went back as a dragon pretending to be Rhaenyra, being like, my name's Rhaenyra.
It's like a dragon in a trench coat.
In a skin coat. And then it's like, wow, Rhaenyra, you've grown like at least 5 feet. And he's like, it's the diet, the fish are delicious.
My, what big teeth you have, the better to eat you with.
There's not enough skin.
There is enough skin.
I'll make it work.
Do you know how much skin there actually is on the human body? You have no idea.
Bran walks back in time and just takes over Rhaenyra's brain like Hodor.
He's like, I'm trying to save you, and he's like, you can't quite master it, so she's just bumbling around making stupid decisions all season.
She shudders on the floor, being like, "Keep the peace, keep the peace,
keep peace, keep peace."
I just wanted to say on the subject of Rhaenyra, it was I know it's in a separate subplot, but during the Damon dreams and stuff, it was kind of nice to see the actress for young Rhaenyra again.
And Millie Alcott
taking a break from being Supergirl. Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
It was nice. It was nice to see Viserys back as well. It was even nice to see that actress for Alicent until we realized what he was doing.
Once she gets back to Dragonstone after her suicide mission, that's when she decides to go ahead and lead Rhaenys and Meleys into an obvious trap, which is fun because it's like, great. As soon as you actually commit yourself to this war, you make this worst possible decision. I love you, Rhaenyra. You're great. You keep doing what you're doing.
Never change.
Give her a cookie and a pat on the head.
I just feel so sorry for Damon again. He's like, man, if we just listened to Damon, everything would be fine.
Listen to Damon. He knows what he's fucking doing, at least until he got to Harrenhal.
Oh, but they even actually we'll talk about that when Alicent goes to Dragonstone, but they even rob Damon of one of his like great strategic moves in the book, which is really annoying.
Oh, which is it?
Well, we'll talk about that when we talk about what the contents of that conversation were, because my god.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I want to bring up, like when she gets back to Dragonstone, oh god, I hate this so much. This might be my like least favorite Rhaenyra moment in the whole season. It's when
how to choose.
When she's like, there are those who mistake my caution for weakness. It's like, it is weakness.
It is weakness.
It's just like that Dr. Evil thing where he's like doing quotation marks, like mistake.
No, I don't. Yeah. I don't view it as a weakness. I view it as stupidity, which begets weakness. You fucking moron. Yes. Stop it.
Exactly. It's like, oh, you thought that I'm being stupid. It's like, yes. They have eyeballs.
But Rhaenyra hasn't been cancelled. She is being cancelled in this very moment.
We could arrange to have you carried.
Yeah, it's like, I want to go into battle, and Damon's like, we could arrange to have you carried.
It's just amazing. Like, and like, you know, the black side, led by Rhaenyra, has just been so indecisive at this point that, you know, we're not going to get into like Kristen just yet. But it's like, in the meantime, Kristen has been like sacking her castles because, like, well, fuck, you know, Rhaenyra hasn't made any sort of move, so I guess we'll just do it. It's like, fucking hell.
Yeah,
like,
which,
we need to
by the way, if you're the rest of the realm, this is something again they just don't seem to consider because again they just forget that medieval values apply here. Like, if you're the lords who are thinking about maybe siding with Rhaenyra, and you just watched as she let her, not just her bannermen, but her council bannermen who have castles within reach, just burn. Like, while the Greens slowly take control. You're like, well, yeah, honestly, she doesn't seem like strong enough to hold her own
She
lands.
doesn't think of us even
she's not.
now!
No, it's pathetic. Like, I don't know if you've looked at a map, but like a map of Westeros, but like those castles are right across from Dragonstone. They're right there. Like, she can't even defend her closest fucking castles.
She can't defend her own crown lands possessions. And you're like, if you're a Lord of the Reach, say, and you're like, who do I side with? You're like, well, not only is Rhaenyra like grossly incompetent, but as a woman, that's what I would have expected from her, and now it's been confirmed. So I'm gonna side with Aegon. Actually,
I would flip if I were like an indecisive lord right now. Like, I would.
I'd be like, I'm with the Greens on this one. She's not good at her job.
Well, yeah, and it's like the theme of the show wants to be, you know, women are just as competent, and you know, it's the society around and like the culture of this world that's putting her down and causing this war to happen because, like, you know, they won't just accept a woman as queen. And I'm like, if this is what a woman as queen looks like, then you know what? Maybe progress is overrated. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Is like if we add on Game of Thrones, like every single female ruler we've seen, particularly the ones from House Targaryen, have been fucking disastrous.
Yeah.
And I want to take one step back real quick because in the prior episode, Baela on Dragonback spotted Kristen and Gawain and a handful of other knights heading towards Rosby, and she chased after them. She reports that back to the council. Now, Rhaenyra is obviously not there at the time, but she still reports back. Like, at that point, they should have been like, okay, they are moving towards our Crown Lands castles. We need to mobilize the others and head towards Rosby right now.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't they do that?
Yeah, rally all the other ones on the other side of Rosby. And
because she hadn't talked to Alicent yet, so...
Oh my god. And she won't let anyone else... Like, this is the other thing, which actually Viserys was quite good at as a king, was like delegation. Like, you have to allow your underlings leeway to act with imagination. They can't just always be waiting for you to make decisions, because, A, your decisions might be bad, but also B, if you're not there, the whole thing grinds to a halt.
Well, and also bear in mind, like, Kristen, before taking Rosby and Stokeworth, he doesn't have that many men. So, like, if you had rallied the others and stopped him at the first castle, you probably could have beaten him back right then and there.
You could have killed Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Hand of the King.
Who was the Hand of the King, and one of the people, and the person who was responsible for killing the Lord Beesbury, which is a great bargaining chip to take to the Lords of the Reach. I avenged one of your lords, who was treacherously slain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well. She hadn't talked to Alicent yet, so...
The show's writers refuse to start thinking through the lens of medieval times. Like, they are only thinking through modern moral lenses about what people do and don't care about. And it's creating massive problems everywhere.
It doesn't... Some of these decisions don't make sense in any sort of context.
True.
It's like, we don't think it's prudent to defend our own castles. Like,
it's like,
we're happy to let Cole just massacre our allies.
Yeah.
I don't want this to be bloody. It's like, it's a fucking war!
Your son is dead. Did you miss the memo?
Oh, I guess Luke didn't bleed.
Well, and we talked earlier about, like, there's layers to this, where it's like you make concessions early on, but it's like, okay, once you get past that point, it's like, well, now you have spotted the Hand of the King and his men on the move towards one of your castles. It's like, all right, now you are literally on the defensive. They are coming for you. They not only killed your son, but now they're coming for your castles. You need to do something right fucking now. Like, oh, it's so frustrating.
Side note, why doesn't Baylor just try and burn out Cole?
Yeah, that's another thing too.
When they ran into under the trees?
Yeah, like, if that had been Damon, he would have just set fire to the whole fucking Kingswood to get him.
Yeah. I guess she's an environmentalist. She doesn't want to start a forest fire.
She was like, I could kill one of our greatest enemies and the brother of the queen, but, there are squirrels down there. Innocent squirrels.
What you don't see is Smokey is right behind. Is like sitting on the dragon right behind her. Like puts a hand on her, puts a little paw on her shoulder, and he's like, "You're better than this."
No, like she's about to say Dracarys, and then he taps on the shoulder, and she looks around, and he's just there, like dead-eyed, staring at her, being like, "Only you can prevent forest fires."
No, it's like she and Smokey had like a very meaningful like past together, but he's dead in from a forest fire. So she's about to burn the forest down, and she's like, "This isn't what he would have wanted."
No, she sees his spirit, and he's like, "Don't cause a fire," and she's like, "You can't possibly still be angry about this." Oh dear. I guess let's talk about Cole. He's the next one on the list. Cole and Gawain. I want to start weirdly with the conversation that they have, the Walk to Annihilation speech, because like that is a really excellent speech for Cole. It's a wonderful characterization for him, and it sums up what is a pretty amazing arc that he's actually been on since season 1 and season 2. I would actually make a case that he's probably the best written character left in the show, by a fair amount. But before we talk about his consistency and all the interesting intricacies that go into that, why doesn't Gawain kill him?
Well.
Okay, so because I'm trying to look at this from Gawain's point of view, right? Like, I know the guy's Hand of the King, but he's also like a lowborn, nobody who the rest of the court doesn't like, and who has already garnered a reputation throughout the land as a fucking mad lunatic who murdered someone at a wedding.
Yeah.
And he's Alicent's mad dog, basically on a leash. Now you find out he's fucking your sister, the queen, breaking his own Kingsguard vows, and fatally undermining the queen's legitimacy at a time where her entire children's claim to the throne is essentially based off the idea that Rhaenyra's children aren't really hers. But now Alicent's just fucking anyone as well. And like on top of that, it's not just anyone. Like this fucking peasant boy, essentially, the upjumped squire, is fucking your sister, the queen, the lady of one of the most powerful houses and richest houses and oldest houses in the realm. Like, fucking kill him. And even if you're like, well, he's the commander of the armies, the second he gives that speech where he's like, I'm marching us all to our deaths, we're all doomed, this is a suicide march. Like, then purely from a practical perspective, I'm like, no, you need to go. You can't lead this army. I don't trust your judgment now. You are actively suicidal. You've just admitted it to me.
Hang on, someone in chat just said Cola's not consistent. He literally knows Rhaenyra is chosen by God with the white stag, and it never comes up. Is that what?
So he saw a.
Did Cole
he
know
saw
the
a white
significance of that?
Yeah, I was like, dude,
Wait,
is that like supposed to mean something to him?
Wait, he knows the folkloric significance, but like, you know, he's a cynic, and he's just seen like what he's actually seen is a fucking white deer turned up one day. Like,
he hates Rhaenyra because of things that like tangibly happened between them, not because
she raped him.
Yeah.
Like, I know everyone forgets this and doesn't want to talk about it because, like, you know, Rhaenyra's actress is a teen girl or early 20s girl, and Cole is a 30s man. But like, the power dynamic is wildly unbalanced in favor of Rhaenyra. She raped him. Like, I'm sorry, that is just the reality of it. Like, Cole is a deeply messed up person, and actually, like, he is in a sense like the most pure distillation of the themes of the show, and that like what he started off as was a good, honorable, idealistic young man who truly believed in the system he lived in, like the system of chivalry, the codes of conduct, all the pageantry, the rules, the laws.
If anything, if he saw the white stag and like took that to actually mean that she's somehow like some divine thing, like chosen by God to lead the realm, the fact that she does the things that she does to him and to you know, and everything like that, like that would probably make him hate her even more, because like you've sullied what you were, what you are, and like what you could have represented, you know?
Okay, I'm sorry, we need to address this because someone has now put this in the chat, which is like, she didn't rape him, lol, he's an incel that got mad, she didn't want to run away with him. No.
Oh my God.
No, in so many ways. Okay, let's actually like examine this, right? So he is a nobody. He's a lowborn man, you know, barely from, like, he was the son of a steward, right? Like, he is his entire family's position and his own life is based on Rhaenyra's whims. She raised him up to Kingsguard. She is the crown princess of the most powerful dynasty that has ever ruled any kingdom on earth other than the Valyrian Freehold. Like, his life is utterly in her hands. If she goes to her father and says, like, yeah, the Cole slept with me, his head's on a spike. Like, they're not even going to ask twice. He's done. He's finished.
Yep.
So he has just broken his vows, put his life in her hands, because she, the crown princess with all the power, took him into her bed. You know, whilst he said no, by the way, if you go back and rewatch the scene, he was like, no, I don't want to do this. He felt pressured into doing it because of that power imbalance and that power dynamic. Promptly was ridden with guilt. Tried to make sense of the situation through the context and the lens of the society he grew up in by being like, well, that vow is broken, but at least we can be true to our love to each other, run away with me and make me honest again. You know, we can be true in that sense at least. And she's like, nah, you were just my fuck toy.
Yeah.
Like, she utterly breaks his entire sense of reality, his sense of worth, like his sense of what's good and right and what he knows about himself. Yeah. And puts him in a position where, like, as far as he's concerned, the person who holds his life in his hands has just been like, you mean nothing to me. You're disposable. You're discardable. You could be killed at any moment. I don't give a shit.
No, but Rhaenyra's a good person.
Yeah, and
and again, like, he tried to fucking kill himself because of like how fucking badly he was fucked up at the end. Like, only Alicent's interventions saved him.
Yeah, well, and it's true that he was, you know, he's held on to that grudge for like years, but it's understandable why he would. And it's not it's not like he and Rhaenyra have been on speaking terms since then. It's not like she's expressed any like regret about it.
Same guy said, I take your point, but then proceeds to go bang the queen. Okay, but I'm pretty sure that was consensual.
Again, so.
And that was
consensual
years
later. Decades later, yeah.
And
also,
later,
like, again,
and Alicent saved his life.
And also, neither of them think that's okay, by the way. Like, that's very much like, and this is part of the point, right? And part of his speech. The context of the society he's grown up with has given him a very particular view of women, and that is a whore Madonna complex. You either are a woman who adheres to like nobility and virtue, and you are the Madonna, a sacred figure. Like, he literally says, right, like, Alicent is like the mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
which is the Madonna figure of this world. Like, women are chaste and virtuous and nice and kind and motherly. That's what they are. And if they're not that, they're whores, they're demons, they're dirty like things that are sent to test you and twist you and make you forget yourself. That's the entire context through which he views Rhaenyra and Alicent. And then as he gets older and he falls in love with Alicent, and she's clearly lusting after him because of her own shitty marriage situation and sexual drives, he has to wrestle with the fact that like his own nature as a human being is at odds with this fucking crappy broken system that they're being forced to adhere to, and he doesn't know which is right and which is wrong. So he's just concluded that it's all fucked and that everyone's bad and the system is bad and everything's fucked.
Yeah. Which he's not even entirely wrong about on that score, but of course the way he's reached that conclusion.
His response to it, yeah.
Yeah.
His response to that of like just falling into despair and being like, if the system I grew up with is wrong, therefore nothing means anything, is obviously the wrong reaction to that. But it's a reaction he's been conditioned into through like, yeah. Again, this is the whole point of Game of Thrones. The system is bad. It is broken. It is abusive. It twists good people into doing terrible things.
The whole
because
point
they
of,
think that's how the world works.
The whole point of Jon and Daenerys as a duo is like Jon represents, we need to unite the realm in one common cause against death. We need to hold back death. We need to preserve life. But Dany's the whole point of her role in that world was, okay, but once that's over, there's going to be a lot of fallout. There's going to be a lot of cleaning up to do. And this system that we've had perpetuated for thousands of years has to break. We have to break the wheel. We have to actually like do something better. We have to change. Of course,
we have to break those chains.
It completely fumbles that, because of course it does, but that was the point.
Yeah. Well, and on the subject of Criston, because there's a lot of fans of this show that are like really unfair to him. And like the thing is, like, you don't have to like Criston. You don't have to personally like him. But a lot of people just don't seem to even really understand like how he's ended up at the point that he's at. And they just see like the very surface level where he like refers to Rhaenyra as like the whore of Dragonstone. And, people, which, it's not a nice thing to say, obviously. But people just like see things like that and they're just like, Kristen's a fucking scumbag. Fuck this guy. Without really trying to understand any of the nuance for why he has this perspective and stuff.
Yeah, like he's a bad person. Don't get me wrong. Like he's not a good man, but like he's no worse than Rhaenyra is.
Oh,
it's just the.
I'm sorry, I was gonna say I love that scene where he's talking to Alicent like right after Rook's rest, and like there's a moment where he actually tries to be a human and connect with her about like what he saw, and he can't even like put it into words, and he ends up just kind of like folding back into himself, like never mind, forget I said anything.
Yeah, actually, and also and using Cole to link back, because you pointed this out to me, I didn't actually notice this at the time. That scene has a really interesting thing that Cole is doing that links back to this whole idea of like he can't see the flaws in the system that imprison him, right? Which is like earlier in the episode when he brings Melissa's head through the city, which by the way, what a monumentally bad idea that was, Cole. I guess it was Aemond's idea, but still bad. PR disaster. But the beginning of that scene is there is a small folk person trying to buy lemons, and they're all rotting and horrible and hideous because everyone's starving. There isn't food to go around, right? And then during this scene where Alicent is talking to him and he's trying to break through his programming essentially to like be a human and connect with her, he is cleaning his sword with a lemon,
a fresh lemon.
Yeah, fresh, untainted, delicious lemon that he's just using for his fucking sword.
And it's like, wait, I'm sorry, fucking Christ.
Wait, real quick, kind of a fun little anecdote about that scene. The scene that took place prior to that was them like taking the armor off of like Aegon and everything, and they're starting to put like I don't know, medicinal leaves on him and stuff. People immediately thought when it transitioned to the next scene that they were going to put lemons on his wounds. Oh my god! Oh shit! What? No! It was just a funny moment.
Lemon
like, I saw
come back to haunt us.
Yeah, they're like, oh my god, like that would burn like hell.
Aemond walks in with a lemon, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah. Oh, Aemond would do that. He absolutely.
Would. Honestly, that wouldn't even like if you hadn't had the Cole with his lemon. Like if you wanted a more overt version of that, you could have just swapped out the sword and the lemon for like Aemond using a fresh lemon to torture Aegon while people are starving in the streets looking for lemons.
I think it works better with Cole and the sword.
I do think, yeah. I like the subtler implications of that scene. I think it's good.
Because it's not even really addressed or even focused on. Like, you look at like the opening shot of that scene, and yes, it is focusing on the lemon cleaning the sword, but like, if you're not really paying attention or thinking about it, you're just like, yeah, this is a shot of him cleaning the sword, so we know what he's doing.
Well, it's like my favorite ever camera movement in Game of Thrones was during Marjorie and Joffrey's wedding, when the Septon is like, "Cursed be the one who would tear them asunder." The camera focuses on Olenna.
I love that. I didn't point that out when I was rewatching it recently with my roommate because he obviously wouldn't have known the context. But I was just like, ooh, I really like that shot. I can't tell you why though.
When it comes to and like when it comes to Kristen, I also want to point out that I think he actually employs some relatively competent like battle tactics as well.
Yeah.
Like one of the things that I sort of noticed during the Rook's Rest sequence is that like during the first wave of men that he's sending to attack the castle, it's all of the levies, it's all of the men from the castles that he picked up, rather than like his own Targaryen men, which I'm going to assume are like better trained and better equipped and stuff. So he's keeping them in reserve because he obviously knows that the dragon's probably going to show up. He's going to send out
the levies.
He's going to use the levies that were former allies of Rhaenyra, use them as like cannon fodder and bait for the dragon, and then so it's like,
Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out that way because the dragons just kill fucking everyone instead, and he's like, "Oh my god."
Well, yeah, because Aegon shows up and then he sends the rest of the men out, and it's like,
I guess it's a testament to like you guys don't really understand what it means to bring dragons into war, and you probably should have just tried to keep them out of it.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. He's completely shell-shocked by like the employment of dragons in battle. Like he was not prepared for it.
Like when he sees that one soldier like on his knees and he's like, "Get up, we must protect the king," and he touches his shoulder and then he just crumbles because he's just bone and
crumbles
ash.
Into dust.
And you're like, "Oh my god."
Because this is the thing, like Cole is he's fought in a war before, or not in a war, but like he's fought battles before. Like that's why he gets picked by Rhaenyra to be a Kingsguard initially. Like he's the only one there who's actually seen real combat.
Yeah.
And even this is like a scale of horror he just can't even fathom. There's actually, again, to talk about well-written scenes in the show in season 1, I really like the and again scenes that people wildly misinterpret because they're just looking at it through a shallow lens. Cole versus Damon in the tournament is really interesting because like Damon wins that fight. Right, he wins, Cole is on the floor, and then Damon turns around to gloat, and Cole attacks him while his back is turned to take the victory. And like it tells you something really interesting about both characters. Like Damon is is competent but a show-off. He doesn't think through, like he's too concerned with the short term to think about the long term. Cole, on the other hand, is a man who theoretically comes from a place of honor. He's the honorable knight, but actually the second Damon's back is turned, he fucking strikes, which is not honorable. But it brings him the victory. Even the weapons they use, like Damon's got the beautiful Valyrian Dark Sister with its storied history and like the nobility about it and all the shit that goes into it. And also it's less than noble history. And Cole is using like a club, right? Like using a fucking war mace.
Yeah.
Well, I've always said, that a quick thing about Damon. I've always said that he, I think, perfectly encapsulates like the entire Targaryen legacy. Like he kind of like bundles up like all of their positive and negative. Well, at least this is what I felt about him in season 1. I don't know about season 2.
Yeah, I mean, minus the insanity because he's not actually insane.
No, but he has like a hint of that. He has a hint of like the unpredictable like madness. So I don't know. I feel like he kind of embodies like all of those traits.
Well, wasn't the insanity not really a thing
until
until later in the timeline?
It's peaked up before, but it doesn't really get bad until later.
Yeah, I mean the jury is out on like the show universe version of Maegor the Cruel. I don't know.
It's almost like continuing to do incest for generations upon generations is bad or something.
Well, to be fair, I think what the show's going for with the Targaryens, like obviously incest is genetically a very bad idea, but I don't think that's what's causing their madness. I think what's causing their madness is like whatever blood magic the Valyrians use to link them to the dragons. Because there's a strong implication that once the dragons are gone, that's when they start going really crazy.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just a coincidence in correlation is not necessarily causation.
I mean, it's my favorite. Actually, and also it means I get to do a shout out to my favorite character in this season. But like that bit where he's at Harrenhal with Simon Strong, and he's like, "I'm going to raise men to take the throne," and Simon Strong's like, "The throne," and Damon just stares at him like, "It's a big chair made of swords."
Simon Strong, can we just talk?
A VIP, like absolute MVP for the season.
Oh dear.
Well,
Like when
God.
Damon's like going nuts and holding a knife to his throat, and he's like, shh.
He's like, oh, that was actually another thing I wanted to praise about the Damon visions is like right after the one we were already praising where he hugs Viserys, right? Like then he kind of like snaps back to reality and is talking to Simon Strong, and then as soon as Strong leaves the room and he's alone, he just breaks down at the table. I thought that was really good.
That was really good. Yeah, like the weight of all these like things are just completely like crashed down on him, and he can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, right? Of like why we're saying his plotline needed to be condensed, right? Because it's not just that like these good moments, which are good, are so few and far between, but like the gap between them damages those moments. Like his fear about his own loneliness and what's happening to his mind, and like his internal self-loathing and his guilt and all the trauma that's gone into making him who he is. It's undermined when we spend the next 3 episodes of him just walking around watching like vision quests of like him shagging his mum. Like
that was the weirdest one out of all of them. I don't know why they had to do that.
Wisdom for $5 said Maegor was no more mad than Tywin. Simon was giving me real strong Sam Tarley vibes. Ha ha. Cause strong.
My good strong boys.
Strong boys.
Are we saying Maegor was no more mad than Tywin? I don't know if I believe that.
Maegor was totally batshit. What are we talking about?
No, that's why I prefaced it by saying the show version of like the show universe version of Maegor, because we don't fucking know. Like I don't know.
Like Maegor wasn't mad in the sense of like he wasn't like licking the wallpaper or anything, or like seeing things in shadows, but like
he should. It tastes
absolute.
Good.
He's an absolute like total sadist and like bloodthirsty lunatic. Like actually, his nearest comparison for those who've read the books is like Melee's Blackfire, the last Blackfire pretender, which is like being a complete, like, or even the Mountain. Like he's basically if the Mountain was a Targaryen, you get Maegor.
He enjoyed violence. He just enjoyed violence, basically.
Yeah, he just liked hurting people.
Yeah. Wisdom,
and he was really good at it.
But I mean, we could always have this conversation some other time.
Well,
Tywin was a fairy.
One quick thing, during the, I want to get back on topic, but one quick thing I loved. I think this was like the funniest moment in the whole season for me. I actually like laughed out loud during it. During the Damon thing, when Simon comes into the room at one time, Damon's just like, "What is it, Sir Simon? Is the pudding now served?" I laughed because like throughout this whole sequence, like all of the dream sequences are interspersed with like scenes of him being served food by Simon and his family. So he's just like, "Oh, is it pudding time?" And the way that Matt Smith delivers it, I just cracked up. I love that. It was so good.
Damon turns around and is like, "You didn't hit the boy."
Oh, I got it. I understood that reference. Halfway out of the dark.
Let's talk about the last set of characters who I think are important, who we haven't mentioned yet, and that's the Dragon Seeds.
The Dragon Seeds. Ooh.
Specifically Ulf and Hugh.
Well, I specifically wanted to talk about Adam and sort of the contrivances surrounding him bonding with Sea Smoke right when he did. I'm not sure if the show is saying that Rhaenys has been dead for some time, because like earlier in the season, Sea Smoke was already pretty restless, which implies that like, the bond had been broken. Rhaenys is dead, or if he died like pretty soon before the Dragon Seed plot started being a thing. But like either way, that seems like pretty convenient timing. Oh, we need more dragon riders, and Rhaenys just happens to die like right around the time that we need more dragon riders, so we can bond Sea Smoke with another, and then Sea Smoke just like happens to like find another person to bond with.
Well, also like the show doesn't seem to understand that like Rhaenys is dead. Like it seems to be like, oh no, Rhaenys is still off doing whatever he's doing, but like suddenly Sea Smoke is like looking for a new rider, and I'm like, that is not how dragons work.
Well, even if it was, like, why now? If the dragon believed Rhaenys was dead years ago, and that's why it's restless, like, why is it not tried to bond before now?
Well, I've got bigger questions. Like, given okay, let's talk about dragon bonding, because this is just a general problem the show brings up. So, like, earlier season 1 and the early bit of season 2 strongly implied through, like, especially with like when Rhaenyra was giving birth, and they intercut it with Syrax's reaction. Like the implication is like there is a level of like psychic bonding between rider and dragon. Like they are in some sense joined in a really fundamental way, magical way. And it also goes to explain, like, how Drogon turned up at convenient moments in Dany's storyline, because, like, she shares a mental bond with him, and he knew when, that she was in danger and all that shit.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you just have a whole stack of incredible contrivances. But if that's the case, then wouldn't Sea Smoke just go looking for Laenor?
Yeah, just fly across the narrow sea and go look for him somewhere.
Yeah.
And I think, the show never even makes it clear whether Laenor is dead or not. It's like we're left to.
I mean, he has to be, right? Because he can't bond.
It's broken. It's broken either way. Because if he's not dead, then Sea Smoke should have gone out to find him, given what the dragon bond is. And if he is dead, then like, why is he only looking for him right now? And also, how convenient that it's right this second, and like, how convenient that he actually found one.
Yeah. I just.
Yeah. Adam's reaction as well, like, what the hell's going on? I like Adam's actor, like, feeling like, well, I don't know what's going on, leave me alone, you big snake. Well,
I do like the memes that have come out of it, though. There's the Peter Griffin meme where it's like, if you have light skin, not okay. If you have dark skin, okay. Like that's like
Sea Smoke picking riders, yeah.
Yeah, his like thing, his placard with like all the things on it, yeah.
I also like the ones for Vermithor and Silverwing, where Vermithor was like, I will ride the least tasty. And then Silverwing's just like, you're funny, and just pokes him over all the time and just bullies Ulf.
Yeah.
Just
picks the first schlub that like comes into her lair.
She was
it's like, you fell on your backside, you made me laugh.
Vermithor gets all the attention. Silverwing was lonely.
Yeah. I mean, Vermithor was hungry.
True.
Like, ooh, food, thank you guys.
I'm someone who
like, I've never seen such a big buffet.
I'm someone who has trouble trying to keep track of which dragons are which and what their names are and who they're bonded to versus who's not bonded to anyone. So this season really tested me, where I was like, okay, that's Vermithor, and Vermithor doesn't have a rider, and then there's Silverwing, and then there's Sea Smoke is flying, and Sheep Stealers in the Vale, which that's a whole thing we're gonna get into.
And then there's 2 other wild dragons out there that we haven't really heard anything about.
Cool.
Well, they may not exist in the show, which is Cannibal and Grey Ghost. We don't know if they're in the show.
Cool.
Well, they were mentioned last season by Damon. He was listing off all the dragons in the finale.
Wait, he says Cannibal and Grey Ghost?
Well, no, he doesn't name them by name, but he says 3 wild dragons, one of which is Sheep Stealer. So there are 2 others.
Well, I mean, Sheep Stealer for some reason is in the Vale, but we'll get to that.
well, they did say, there was a scene, I think, where Jane says that like Sheep Stealer had migrated or something. Had been like.
I'm sorry, no, but that's just like that's just fostering. That's just like I've just gone. There is a problem in the show, and you're gone. Yeah, but the show just bullshits the reason for that. Like, that doesn't.
I don't care.
Save it. Sorry,
because we're talking about like what this means for Nettles.
No, I understand. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying that like they address it at least. They just say for some reason, but they give a reason. It's not a good one.
They mention it. Also, no one on Dragonstone knows that
technically something that happens.
This is like when when people survive being thrown into space in Star Wars, and we have fans being like, well, the show is telling you that bit of space was survivable because they survived it. And you're just like,
oh,
my dude.
I guess the idea, well, there's not enough sheep on Dragonstone, I guess, and it prefers sheep.
Gurm said dragons don't migrate. I mean, don't they?
No, they don't. Apparently, they don't. They stick to their ranges. The best you can do is like maybe they had to range further because there wasn't food on Driftmark now of all times. But like the Valorian fleet can ferry more in, so I'm not quite sure how that works. Also, like surely we'll just go to King's Landing and eat all the sheep that Aegon's taking from the farmers.
Yeah,
which is nearer. But the Riverlands, which are very, very fertile, are much closer than the Vale of Arryn, which is a big rocky mountainous shithole.
But yeah, I guess it's obvious that like they want Rhaena to have like the Nettles storyline, but they couldn't obviously have a good reason for Rhaena to go back to Dragons.
Hang on, because I want to save Nettles for us until we discuss Ulf and Hugh, because Nettles deserves her own discussion.
Well, I know. I'm only bringing her up because we were talking about Sheep Stealer. So
I was just saying that like I have trouble keeping track of all the dragons because there's so many. And like, there's already enough Targaryens to try to keep track of. Like, don't try to tell me whose dragon belongs to who and what their names are and how old they are. Aegon. I don't care. Stop it.
This is my son Aegon. This is my son Aegon, cousin of Aegon, father of Aegon.
True.
Sheev is a fake nerd, confirmed.
It's true.
It's like that. But it's like when Walder Frey is like all my grandchildren are called Walder or Walder.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that with the dragons and the Targaryens.
Like, he's trying to guess that one's name. He's like Welda. Marry, my lord. Or fine.
Or whatever. Just like it's just like them counting off the like Damon's like what are you, Arax, Vermax, Tarax? Like, I'm Cyrax, my lord. It's like, oh yeah, yeah, sure.
Astoundingly long.
The length.
Yeah.
But yes, Ulf and Hugh, I like them as characters a lot. I think Ulf and Hugh are both great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was a bit frustrated by Hugh's unwillingness to leave for Tumbleton during the many opportunities that he had. But I mean, like, that's not bad characterization. I'm just like, buddy, what are you doing? What do you think is happening here?
It's more so just like I think it's a pride thing. It's like I want to make this work. I want to like.
It is a pride thing. She's literally like, my brother will have room, and he's like, you turn me a beggar.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's again, like, and he has that conversation with her where he talks about his mother, right, and the fact that he felt the need that he has to do things for himself. He has to build them with his own hands to prove that he is worthy of shit, because otherwise he feels worthless.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Well, his whole story, the whole story for him is really just so sad about like her daughter dying despite his best efforts to like keep her alive and everything. It's like,
yeah, I will say I don't like the incredibly clunky repetition. They really hammer this home of like the wife's like, we're gonna go to Tumbleton. I'm going to Tumbleton. Remember the name Tumbleton, everyone. Tumbleton. And you're like, okay.
Tumbleton.
Yes, I've read the book
later. Thank you.
yeah. It's almost like a Telltale game where like Tumbleton will remember that.
I wonder if Tumbleton's gonna show up in season 3.
I wonder if Tumbleton is gonna matter at all to these characters' arcs.
Remember Star Wars?
Well, it's just another one of those things where it's like we have multiple scenes accomplishing the exact same thing. We have them sitting in their little hovel, talking about Tumbleton, talking about their sick daughter, talking about how the king has promised aid and that's not coming. It's like, I get it. You made your point.
Tumbleton is a literary device in which,
like I don't know. Game of Thrones did this sometimes, where they'll have like lines of dialogue to remind you of something. Like, I can't tell you how many times in seasons 1 and 2 they're like, Mance Rayder was a member of the Night's Watch once, but like they don't have
much in season 8. They were like my themes. My queen.
Well, the point is like they didn't devote entire scenes to just reestablishing the exact same information with no diverging paths.
Yeah, there was always, like we said, there was like something new being added usually, like in each scene, like we said.
Well, and even if they are going to bring up, Mance was once a brother in the Night's Watch, like it'll be different characters saying it and what they think about that,
Well, yeah, and the only thing that changes between like the first scene between Hugh and his wife is that early on, like things haven't gotten terrible in the city yet. Like there was still food. It's like, the food's getting short. We might want to leave. People are getting worried. And then in the next scene, like the food is completely gone, and she's like trying to convince him to leave again. Like, so it's the same conversation, but the situation in the city has changed, I guess.
I also like the dynamic of Ulf and Hugh with Jace when Jace turns up, where like Ulf is like, the lad's lad. He's basically just like, I'll get on with everyone by like laughing and joking with two mates down the pub, and so like he's trying to like be chummy with Jace, who is like highborn and has a real chip on his shoulder about being regarded as a bastard. Yeah. And he's saying all the wrong things, like, you've got your dark hair and let them call us bastards now. And Jace is like, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah, because he's the drunk guy at the bar. He's the fun drunk guy. And like he just, he means well. He's not trying to like get under his skin or anything. He's just.
Did you see the behind the scenes of like the dinner where like the actor had to eat like 30 quails?
Yes. And he's like, they just kept bringing them out.
Yeah, when your line is bring me more of those bird things, you actually have to eat them. And it's like 30 birds in, and all the other cast are like, how are you alive?
It's like, we killed the actor for all shit.
I also like the fact that like Hugh is like much more polite to Jace and respectful, because Hugh has got experience of talking to lords.
Yes, yeah. He's used to like doing petitions because he probably has to work with them as a blacksmith and stuff.
Yeah, it's a nice touch. I will say, and this is less Ulf and Hugh's fault, just more like, again, the show making Rhaenyra incredibly stupid. There were two things about the red sewing and the dinner that really pissed me off. One is she has her guards like prevent the fucking people from leaving the dragon pit when they're all scared for their lives, and they all get killed, including her guards, just being burned alive. That seems needlessly sadistic and pointless, but oh well.
Yeah, I don't understand that because the first time around when she attempts it with Sea Smoke and Sir Stefan, she gives him the choice. She's like, "Listen, I'm not compelling you into this. You can not do it if you want to." But then, yeah, when all like the bastards and peasants come in, she basically prevents them from leaving. It's like, no, one of you will tame this dragon if it's the last damn thing I do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did we skip over the fact that right after the bizarre kiss where she kissed Mysaria, which by the way, that also came right after she talked about her dad raping her, which just felt weird. But
yeah.
But anyway, right after their kiss is when she finds out that Sea Smoke has a new writer, and they have no idea, obviously, who it is. It could be one of the Greens. She goes off alone to go see what's going on her dragon, and you're like, oh.
So you could have just been killed then. Well done.
Well, and it's also like, oh, my counselors are telling me that I can't put myself in harm's way, and
puts herself in harm's way.
Yeah, but I can't stand being told that, but I'll do it begrudgingly. But then she just decides to do it anyway. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, but with the King's Landing trip and with this, like, it's like, they're like, oh, don't lead armies. She's like, okay, instead of leading armies, which is dangerous, I'll try and commit outright suicide twice.
Yeah, she's actually pretty suicidal. Someone should be watching her day and night.
She's really stupid. Like, they've unironically characterized her as being unbelievably thick.
But she's not going into battle, guys. There's a difference.
Well, I mean, she might be for all she knows.
That's true, and her counselors, so that for all they know.
Yeah. I also love the incredible. To be fair to Rhaenyra, for one scene, there's also a bit where the writers just like contrive hearing loss in characters to make them misconstrue what she said hilariously, which is the dinner with the dragon seeds, where she's like, okay, so now that we have these dragons, I had hoped they'd just surrender, but they're clearly not going to do that. So we need to take Old Town, we need to take Lannisport, and we need to defeat their armies in battle. And then Baela's like, you want us to kill innocents? And like, that is not even remotely close to what the fuck she just said.
Like, no, we want to kill their armies. That is war. We will wipe out their armies and their cities.
I mean, obviously, like, there's going to be some collateral damage involved. Some innocent people will die, but like...
Not even necessarily, like, because if you just land your dragon on top of the high tower, what are they going to do, other than surrender? Like, if Vermithor just parks himself on the high tower, surely Old Town surrenders.
Yeah, like what? They're going to shoot arrows at it?
Well, but the point I'm getting at is, like, why are we still doing this in, like, what, the penultimate episode? We're acting like we can't win this war without bloodshed. And I don't know. I'm tired.
Well, yeah, not only that, but the hearing loss thing is just so funny to me, because like it's being done to very clearly set up something for Hugh here. Because like with this characterization of Hugh, he's much more like selfless and cares about like innocent lives than the book Hugh does, at least so far. And so he's like, oh my god, and he's like, so many innocents when they're talking about this. And I'm like, where are you getting this from, Hugh? Like, and it's obviously being done to facilitate the character arc that you and I and Odrin all know is coming for him.
Well, and I'm confused too, because like when
Tumbleton.
Well, the thing is, like, when the thing happens in the future that we're alluding to, does he think the Greens aren't going to kill innocent people? Like, I'm so confused.
Well, but you see, his wife will be in Tumbleton, and therefore Rhaenyra's orders will be bad.
That might actually happen, honestly.
I mean, that is what's happening. That's why they've been so blunt in setting this up. Like, his wife's going to be in Tumbleton. Rhaenyra's going to kill innocents, even though that's not what she said at all.
Yeah. Really. Well, and honestly, like, because of like the indecision from like Rhaenyra a lot of the time. I know we're kind of on the subject of Ulf and Hugh, but I it's why it was so refreshing whenever like Jason Baela would get off their ass to actually do something. Because I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, he'd be like, all right, my mom's not fucking doing anything. I'm going to go to the Twins and I'm going to secure Frey loyalty so that the Starks can get across to the Riverlands way quicker. It's like, finally.
Why didn't Jay stop in Harrenhal? Because here's the thing, like, you know, writing wise, I know why they don't want Jace there. But if you're Jace and you're like, my mum is not sorting shit out, we need Damon back on side. I've just secured the Twins and the Freys, which are the Riverlands, and and important for Damon. Maybe I should stop in Harrenhal and see if I can help Damon lead these armies. Maybe,
or make sure Damon is like still on our side.
Yeah, still Constance. Yeah.
He would probably feel emboldened to do that. I mean, honestly, you got to give it to Jace. He got the North, the Vale, and the Twins like on their side while everyone else fucking
He's
about.
He's the only one who's been doing anything at this point, really.
They also skipped over some important context there, which is like, and also like ignored a bit of characterization for him, which is one is like in the book when he goes to the North and does all this stuff. There's the Sarah Snow plotline, which we've already alluded to, just didn't happen for some reason.
Yeah,
but also. It would have been really interesting to lend context to his conversations with Baela later on. But on top of that, part of the agreement with the North is that he agrees that Joffrey will marry the daughter of Wyman Mandalay. I think it's Wyman, the name is Wyman, Lord Mandalay of White Harbor. And that's for obvious reasons, because you need White Harbor to ferry the troops down south and shit like that, and to go, to Gulltown and then to the Crown Lands and whatever.
White Harbor is like the major port of the north, right?
Yeah.
And the Mandaleys are a very powerful house, and there's that. But also, just in terms of the characterization that they've ignored, a lot of what he's done, and I give the actor kudos for this, like his physical presence, like his physical tics, are clearly modeled on Damon. Like he does the same sulking that Damon does. Like he holds his pommel in a certain way, and he crouches in a certain way, and it's very clearly being done to be like Jace looks up to Damon. Damon is a father figure to him, and like that's carried over from season 1 because like Damon defended him during.
Hey, remember when Damon was a good father?
Yeah, I remember that. Remember when they cut out that scene in season 1 of him consoling his daughters after the death of the mum?
Yeah, like he actually stood up for like his stepsons and their claims.
Yeah,
I mean, he beheaded what's his name? Corliss's
Vaemond.
brother. Vaemond, yeah. He can keep his tongue.
Also, he was probably the one who, during Jace's later years, was teaching Jace how to fight. Like, I presume it was him teaching him swordsmanship and things.
Well, honestly,
they probably get on quite well.
Well, what's effed up to think about is that if we had like early season 2 version of Damon like imposed onto season 1, he would probably like consider killing Rhaenyra's strong children.
Yeah, he would.
So that his children could be like his heirs instead. You know what I mean? Like
Damon Targaryen would never.
Yeah, he just wouldn't. But at least Jason Baylor do things when they're on screen. Although, again, without spoiling anything specific, the amount of characters who have really unsubtle like setup for their deaths is grating on me slightly. Like 4 or 5 different characters have their eventual fates like heavily just foreshadowed in like really clunky ways, and then Aemond just explicitly gets like Aemond and Damon just both get explicitly told that they're gonna die on page 15 of the script or whatever it is. Like Damon's vision of the fucking others is a whole. We kind of covered that already. It's just baffling.
By the way, for those of you who follow me on Twitter, whenever I tweeted that screenshot of the episode. The very end of the episode where the dragon seeds tame the dragons, and Silverwing flies to King's Landing, and then he comes back, and Aemond follows him to Dragonstone, even though that like is clearly could have been a trap, and like whatever. And then once he is there's 3 dragons there who could easily go and attack Vhagar, but they don't. So that they could strike a pose instead. I tweeted that screenshot, and I was just like, "What are we doing?" And a lot of people gave me flack, for like this shot's great, this scene's great, this episode's great, the show's great. What are you talking about? This is what I'm talking about. Like none of this makes any sense. It's all been built up to in a very clunky and stupid way. Rhaenyra's been thoroughly assassinated. Damon's been assassinated. Alicent's been assassinated. And now we're here with this dumbass dragon seed plot and everything to do with how that final part of the episode played out with Aemond giving chase and then having to flee back to King's Landing. Like all of that was dumb. How can anyone defend this? I'm so confused.
I had people genuinely, because like, it is worth talking about, right? I had people genuinely arguing to me on Twitter that like it would have been like that had the dragons all flown out, or had the dragon seeds and Rhaenyra all flown out to meet Vhagar in battle, that Vhagar would have easily won.
No.
So I'm like, are you joking me? Are you taking the actual
Well,
piss?
you see, Hugh and Ulf are inexperienced dragon riders, so they wouldn't have been able to do much in the battle.
Right, but like Vermithor is really old and experienced. Like, this is the thing. Like, by the way, even if that's the case, like, imagine, let's just, for the sake of argument, let's countenance the idea that Vhagar can somehow withstand an assault from Vermithor, Cyrax, Silverwing, Vermax, and Moondancer all at once. I don't believe that, but let's just count. Oh, and Seasmoke. Sorry, I'm forgetting Seasmoke. Yep. So 6 dragons on 1, 4 large dragons. Vermithor being almost as big as Vhagar. Vhagar could just tank that. I don't believe you, but okay. Even if like you spend like even if Vermithor dies and like imagine this, like Vermithor dies and Ulf dies and Hugh dies and we still have Wing dies and Seasmoke dies and Adam dies, but you get Vhagar and Aemond in the bargain. Like Vhagar and Aemond also die. That is the best possible outcome for Rhaenyra.
Yeah, you win.
Like you think you want the dragon seeds gone once you don't need them anymore.
Well, that's kind of why this plan is kind of stupid on its face, because you should just be talking to Damon, but instead you refuse to reach out to him at all or to like go to him directly. So instead you're like, I need more people to get on these dragons, so let me just send a bunch of people to their deaths and fucking pray. But once that's happened, now you have people who are going to be vying for the throne once the war is won, who have legitimate claims because they have dragons. What the fuck are you doing, Rhaenyra?
Also, yeah, I'll defend Jace because people were like, "Oh, Jace is such a hypocrite because like he's a bastard and like he's being rude to them." I'm like, Jace's entire legitimacy to the throne right now rests on the idea that he is a dragon rider because so far only Targaryens can be dragon riders has been the long running mantra. So the fact that he has a dragon means that he can legitimately go, "Yeah, I have dark hair, but I'm obviously a Targaryen and a legitimate one. I can ride a dragon." And now a bunch of bastards, most of whom are like generations removed from any Targaryens, can ride dragons. The last vestige of his legitimacy has been chucked out the fucking window, and now there's a bunch of silver-haired, actual Targaryen-looking motherfuckers with bigger dragons running around.
Yeah, no. So I saw some people giving him flack because he calls them like mongrels or whatever. It's like, yeah. Well, first of all, he's venting his rage over, and he's venting his frustration over his legitimacy being called into question as a result of this. And he has valid reasons to be concerned about that. Like, I totally get where Jace is coming from.
Yeah. Not to mention, like, there's a good, a lot of people who are insecure about their own status will bully other people who have that status, right? Because they're trying to prove to everyone else that they're not that thing, right? The idea that Jace would be very anti-bastard makes total sense given his own experiences of being accused of being one.
Yeah, he's gotten that shit his whole life. They even like say that. And real quick, I want to go back to something because the comment I guess that some people make about like, oh well, they couldn't take the dragons, they couldn't make the dragons airborne and go after Vhagar because the new dragon riders are untrained and stuff. It's like, okay, then don't have the fucking Ulf chase in the first place. That's kind of the main point. Like, don't have Ulf go to King's Landing. Like, why have any of this?
I guess that was by accident, right? Like, that's the implication.
I don't know. I don't...
Like Silverwing just decided to go there, I guess, for some reason.
We don't know, because we don't actually see him taking off. So, like, we don't know, like, what... I don't know. I guess because he wouldn't be able to, like, command her.
Well, the thing is, though, that she's wearing a saddle in that scene, which means that presumably she had to have been saddled for him to ride her. So someone would have had to help him with that.
Well, and the fact that like Rhaenyra is at least prepared enough to have the three, like, waiting, it seems like she planned it. It seemed like a plan. I don't know.
Apparently not a very good one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, if it was a plan and it turns out you can just drop Silverwing on them with no notice, like, maybe just bum rush the city, like we said.
Just Zerg rush.
Why try and draw Vhagar to you? Also, why draw Vhagar to you? Just go and attack Vhagar when she's on the ground and ride at us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She'd be helpless, or mostly.
Poor Vhagar.
She's just a grumpy old lady. She's like, "Is it time for my meds?" And I'm like, "No, it's time for battle, dear." And she's like, "Oh, okay."
No, I haven't seen battle since 200 fucking years ago.
My husband Valerian saw old Valyria, you know.
There are all these like grandma Vhagar memes about how like when Aemond was ordering her to like chase after Luke, or ordering her to like break off and like not kill Luke at the very end of that episode. She's like, "What? What did you say?
What?
Eat the Dornishman?"
Wait,
okay, I'll
sorry.
eat the Dornishman.
Someone in the chat's been like, "No, all dragons are saddled when they're young and they keep the same saddle. That was Alicent's saddle." I'm like, "I'm sorry, Silverwing hasn't grown out of that saddle in the like 70 years since Alicent was alive to ride her?"
Well, and that
I don't believe you.
That thing probably itches. She's had to wear that thing for like decades.
Centuries?
Jesus.
6 months?
6 months?
How many months? It's yeah. I'm sorry. If that is true, I'm calling bullshit. Unless these are magic saddles that can adjust themselves as they grow, which like fuck off.
Just add water.
This is some bullshit, and I just add water.
Someone does.
I just don't believe you.
Someone does kind of raise a good off-topic point. Anyone else bothered by how Rhaena literally sneaks away from her guards to go aimlessly chase Sheepstealer with no water?
Yeah. Jane Aaron's men are bad at their jobs.
We're gonna get to it. We got so much to say about Sheepstealer and about Rhaena.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're there now, right? Let's talk about nettles, or the lack of nettles.
I'll let you take the reins here since I obviously haven't read the books.
Oh, okay, so in the books, just to give a little bit of backstory, Nettles is one of the dragon seeds, and she is a lowborn girl of color. Like, she is the only, because obviously in the books the Valerians are white.
Yeah.
She is the only black rider in the books that we ever know about, and she is a poor, foul-mouthed, like braggadocious, like brave, like she's basically Arya but black.
You just made that word up. Braggadocious.
Braggadocious.
Braggadocious. But yes, she's like, you know, she's if Arya was lowborn and black and could ride a dragon, she would be Nettles. Now, there's all sorts of important thematic reasons that sort of thematic things rather that Nettles fulfills in her role as like such an obvious non-Targaryen riding a Targaryen dragon. But she also has a very important relationship with Damon, in that like she essentially, depending on which source consultancy Fire and Blood is written as like competing sets of histories, she's either his lover or she's like his surrogate daughter. But either way, like he takes her under his wing. Like Damon is very fond of her, to the point that like later on, when Rhaenyra calls for Nettles' death for reasons that we won't give because it'll be spoilers, Damon protects her and allows her to escape with Sheepstealer. The way she tames Sheepstealer as well is utterly un-Targaryen like. She literally like slowly befriends him gently by feeding him sheep and like making friends with him over a long period and then riding him. She's meant to act as a kind of thematic counterbalance to people like, you know, the arrogance of people like Hugh or Damon or even Rhaenyra herself, like the smugness and the inbuilt sense of superiority through bloodlines. She's supposed to kind of fly in the face of that, and they've removed that character entirely from the show and given her role to Rhaena, which I find to be a very strange decision.
And so instead of, if you're going to have Damon at Harrenhal, you know, like the entire season, you could at least introduce Nettles here, right? And like develop their characters together.
Well, it's also, I don't know how they're going to resolve Rhaena, but it doesn't make any sense, right? So do you remember when Tyrion escapes from the Vale and he gets ambushed by all the hill tribes and he recruits them all?
Crows.
Well, do you remember, there's a tribe called the Burned Men. Do you remember this?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of.
Okay, do you know why they're called the Burned Men?
I can guess.
Well, it's because once Nettles escapes north with Sheepstealer, you know, when Damon gives her a heads up and she gets away, she goes and lives in the Vale in a cave, and like the Burned Men are formed out of people who were like who followed her and worshipped her and Sheepstealer. So they would not exist if not for the existence of Nettles and Sheepstealer.
Oh boy.
Well, apparently their origins
I don't know
are something different. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. Or Rhaena will end up in a cave in the Vale. Who knows?
They just like to burn themselves. That was how they became the Burned Men.
Or autoerotic flagellation. No, flagellation would be hilting in it. There's a word.
And yeah, like it is weird. Like the weird thing with this season, because we've talked about like just the strange pacing of how they've done it. You know, they simultaneously they act like they don't have enough content to fill the screen time of the season, which is why they have to branch out and extend certain characters like Damon, like Alicent, like Rhaenyra. But on the other hand, they're also cutting out certain key characters from the book, like Nettles and like Daeron, at least for the first 2 seasons. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre that they act like they don't have enough content to take from while removing content.
Yeah.
Content, yeah, whose removal creates problems that are then not resolved.
And then
they haven't written anything to make up for it.
And then, you know, replacing that like with new things that they made up that don't make sense, like Damon's final vision and what that means for his character going forward.
This is a major problem that the Witcher Netflix series ran into, if you ever watched any of that, where they would like remove key things. I mean, there were many problems with that show, but one of their problems is that they would like constantly cut out important details from the book while coming up with their own new horseshit to fill the screen time instead. I don't get it.
It's good writing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm sure, like, to be fair, you can take Nettles out if you want, and you can write a different story. We're not making an adaptation argument. The issue I have is I just don't know what Rhaenyra's arc is going to be meaningfully here, because obviously, like the thing they built up for her is like, oh, she doesn't have a dragon, so Damon looks down on her or doesn't really interact with her, and she feels undervalued. Like she feels like she's failing her family. So I presume she's going to like get her dragon and like go bond with Damon for a season.
I guess.
Wait, can you imagine if they did with Nettles what they've done with Daeron? Where like they hastily try to introduce her and like Like after
Well,
no mention of her.
She just clocks Rhaenyra on the head from behind. Like the opening of season 3 is like Rhaenyra's like we pick up for Rhaenyra staring at Sheepstealer, and then she gets knocked out from behind by Nettles, who just takes Sheepstealer, and it gets introduced that way.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But yeah, I think if we're done talking about the dragon seeds, I wanted to get into Damon's final vision.
Yeah. And then we have Alicent to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically in this final one, he goes and touches the Weirwood tree like Bran in season 3. And he has a bunch of visions. We see like young Blood Raven with the birthmark, which we kind of touched on earlier as like a thing that it's not how it is in the show at all. But this is supposed to be show canon, so don't know what to make of that. Maybe he wore concealer when he met Bran. He saw a bunch of other things, like the three-eyed raven, which looked really badly CGI'd. He saw a really bad-looking White Walker, which I believe was practical. But it did not look good at all. I don't know what the fuck that was. And then, of course, he saw the comet, and he saw it from behind Daenerys sitting naked with her dragons in the middle of the desert. And the implication of the dream is that she is the prince that was promised, and that she will lead them through the long night and be, I guess, Azor Ahai. I don't know.
Yeah, and Damon's entire motivation is now like, the reason I want Rhaenyra on the throne is to make sure that this prophecy comes true.
That's what I'm getting to. They've built up this really dumb arc all season of like, will he betray Rhaenyra? Will he try to take the throne for himself, even though that's not really what he ever wanted? Or will he bend the knee and swear his loyalty? And he finally does in the finale because of this vision, because now he is so hell-bent on preventing the White Walker threat at any and all costs. Like, that's what we've taken Damon Targaryen and connected him to that for some reason. I have no idea.
Not because he loves Rhaenyra, not because he's loyal to his family, not because he wants to genuinely comes to the belief that Rhaenyra would make for a good queen, not because he's honoring his brother's legacy, just because he's like, White Walker's bad, actually.
And of course, that's not even to get into the world building, because we already kind of touched on this toward the beginning of the stream in terms of if the Targaryens believe in this prophecy and they're passing it down from king to heir, why is this not something being shouted from the rooftops? But at this point, it's more than just some words on a dagger, right? From like a vision that someone had over 100 years ago. Like this, like Damon now fundamentally, firmly believes this is real and this is happening. And this is why he supports Rhaenyra. So, like, why is he not telling everyone the White Walkers are coming and we need a Targaryen sitting the throne for when they do? You know, like, the point I'm getting at is, like, by the time of Game of Thrones, and this is true in the show as well as the books, like, the Night's Watch are seen as a joke. They're seen as kind of a thing that, like, are, like, sort of a remnant of a bygone era when the first men believed in a threat that isn't real, or if it was, it died out a long time ago, you know? Things like White Walkers and Grumpkins and Snarks and to the Children of the Forest, they're all the stuff of fairy tale and folklore. Which is why the Wall is mostly manned by thieves and rapists and just general lowlifes, and not by high lords.
It's a penal colony.
And it's a penal colony. It's fucking Australia, but cold. And it's like... and like that's the case because nobody takes it seriously, because nobody believes in the White Walkers. But if only 50 years ago... one of the members of the Crown, like, believed firmly that the White Walkers were real. Like, are you telling me that this is just something that he never told anyone about? That, like, he didn't revitalize the urgency of the White Walkers are a real threat and the Wall needs to be manned at all cost? Like, did that just die with him at the Godswood? Spoilers.
Well, I guess Viserys and Jaehaerys didn't do anything to, like, actually bulk the Watch either.
Well,
even though they believed in this prophecy as well.
But didn't they? I think even in the show, they mentioned that Jaehaerys donated a lot of men to the Wall in his time as conciliator.
He donates land to the Watch, like
That's
historically,
right,
like the gift is there for them.
Yeah,
and I have to imagine that he would have provided some additional support to them, especially given the line from Cregan where he says that, like, Jaehaerys he looked out on the Wall and the dragons refused to go out there. Well, so I think that
I don't know why they wouldn't. I don't know why that's not just already priority from Aegon's conquering all the way down to now, and even to presumably the Mad King. Maybe it died out at some point in between, but like the point is, no more than maybe 100 years before the show takes place, that would have been like a priority to the Crown, that the Wall needs to be manned by the best of the best.
Well, I
Yeah,
honestly,
you would have made the Night's Watch like far more prestigious. You'd have been like, made it like a kingdom wide thing of like we want, like at least one man from every family and every generation must sign up to the Night's Watch. Like like it has to be manned. This thing has to be manned.
And every lord from the Starks to the fucking Krennic men like need to donate 100 men to this cause like every generation or something.
well, and honestly, without getting into like specific spoilers on how the book ends and everything, and how this story is probably going to end, I honestly think that will probably happen. I think that I think that the secret is going to be lost. I think that Aegon's
that's
dream
bullshit.
is going to be lost by whoever ends up on the throne. Not going to spoil it.
But we've already addressed this though elsewhere. I mean, let's do it again on the stream because this is the stream to do it on. But
yeah,
that can't be true. Like, not just in the sense of like it doesn't make sense within this story, but like given what we know of the history in Game of Thrones, we know that's not true because Rhaegar's actions were entirely informed by the fact that he was trying to birth the prince that was promised. The entire reason why Aerys and Rhaea got married in the first place, and Jaehaerys II got married to his own sister in the first place, was because they had been told by the Woods Witch that was a friend to Jenny of Oldstones that the prince that was promised would come of their line. Aegon V knew about the prince that was promised. Aerion Brightflame tried to drink wildfire because he thought that would bring about dragons, and dragons were needed for the prince that was promised. Like, this has been a thing throughout the history of Game of Thrones, well past this point.
Mm-hmm.
That the Targaryens are in some sense aware of the prince that was promised as a prophecy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know why the Night's Watch is manned by thieves and rapists. That's insane.
I guess they forgot about the fact that the threat is going to come from the north or some shit. I don't know.
I guess they kind of forgot about the Iron
They kind
Fist.
of forgot about the White Walker threat.
Yeah.
To be fair, so did D&D, so it's not like it matters.
Well, D&D.
So did the White Walkers. The White Walkers forgot they were a threat.
God, I'm never gonna let that go.
Could have been one of the greatest television series of all time, and they absolutely fucking ruined it. It never. Occasionally, I'll go back and rewatch clips from old seasons of Game of Thrones. Even things like I was saying to Sheev the other day, I rewatched Hard Home just because I was curious to see whether it holds up, and I was just like sitting there watching this unfold and being like, "Oh my god, this is incredible!" Can you imagine if season 8 had just been Hard Home for 5 episodes but ramped up to 11?
It could
that would have been so good.
Well, the thing that's always so frustrating, whenever you botch the ending of the overall story, like if we consider this like the Song of Ice and Fire franchise or the Game of Thrones franchise or whatever, in which like House of the Dragon like ties into, when you fuck up the ending of the story like that, it has this negative ripple effect on everything else. This is why
it poisons everything backwards.
Yeah, and this is why I've never, even in season 1 when I like thoroughly enjoyed House of the Dragon, there was still like that lingering element of like I would enjoy this even more if Game of Thrones season 8 had ended better.
Well, and see, I've always been someone who, people say this about like the sequel trilogy with the OT, but I've always been someone who can like just kind of compartmentalize and be like, yeah, but that didn't really happen. Fuck you. In the same way that I rewatched seasons 1 through 4 of Game of Thrones, and I'm like, yeah, and the rest of the story didn't happen, so it doesn't matter. And I was able to do that with House of the Dragon, but it did still irk me. Like when I'm watching the scene where Viserys is telling Rhaenyra about the dream and about the prince that was promised and everything like that, and I'm just like, this is a cool scene, but like I know what it leads to, so it means nothing to me. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because this whole like, oh, the Targaryen must hit the throne, the realms must be united. It's like, no, they don't, and no, they don't, because the 99.9% of the world are unaware the Long Night even happened. Yeah. Like, no one in Essos even gives a shit.
It would have made House of the Dragon just ever so slightly stronger if the end of Game of Thrones season 8 had been stronger and actually like went into the necessity of the Targaryens being like essential to that conflict.
And also just to add to all of this, right, in terms of like when she's like, oh, I can compartmentalize, like, I don't watch Rogue One say and think about the sequels. And I'm like, I agree, and I think that's a healthy attitude, and I do it as well. But imagine if every 5 episodes of Andor they'd been like, oh, this thing ties back into the dyad. Like, the dyad is coming. Everyone, the dyad is like, like, oh, Andor, here's like a crystal. It'll be important for the dyad, so they say. Like, I would have I would have damaged Andor. Even if Andor had carried on being excellent in every other regard, I'd have been like, oh my god, stop.
Yeah, it would have annoyed me. It would have annoyed me for sure.
And the show's been doing that with The Prince That Was Promised, like, oh, the long night's coming. And then season 2 just triple down on it, like, oh, it's all about the long night. The long night is coming. It's all about the Prince That Was Promised, blah, 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 blah. And you're just thinking, like, I know what the long night is, and it's really crap. So
And it wasn't even that like a particularly long night either. It was a normal night.
it was just it was a bog standard night.
The night wasn't even astoundingly long.
And I've gotten to the point now where, like, I personally see the folly of hoping that they will change the terrible ending. Like, people for a long time waited for them to do it with the sequel trilogy. Still haven't done it. I don't expect them to do it for this, and not to say that they never will, but I'm not going to hope for that.
Also, sorry, side note, because Wisdom Minori's super chat just reminded me of it in a roundabout way. When we're like all those things they could have filled the time with instead of like 90,000 billion years of Damon wandering around a castle looking for his trousers. Like, you know how there's like in the Fire and Blood book, there is a conspiracy theory mentioned about like how the Maesters may have been behind the dance because they wanted to kill off the dragons.
Yeah.
Because they want to make a world where magic doesn't exist anymore. And I'm like, how fucking interesting would it have been if we had those Darren scenes in Old Town where the Citadel is, and we'd maybe like got some confirmation on that. Maybe Orwell has ulterior motives and has been pushing things towards violence from behind the scenes.
Well,
wouldn't that be cool to discuss?
Wasn't there also the idea that the Maesters in Old Town had also interfered somehow in Rhaenys not becoming queen? Like,
yeah, that they influenced the lords to not vote for her as queen.
Yeah, like that too.
Because they thought Viserys was weaker and would lead to the downfall of the dynasty.
Yeah, he could be like manipulated easier through Otto, which he was.
Yeah, because again, and they kind of touched on this and then forgot about it. A large part of the High Towers, as a family, is that they're very religious. They're very tied into the faith of the Seven, which is historically, before King's Landing, quartered in Old Town, where the Starry Sept is. So like they're very linked to the Order of the Maesters and the order and the religious orders of the Septons and all this shit. Like there is a huge amount of like conspiracy theory, backdoor dealing, wheeling, and subterfuge that we could have at least hinted towards in the show, and it just never gets. It kind of reminds me actually of, like, do you remember in season 1 of Game of Thrones when like Arya sees Illyrio talking to Varys, and then Illyrio just vanishes from the fucking show, and they drop that plotline entirely.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't even in the one episode of season 5 where they're in Pentos again.
They're at his house. It's not even they're in Pentos. They're at his house.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, when it comes to like the Maesters, imagine how great it would have been if the White Walkers had actually gotten as far south as Old Town, and like these fucking.
I mean,
Maesters,
that's a bit far south.
I know that's very far south, but imagine these like skeptical ass like Maesters actually having to see these things with their own eyes.
I mean, how far south do you think the White Walkers should have gotten? Because like I'm honestly thinking they should have invaded all of Westeros.
King's Landing.
I think King's Landing should have been the climax. I think the way you make that amazing and tie everything together as well is like they use the wildfire caches beneath the city as a trap. Like they lure the Army of the Dead into the city, which remember can hold like 1 million people, and try and just detonate them all in one go.
And then King's Landing is completely destroyed, and it's like thematically resonant because like that it was built by the Targaryen dynasty and it was destroyed by the Targaryen dynasty.
Yeah,
the Iron Throne is destroyed.
Yes.
Yeah, like you're destroying two things at once. Like you're destroying the White Walkers, but you're also destroying like a lot of what's caused a lot of grief and problems and stuff.
Could have been awesome.
And like you could even have both Dany and Jon dying in that throne room to stop the Night King.
Like they're like the bait to keep him there, and then like
Man, that could have been great. Fuck. Now I'm thinking about how good season 8 could have been. Fuck. But thank you for the wisdom.
You also could have then had the interesting thing of like, in order to like, once they've been defeated at Winterfell, and again, like in my version, Stannis would have survived long enough to fight at Winterfell and die at Winterfell, covering their retreat, or say.
Yeah.
Like, imagine they'd got to King's Landing to lay this trap, and like they're fleeing from the White Walkers, but they can't get into the city because Cersei's barred the gates because she's just so wrapped up in her mad delusions, and all she's got left are the Golden Company, and and the only reason they're there is mercenaries for her Lannister gold. And then Jaime and Arya gets sneaked into King's Landing in order to like open the gates and make sure that they can get in before the White Walkers arrive to lay the trap. And that's how Cersei dies in Jaime's arms.
Yeah, Jaime is forced to kill her, and like while Arya,
the Mad Queen, to mirror the Mad King. That would have been cool. But no. We
Should've
needed to have,
done.
to be fair, we did get that amazing scene where, fucking Greyjoy is like, I'm the man who killed Jaime Lannister.
Oh, God,
Yeah, well,
no.
obviously that was peak, but like, I feel like we could have sacrificed that for something a little less thematically poignant, like, what you pitched, that drivel you pitched.
Is he still the cringiest character in all of like the Game of Thrones universe?
I'm sorry, the
like,
Sand Snakes
unambiguously,
literally
yes.
exist, so...
Oh, and he killed them. That's kind of funny.
Actually, to be fair, he killed the Sand Snake, so he does redeem himself a little bit.
Yeah. All right, so the second cringiest. Okay.
Finger in the bum.
Man. Finger in the bum. Just
he is the man who killed Jaime Lannister. So
I think Tormund should have killed him. I think that would have been funny.
just for the hell of it.
I know you didn't
just
fucking
for the
bear.
Right now, I don't want to think about the bear he didn't fuck. Greyjoy just pops up to be like, a finger in its bum. You're like, shut up.
Tormund.
I've got a finger in Brienne's bum.
Oh my goodness. It's like you then read a book you're on, and you're like, man, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. What have you done?
The bear and the Tormund
Book Euron is one of the coolest. Yeah,
Book
Euron is one of the most
boy.
badass characters in the entire series, and they're like, nah.
Imagine Book
It's gonna be
Euron
a-
getting plopped into Game of Thrones season 8, and he's like, "What the fuck is happening?"
He just killed them all. He'd be like, fuck this. This is shit.
It's terrible.
He'd just join the Night King.
Unironically, yes, he would probably. Like, I feel like that's what they're kind of setting up in the books.
Yeah, something like that. He's a mad bastard. God, it's just all so terrible.
But anyway,
Which I guess, speaking of things that are terrible, that brings us nicely, roundly down to the last thing we should talk about, which is Alicent in the latter half of this season. And I want to start with what was apparently meant to be her contemplating suicide scene.
So I'll give you some background, right? I only knew what that scene was supposed to be because of the meta surrounding it, like people talking about it. If I hadn't, I would have just thought she was taking a swim in the lake, because that's what it was. That's all she did.
Yeah.
He sees a bird, you see, and that gave her hope or something. I don't know.
I don't know. Sure. Let's go with that.
Also, I like it again. Like they try and be like, oh, it's really poignant that she's like sad and like she yearns to be free, like the bird, and she wants to like escape it all. And I'm like, but you realize that if she died there, that poor
night,
Kingsguard she dragged out with her would have been fucking put to death.
He would have had to flee for his fucking life otherwise.
Alicent once again being a selfish bitch.
Yeah.
She's honestly like season 1, like she's a terrible person, but she's at least like a good character. Season 2, I'm just like, you are horrible, and I wish nothing but pain for you. You are just like, you're terribly written and a terrible human being.
Well, so we agree that she and Rhaenyra were fucking competing this season. Like the two of them were the worst characters this season, and they competed with each other throughout.
It's not even fucking
I think
close.
Alicent just about takes it.
Yeah.
Really? I don't know if I'd say that. Like they really fucked over Rhaenyra, dude.
That meeting at the end where Alicent gives away certain things is the thing that really nails it.
Do you want to talk about it? You want to lay that out?
So before we get there, because it's important, because this is the context, and also like behind the suicide scene. So the reason why she like thinks about suicide, the reason why she eventually decides to go and somehow get on Dragonstone past the Velaryon blockade, which I don't know how she fucking did that other than teleportation, is that like Aemond kicks her off the council. That's literally it. Aemond's like, I don't want you here. You kind of messed things up, honestly, and like I don't want my mother here. And of course, there's the meta thing which the actors revealed of like, oh, also Aemond, his mum makes him vulnerable, and he doesn't want to be weak in front of the other guys on the council. Like he's so concerned with that image that he has to like not have Alicent around.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice to have that in the show, but thanks actor for telling us. I guess you're doing a good job. Unironically, you're doing a good job. But yeah, Alicent is still on board with killing Rhaenyra, still on board with fighting this war, still on board with all of it, until she gets kicked off the council. And at that point, she decides to throw all her toys out the pram. I really hate that that's the thing that motivates her to make this heel face turn, because that paints her as even more of a two-faced, horrifyingly selfish cow.
Yeah, it makes it seem like she just goes with the wind and does whatever will benefit her in the moment, like regardless of the repercussions. Just like, holy shit.
It's like, I didn't get what I want, so I'm going to stab whoever I need to in the back to get some kind of benefit out of it.
Yeah, and I don't
You're like,
think
oh,
that's never really what Alicent was.
no, she was very consumed with duty and because she had to, because otherwise she'd have gone insane.
Yeah.
Again, I sort of see what they're going for, right? Of like she's waking up to the gilded prison she's put herself in, and how like she is, if not solely, then at least equally responsible. Like, sure, the prison was constructed around her from birth, but she decided to willingly sit inside and sing, rather than try to escape it like Rhaenyra did. And instead of like trying to follow Rhaenyra's example, she just got bitter at Rhaenyra instead.
Well, and it's funny,
but
like, and even in that scene, Rhaenyra like it kind of acknowledges that it's like you want to do this now, like after everything that's happened, and because it's like Alicent is trying like too late, I guess, to try and turn things around and come to the realization she should have come to the moment that her father first started to manipulate her.
Yeah, okay, so to address this comment, because I think it actually ties well into what I'm trying to say. I think this person doesn't seem to realize they're making my argument for me. Permaband has said, like, her getting kicked off is the realization of the lack of power she thought she had. That part's completely fine. And I'm like, okay, but it's almost like that meme that's been doing the rounds of Alicent as the trad wife who doesn't seem to realize that, like, conservative ideology inherently hates her, and so sucking up to it is just going to kick her in the ass when she's no longer pretty enough to be put on a pedestal. Like, Alicent isn't that character. Like, she's not that stupid. She knew damn well what she was signing up for. And it's not because she thought an exception would be made for her. It's because she's utterly convinced herself that no, women shouldn't rule and Aegon should be king and all this stuff.
That's what she's had to convince herself to justify morally what she's done.
Yeah, and instead now they're like, oh, now that she doesn't get to be powerful, she's turned on them. And I'm like, then she's incredibly stupid. If that's unironically what the show's arguing has happened here, then that just paints her as being incredibly fucking thick throughout the last season, that she thought that she was going to be the one exception to this. Like, it is just that meme of like, oh no, the faction that thinks women shouldn't rule kicked me off the council. Shocked Pikachu face. Like,
well, yeah, and like after all the work that was done to install Aegon on the throne, how can she be like surprised that they would install Aemond over her for regent?
Or even just bring back Otto, like literally anyone other than her. Like, why her?
Yeah.
Bonkers. And then she's really upset that Cole doesn't stick up for her. And I'm like, when has Cole ever done anything that leads you to think that he thinks women should be in charge?
He literally hates women. What?
Well, and she said, it's interesting that she said, like, during that earlier council scene, she's like, I led while Viserys was, bedridden, or whatever the actual dialogue was. I'm paraphrasing a bit. So I'm the one best suited to fall into that role again. It's like, well, it wasn't really just you, Alicent. It was you and Otto in conjunction together.
Yeah.
Like,
but also, it wasn't her. Like, she was a puppet for Otto. In fact, she was such a puppet that she didn't even realize that he'd already like put contingency plans in place without her knowledge. Like, the entire council were acting behind her back. The council
were plotting behind her back. Yeah, like.
Yeah.
Madness. But yes, so that was the context. And then she, like I said, she somehow smuggles herself past the Valorian blockade. I guess all while just knows a really stealthy fisherman. Who knows? Turns up on Dragonstone, and like, God, where do we begin with this? So, Rhaenyra is shaken out of bed to be like, "You've got a visitor," and then like Alicent's there, and Rhaenyra's like, "What the actual fuck?" Which is a good reaction. What the actual? Yeah, and at this point, I'm like, okay, so Rhaenyra, given their last conversation where Rhaenyra tried to reach out, stupidly, but tried to, and then Alicent was like, "No, it's war, it's on now." You know that, like, there's no compromises here. Take her prisoner. You've got Alicent, you've got the Queen. Just take her prisoner.
Yep.
She is so much more valuable to you as a bargaining chip. You can't trust her. You can't trust anything she says. She's done nothing but show you like misery and contempt for decades. Her son killed your son. Yeah, she can take her prisoner. But then that's not even the bananas part of this conversation. The really bananas part is that Alicent has come to offer Rhaenyra the throne. She's like, Aemond will be leaving in a little bit to go to fight in the Riverlands, and then Helaena will be in charge, and at that point we'll convince all the guards to throw down their weapons, and you can take the city bloodlessly, and the war will basically be over. And Rhaenyra's like, well, hang on though, like, a son for a son, and also, like, as long as Aegon's alive, and your sons are alive, my life will never be secure. So if you're going to do this, you're going to have to commit to, like, giving me your sons to behead and mount their heads on spikes. And Alicent's like, yeah, but I really want to let it be free and like walk around in the grass and not worry about shit. So yeah, sure, you can have all my sons, including Daeron. who is good and done nothing wrong.
Poor kid you haven't seen in fucking years. You haven't seen this kid. He's probably just showing up to help his family in the war. And it's like, oh, thanks, Mom.
He's just, we literally have Gawain be like, he's a sweet, handsome kid who plays the harp. He's 16.
He's
everyone loves
the
him.
Ladies, like he's a
polite.
Good boy.
He's reasonable. He's a good lad.
And not to mention just how odd that one line. Like, I mean, obviously she would have wanted Aemond and Aegon to be taken out anyway to secure her claim. But like the son for a son line is so fucking weird. Because like, did you forget what happened to Jaehaerys? Like why would she use that line? Like that's weird from Rhaenyra.
Yeah, it's like, this is bad then, right? Please tell me we're framing this as a bad thing because whatever.
Alicent just doesn't care. She doesn't even bother reminding her about blood and cheese. It just doesn't get brought up at all.
No, it's fine.
Like so bizarre.
Yeah, there's also the really stupid. There's two other stupid things. One, which is literally just a Hail Mary. This is almost like a Raylo moment, right? That the writers have just put in, where Alicent's like, "Run away with me," and I'm like, "What? Why would either of you want that?"
They're in love, Jolly.
Piss right off. Dick that up your bastard ass.
Yeah, like this is something that 14 and 16-year-old Rhaenyra and Alicent would have at one point considered. But there's quite a few things that have happened since then. Quite a few. Just saying.
Mighty JT, thank you for the super chat for $4.99. Thank you guys. It's been insane seeing EFAP mock people for saying the show is slow and we just want action when I literally just want to stay awake. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, EFAP are defending this, are they? Okay, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I caught some of their coverage of the first 4 episodes, and they were praising it, and I was like, guys, there are already problems. I don't know if they criticized the anything that deserved criticizing, but whatever.
They have. I've seen like the odd criticism from them about it. They haven't been like wholesale praising the show or the season, but
thank God they still have some sense.
Yeah,
there's hope for them yet.
One of these days, they'll be real critics. Anyway, moving on.
One of these days, they'll be reasonable human beings. But yes, this is nonsense, and this is barking mad. There's also other than the run away with me line, there's also the incredible strangeness that is just like Alicent admitting she took a lover to Rhaenyra.
Completely abandoning like the entire thing that made her sanctimonious and above Rhaenyra in her eyes.
Yeah, because she tries. A good thing is she tries to flip this back, right? She's like, "Oh, my lover," and Rhaenyra, like, quite rightfully, is like, "Oh, the pious queen sullied herself with a lover. Oh, shocking." And Alicent's like, "Oh, don't mock me for things that you have done yourself." And like again, Rhaenyra quite rightly is like, "You're the one who made virtue your cloak. You wanted to take my son's eye because your son got in a fight with him on the basis of stories of bastardy that you'd fed him."
Mm-hmm. Well, because even her defense, it's like, listen, your father was already dead, so I was just going to have a lover. It's like, well, yeah, but that just seems a little indulgent, especially when she's like religious and stuff. It's like, oh, I just really need to get off, so I found.
Yeah, and not just with like Harwin Strong, whatever you want to say about like the relationship. Harwin Strong was not a man sworn to celibacy in the eyes of the Seven. Alicent is meant to be really religious. She's meant to be like a real deep faith of the Seven girl. And like she had an affair with the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard.
Yeah.
Well, and I think we should make it clear, we obviously don't inherently have a problem with a woman chasing her pleasure.
Absolutely not. That's not the issue.
No, she's a whore.
But yeah, the problem comes from obviously the virtues that Alicent has claimed to stand up for and wield against Rhaenyra by contrast. So that's what makes
I'd go further because I don't even think, because they're trying to paint it off like this was all Two-Faced, right? That like Alicent never really believed in these virtues and was only ever like using them as a shield or a cudgel to beat, a shield for herself and a cudgel with which to beat Rhaenyra because she was bitter. Like even have her say it in the scene, right? Like she's like, "Oh, I was angry, I was bitter, I was." No, I'm sorry. She was angry. She was bitter. She did use them to beat Rhaenyra, but she also genuinely believed in them. That's one of the reasons she was so angry.
Well, and like I enjoy the hypocrisy of it in terms of like she does actually believe these things. She does believe it's wrong to be doing this, and that's why she keeps continually telling Cole, we can't do this anymore. We can't stop it. And of course, there's the neat little ironic symbolism of her putting the white cloak back on him, and like everything to do with that. But like trying to tell me that she just never actually believed it at all. It's like, oh, well, that's not that's just a misread of her character.
Yeah,
you just fundamentally don't understand her.
We're oversimplifying her in the process. We're making her a worse and a character. We're regressing her, and we're just damaging everything she's ever done in the show, badly.
I've also, and one thing I will say in her defense, because I don't necessarily buy into this. I've seen some people. These are probably like the hardcore Rhaenyra fans that are saying this, who are against Alicent. They've been saying things like, "Oh, Alicent just had to chase them, Rhaenyra's former man, so that she could lord that over Rhaenyra." Like, no. I don't necessarily see it that way at all. Like,
that's just not her relationship with Cole at all. What the hell?
Yeah. Exactly. People have actually been saying that. I'm like, oh, come on.
See, this is the thing about like House of the Dragon Twitter that's really, really, really annoyed me. Is that people, again, they're looking at this through a modern lens of, they're not looking at like what the characters actually value and why the context of the society they live in have made them choose those values. It's like they're looking at it from, from the lens of a 21st century like person watching the show, and acting like the characters also have that context and understanding of the world, and that all the things that and they really pick a side, and they're like Team Black or Team Green, and like everything Rhaenyra does is she's the devil, but everything Alicent does is she's perfect, or vice versa. And it's like that's never what this was supposed to be. And the fact that Stan Twitter basically just took hold of the show, and I guess the writers were like, "Shit, we have to appeal to that," has
the marketing from HBO as well.
Yeah.
Because they've really milked out like, are you Team Green or are you Team Black thing.
That's what it is. It's like the marketing is like, you need to make it, like you need to pick a side, basically. Like you need to make the sides clear, Did
you ever see Rhys Ifans' interview about this? Which is really fascinating, because like, man, not only is he a great actor, and also was fucking great, as always in this season.
The one where he was like, they're all terrible people, and it'll be fun watching them all die. Yeah,
but like, which side are you on? And he's like, they're all shitty people, and like, it's fun watching them all come to their ends.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Well, I know we didn't really like talk about him a great deal, but like that scene between him and Aegon was so good. Like he was nailing that performance. Ugh.
My father is dead. Yes, and we are all the poorer for it.
Well, yeah, and there is something kind of nice about like the chickens coming home to roost in some sense for Otto.
Oh yeah,
it's like he schemed like so much to get Aegon to this point, and he never really cared all that much like personally about Viserys.
He never really cared about them, innocent or otherwise.
He never cared about Viserys, innocent or otherwise. He was just like a means to an end to get like his Hightower blood like on the throne.
I'm going to push back on that. I think he did care about Viserys a little bit.
He did. Yeah.
I just don't think that factored in at all to his schemes. He was like, he's a good man, and we need a good man on the throne right now. But he's not going to be there forever, and I can't, like, what he wants and what he values cannot mean anything to me, long as he wants Rhaenyra on the throne.
Yeah, because what he wants is paramount, getting his grandchildren on the throne.
Well, hang on, but this is what I mean about, like, good people. Like, the reason people do bad things, because most people are not good or bad, right? They're mixes of the two. The reason that people do bad things is generally, like, for reasons that are, not just, like, they think are good, but genuinely are good. There are usually good justifications behind bad actions, as well as bad motivations behind bad actions. So with Otto, it's like, there is the selfish, nasty, cruel, evil, grasping part of him that Damon correctly sees, where, it's like he's a second son who holds nothing, he doesn't grab for himself.
He's a cunt.
Like, he's a cunt, and which is not untrue. On the other hand, Otto is utterly and truly convinced and believes this wholeheartedly that a male ruler would be better than Rhaenyra, and that there is a difference between, like, he literally says, like, a loyal service means telling a hard truth. If a servant doesn't tell his king a discomforting truth from time to time, he's failed as a servant. And he very much
was
seems
seen to in a place committing acts of low repute, committing acts unbecoming of a maiden.
But like the point there is, like, yes, he is, for example, in that situation, he's absolutely leveraging Rhaenyra's disgrace for his own advantage and his own family's advantage. But it's not just for that. He also genuinely believes that it is in the king's and the Targaryens' best interests to have a male ruler after him to stabilize the realm, to secure Viserys' legacy,
Yeah.
to make sure there isn't a war. He genuinely believes that.
Yeah, and so now, like, he's, especially with like the recent mistakes that Aegon has been making, like that all it just kind of compounds for him, like, and makes him, reflect on just how much Viserys listened to his advice and worked with him.
Forbearance.
Yeah, his judiciousness.
You never think of his dignity.
Dignity? I want justice!
Wait, he's worse than a fool. He's murdered innocent men. Well, grandfather, I never cared much for them.
I'm the guilty one.
That line will never, ever let me escape it, will it?
No, I'll never let it die. But like, this is my point with like Otto as well, and this whole and all these characters. Like, again, people do things for reasons that are good and bad, and those things are neither less true nor like just because you have a bad motivation doesn't mean that the good reason you're doing it isn't true.
Yeah.
Or that you don't genuinely believe it, and vice versa. Just because you believe wholeheartedly in the goodness of the thing you're using to justify what you're doing, that doesn't mean you're not also doing it for selfish bad reasons.
Yeah.
That's just generally how human actions work, I'm afraid.
People are complicated,
Yeah, like when you tell your friend that his girlfriend's been cheating on him or whatever, and like, yeah, most of that's because you're trying to be a good friend, but maybe a part of you is also just like, oh, I never really liked her anyway. I'm glad to see the two of them broken up. That's just how people work.
I want to see, like, I hope and I assume that we're going to get at least one more scene between Otto and Rhaenyra. Like, I want to see what those two have to say to each other. Like,
he's going to be in King's Landing when, it happens.
Yeah,
so like I want to know what they're going to say to each other. I'm going to find that very.
I think he's going to be unrepentant, and I think that's totally correct for him to be.
Yeah, he's going to be like, I'm not going to apologize for the choices I made.
He's going to be like, everything I did was for the good of my house and my family and for the good of the realm.
He'll give a Sir Alistair Thorne speech, where he's like, I fought, I lost, now I rest.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I really like, again, to illustrate that point of people doing good things for good reasons and bad, Alistair Thorne is a great example of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he was a great character.
He genuinely does despise Jon Snow, and he'll do like really petty things to undermine him or to just, put him in his place. But like, he does still ultimately believe like this is for the good of, this is for the good of the Watch, this is for the good of the realm, this is for, the defense of the innocent and everything like that. Like, I am still trying to help everyone and do the right thing. But I am also picking on this fucking teenage boy because he just really gets on my nerves.
Yeah, he's a bully, but that doesn't mean that all of his intentions are ignoble.
I think there's a chance that Otto might give like the tiniest sliver of a concession to Rhaenyra by saying like, I get why your father made the choice he did, but I'm not going to apologize for anything I did.
I just don't see that happening.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance. All I'm saying is I think there's a chance.
I think it's more likely that she'll try and gloat about it, and he'll just remind her about the blood and cheese incident or something. Yeah. He'll throw it back in her face.
Or the time that Luke took Aemon's eye. Or any number of things that you could be like, you started this when this happened, or when this happened, or blah 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 blah, and it's
Yeah, like I think his more recent frustrations with Aegon don't like wash away the principles that he had regarding like Rhaenyra and stuff.
I also really love that scene where she's like, "I've committed a sin, Father," and he's like, "I do not wish to hear of it."
I just love his face there. He's like, I can't.
I don't
Shut
care.
the fuck up.
Leave me. Whatever the fuck you're doing, please leave me out of it. I don't care.
I've been dealing with Aegon all day. I'm so fucking tired of this. He just fired me.
Yeah.
He fired me.
He's just like, I've had such a day. I do not need this.
I mean, and joking aside, I did kind of read it as well as like whatever sin you've committed is not enough for me to like care about. Like, I'm still on your side right now. Like, I think that's my best faith interpretation. I know.
I think to an extent he was trying to say like you're better than your worst moments, right? Like, you're not defined by.
I think he's saying something similar. I don't think it's quite that. I think that's almost like a breaking of faith moment for Alicent, and like she's trying to confess what she can, because she's been raised in the faith of the Seven, and to think this is like morally and religiously justified. So she's trying to confess a sin to her father. And her father's like, honestly, do you really think I ever gave a shit about sins? Like, do you really think that I ever really cared? Like, what people got up to in their bedrooms? Like, do you think that's what it is?
It could be that, yeah.
This is a guy who literally wanted to send all the Kingsguard to like slaughter Rhaenyra's family, like at the very beginning, like of the, right after Viserys died.
Yeah, he
Like,
does
yeah,
not
he has
care
no
about
problems.
sins.
So Harold Westerling has joined Gendry on that boat.
Yeah, where did he go?
He just vanished.
And I love Graham McTavish. It was such a shame that he is like gone.
He's like I said, he's still on the way back to the Westerlands, where he's from.
With Laenor, they're all going in a line of boats.
It's a conga line. It's just like him, Gendry, Laenor, and then like sheep stealer behind. It's like da 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 da.
Da 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 da. Wisdom and Ari, thank you for...
a White Walker.
Wow. Okay. Interrupt me, why don't you? Wisdom, thank you for the super chat for $10. He said Alicent in the show is the mom that would use her kid's social security number for cable, but not pay the bill. Can we get Jolly and Sheev to do a cover of the rat catcher scene? We should, actually. Live
who's
right
going to
now.
be Aegon? Who's going to be Otto in that?
Yeah, who's going to be?
I call Otto.
Oh no, I hate that guy. Whatever.
You know what? I'll let you have Otto. I can do a good enough
No, it's
Aegon.
fine.
I'll be
To be fair, I can't.
You'll
I
be
can't be
Kristen.
that.
He doesn't have any.
I can't-
He has hardly any dialogue.
Yeah.
I will have to do that scene another time. My flatmate's asleep next door. I don't want to wake them up.
That's fair. We'll shelve it for now.
It's time.
We'll do a special recording and release it as a separate video.
It's time to make Queen paid a price.
Oh man, is there anything else to talk about in terms of the show
I think that's it.
that we want to discuss?
I think we got it
Looking
all
through
out.
my-
What are
Looking through
your
notes.
What are your concluding thoughts about Game of Thrones? Oh, I was about to say Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones season 8, House of the Dragon season 2.
Oh, actually, sorry. I've got two very quick small things I want to talk about. Which is one is the triarchy and all that stuff. Like I saw a lot of people with the like just shit criticisms of this, right? Like I'm like, oh, her character, like I can't even remember her name, but the triarchy admiral played by Abigail Thorne. They're like, oh, she's so cringe. I even saw the standard people like, it's woke, it's a trans woman in a shine, and just all that shit. I thought she was fine.
I saw her and
character.
I was like, they're gonna get so mad at this because it's not even just like in the Acolyte where she was barely even there. Like she's an actual character here who has like speaking lines and she's pivotal to the plot. And I was like, yeah, people aren't gonna like this.
I thought it was a fun character. I thought she did a good job.
Yeah.
I liked her interactions with Tyland.
I just enjoy generally like when Tyland is doing anything because he's so funny. So like him interacting with this like outlandish, brash pirate who's like, I like you, I want you to have my babies. It's like, oh.
I think the only thing that frustrates me about that whole thing is that like, I'm all for it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching it. It was like fun and stuff. And there were some good comedic moments. It's just a shame that like there were so many like important things that could have happened this season that didn't. That like scenes like this, I think, frustrate me in that regard, where it's like we're using screen time on this when like
yeah,
it's been dropped. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, like that finale, just in general, had absolutely no focus or terrible pacing as is normal for this season, and it was just kind of this weird what's the word? Disjointed sequence of events instead of like an actual story progressing by cause and effect. And that was just part of it. It was just like, here, let's have this, and we'll waste time here. I guess it's good to get to know the leader of the fleet that's going to be joining up with the Lannister army for the Battle of the Gulf.
Gullet.
The Gullet. But like, yeah, it's just kind of it's just funny. At this point, I'll take what I can get. At least I wasn't bored to tears watching it.
And then the last small thing is shout out to the Eric twins.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I just generally, I really liked Eric and Eric in general in terms of their characters and what they represented thematically. Because it kind of ties into what we were getting at with Cole and how like this is just an inherently broken system and a terrible society that's like they're all kind of forced to work around, and like you have two characters who are both very honor bound and have both chosen opposite sides of this war because of the oaths they swore and what they believe them to mean and how they've interpreted them. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's still a shit situation where the other considers their brother a traitor. they have to fight and kill each other in a moment, for someone else's war. And I'm pretty sure Team Black Eric is the one who comes out on top. But even that, even then he kills himself because he can't live with having killed his own brother. Himself. He committed he kinslayed, which the show will forget, but like that is very deeply like dishonorable. So it's like he defended his queen as he swore to do, and he upheld an oath, but like in so doing he had to break so many other oaths and dishonor himself and sully himself so much that he just couldn't reconcile that, and he was like, I can't be here anymore.
This ties back into something that was like a focus of Jaime's character arc, and before they ruined him, which is like what happens when you've got what happens when you have contradictory oaths? What happens then? That's
exactly what I was getting at. Like that great scene where he's talking to Catelyn, and he's like, "What if you're sworn to obey your king, obey your father? Well, what if the king orders you to kill your father?"
Yeah, and obviously the scene like with Brienne, it's like, what if your precious Renly had ordered you to kill thousands of men, women, and children? Would you have kept your oath then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everyone in this kingdom, like Ned Stark. This is actually something I find fascinating, right? In terms of the fandom, like I think Ned Stark is a stupid dick. Like that's my my personal read of the character is like Ned Stark represents basically everything that's wrong with this society. And like so much horror and shit. Like Varys even calls him out on this, right? Like how much horror happens just because he can't fucking like bury his supposed honor, for like 2 fucking seconds.
But I mean, he does. He finally does, and he gets killed for it anyway.
Well, for his daughter, yeah, but like the lives of hundreds of thousands of innocents in this war that are going to die meant nothing to him, but it was his daughters that finally swayed him, and you're just like,
Ned,
yeah, like that's the thing. Like people want to be like, oh, Ned is such a good man, an honorable man. I'm like, no, I'm with Jaime on this. Like Ned is a pompous prick, and like a society that fetishizes this kind of system of honor is only going to tear itself apart. Because you end up doing terrible things in service of this abstract ideal that ultimately only causes suffering and harm and misery to everyone.
I would still say that Ned is a good man. He's just not given enough critical thought to like what this system really means and what honor actually is.
That's the same problem though, right? Like Varys says that about Kavan as well, Kavan Lannister, where it's like, there are plenty like yourself, good men in service to bad causes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think Jaime. Someone is like, there's nothing half so terrifying as a truly just man. A man who truly believes that what he's doing is like the right thing, the honorable thing. Because you'll never talk him out of it, even if he's completely insane. Like, that's kind of again one of the fundamental things. Like people want to harp on about like the oath. Like the show wants to have it both ways, right? It wants to simultaneously have characters be like, these are the unblemished good guys, like how Stark are the good guys, these guys the good guys, the Blacks are the good guys, and then it never takes any moment to seriously critique the actual model of society that this show is based in, whilst also trying to reinforce themes about how those systems are broken. Like it's simultaneously propping them up with one hand whilst telling you they're bad with the other, and it doesn't seem to be able to decide which is which. Again, it's Cole all over again. The showrunners have the same attitudes as Kristen Cole though, and it's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to my TED talk about how much I hate Ned Stark.
I never knew you felt so strongly about Ned. Wow.
Now tell us how you really feel.
Actually, I do enjoy that thing as well, where like, in this show, they're like, there's never been a Stark who forgot an oath, and I'm like, Rob looks shiftily in the corner.
He just kind of tries to hide behind Talisa.
Well, not yet. Hasn't happened yet.
I just find that funny. It was like, I think Walder Frey even says this in the show and the book, where Catelyn's like, you're sworn to House Tully. It's like, oh yes, I said some words, but then I also swore oath to the king, if I remember correctly.
Someone in chat said, how much hope do you have for the show next year, the Night of the Seven Kingdoms show?
I don't have any expectations. I hope it's good.
Just unnecessary, really.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I hope it does. Like, I don't wish it ill. I hope it does well. I hope it's a good show. I probably won't be watching it. It just doesn't appeal to me.
Is that the not the same thing as the Dunk and Egg show, or because there's so many different spin-off shows?
That's the Dunk and Egg show.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Dunk and Egg because I haven't read those books, but
well, Egg is Maester Aemon's brother.
I know.
It's it's much more.
And Dunk is Duncan the Tall.
It's much more of a focused, like, smaller scale story, focusing on like a smaller number of characters.
I mean, I kind of prefer those in Game of Thrones, if I'm going to be honest. So, like, I might check that out. That sounds interesting to me.
Well, I mean, up to the point that they magically and hilariously and contrivingly just run into the Blackfire guy. Which I love how that happens. Like in the book, like a Blackfire invades, and the first person he runs into is Aegon in disguise. Like, damn, you got unlucky there, bro. Of all, in this part of the country, at this time of year, at this time of day, localized entirely within the Stormlands.
Stephen the Grizzly said, a truly good man lies somewhere between Ned's black and white moralism and Tywin's sociopathic pragmatism. Yeah, his name is Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie before before he took a level in cynicism.
Well, the line that we've been quoting like all day. I never cared much about the innocent.
Oh god, yeah.
God, I was rewatching because I've been rewatching the show with my roommate. So like rewatching the scene where he gives Brienne his Valyrian steel sword and she names it Oathkeeper. Like just
yeah, that's
man.
Well, that and the scene where he talks about why he killed the Mad King. Like God,
well, of course, but that's the one that everyone talks about. So
well, I know.
Yeah, you basic bitch.
I like the scene where he pushes Bran out the window. No, I'm joking.
That was probably his most honorable moment, I think.
Yeah. That or the bit where he kills his cousin to escape from custody.
Yeah.
There's not a truly good man, but the show.
There's a line in the book which they don't have in the show, which I'm sad about, which is when he's thinking about like Arthur Dane and Barris Barristan and all the knights he served with under Aerys. And he's like that, he's thinking about himself as a 16-year-old boy who's just joined the Kingsguard. It's like that boy wanted to become the Sword of the Morning, but somewhere along the way he became the Smiling Knight instead. And you're like, man, I feel bad for Jamie.
Yeah,
poor old Jamie. He didn't deserve this.
But when it comes to like, what are your expectations for like a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms and stuff? I'm not even like completely off the bandwagon for this show entirely. Like I still hope that they can turn it around and be a little better next season. Hopefully with all those strikes, with the strike past and everything, like maybe that'll help in some regard. Not that I'm using that as like the entire excuse for why they did what they did in this season. But I'm just saying, like, I'm hoping that things can be a little improved next season.
A little less confused.
Yeah.
A little more focused.
This season was just a tedious exercise in repetition and it was just a slog to get through, especially
lackluster character building, terrible world building, repetitive scenes. It's just bad. My ranking for it, I think Jolly and you and I were talking about this right before the stream, but like I think we're at like a 4.
4.5 for me out of 10, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of agree with that. I don't tend to give rankings very often, but if I were, I would probably land somewhere in there.
Well, if I were to rank it, like compared to the Game of Thrones seasons, like the thing is, I've never considered any of House of the Dragon to be as good as seasons 1 through 4.
No.
Just none.
No.
But like House of the Dragon is obviously sandwiched between seasons 1 through 4 and seasons 5 through 8 in terms of quality. Because there's just such a stark difference in quality between those seasons. But like, I can't really even know. I don't even know if I'd say season 2 is better than season 6 of Game of Thrones. I don't know that I can say that.
I think it's about the same level.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough to like boil down to specifics, but it's definitely within that area. Like those,
which obviously. Weaker... It puts it at like a margin taller than the fucking wall in terms of quality above season 7 and 8, but it's still bad.
Yeah.
I also do think that it's worth pointing out though that this thing is nowhere near, like this is still nowhere near as bad as the Disney output.
Oh yeah, no.
No.
Well, the thing is that like there were things that we could point to a lot throughout this stream where we were just like, this was a genuinely great moment, and like this character was left undamaged, and this and this, and like there were a lot of like themes that still kind of worked in some ways. With the Disney stuff, it's like this, none of this works. None of the characters make any sense. They're not even really characters to begin with, so they're not technically damaged, even though sometimes even still they are somehow. It's just all shit.
Like I consider this a proper TV show. I don't consider something like Kenobi like real TV. Like I it's fine. It's hard for me to look at it as like a real TV show. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
this
agree.
was at least like a real TV show, I think.
Yeah, maybe not a good one, but like it was one.
Oh, that's
I
another
mean,
thing
I'd
too.
rather get 100 of these than get a single one of the Disney ones.
Someone said, "I don't think House of the Dragon is worthy of the Game of Thrones opening theme." I forgot about that. The opening title sequence this season still had the Game
But
of
the
Thrones
tapestry.
theme, which I don't particularly love. Like, get your
I
own
never
theme.
liked. I
But
never liked.
the tapestry, that's a big step up from the model of old Valyria with the blood spilling over it from season 1. I like the tapestry. I think it's neat.
Yeah. I wonder if it'll stick around or they'll change it again for season 3.
Wait, did you speaking of old Valyria, after the season 2 episode where at the very beginning, after Aegon finds out that his son has been killed, he's like destroying Viserys's like model of Valyria. Patty Constantine, I think it was on Instagram. He posted for, the actor who plays Aegon. He's like, "Thanks, you prick. It took me you destroyed my Lego set, and it took me so long to build that asshole."
It took me 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
You're not my real dad! And just runs off.
Yeah.
Something that I've had pointed out to me, or like just generally that I like about the opening themes is, like, you know, in season 1 the focus was on like a lot more about like ancient history. You know, like they were looking to the past to guide them forward, whereas this is like history is now happening in the present in real time, and we're having to like deal with it. So like where the opening intro would be a model of old Valyria and like the bloodline of the Targaryens through the generations, all connected in this one big web. This is like we're actively like sowing the events as they're happening, and it updates every few episodes, depending on like what battles have taken place and what murders have happened, and that and like those sorts of things. And I'm like,
What murders?
what murder? And it's just neat. I like that. I wish it accompanied a better season, but still very cool.
I think the performances were largely solid this season.
Yeah, the acting is often better than the character writing they've been given.
Oh, Emma Darcy handed in one of my favorite performances ever when she found Arax and Luke's body.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, that was great.
I do like all the memes coming out of like her calling a Vermithor. That's amusing me.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you that one on Instagram, right? The one where it's like calling a cat.
Yeah. And and as we've kind of mentioned a few of them, but we haven't gone into great detail, but there have been some, genuinely good scenes in the show as well. We talked about the one between Aegon and Larys. We've even some of the subplots that we haven't been a fan of, like what they did with Damon. We still liked moments of that, as we've kind of talked about.
Yeah.
And obviously Otto was like fantastic in almost every scene he was in.
The show went downhill the second he left. Coincidence?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like there's still things to like in this show, and I hope they can turn it around. I really do.
I like the idea that, like, next season Otto rides back into King's Landing, like surveys everything that's happened, like while he was out of the room for season 2, and it's just like, oh my fucking god,
help us all.
Wait, what if Daeron ends up being like the worst character in the show, and we end up being like, oh, we should have not wished.
Never mind, don't give him to us. Let it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I like if it was the other way around. Like we get Daeron and he's unironically incredible, and like every time he's on screen, there's just like that question hanging over the writers is like, why did it take so long for him to be here?
Yeah, they're like, shit, we should have done this sooner.
Well, I mean, Otto is just shit Tywin at the end of the day.
He is just Tywin writ small. Wait.
Yeah, he's Tywin if Tywin was not very good at his job. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it is kind of funny though that he is sort of like he falls into the same archetype and role that Tywin did, and he's like arguably like one of the best, if not the best, character in the show, and just as Tywin kind of was. Like, yeah.
He doesn't really have the power, right, to like really back up what he does whenever he bitch slaps the king around like Tywin does. Like, what the fuck is Joffrey gonna do whenever Tywin like actually gets serious?
Well, yeah, because
that's
Tywin,
the thing, right? Sorry, go on, Odrin.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, Tywin obviously had some like brutal. He put pay to some of the things that he would be willing to do if you crossed him. like what he did to House
House
like the
Rain.
House Rain, yeah. So whereas like Otto Hightower doesn't really have that reputation.
Well, I mean, like Otto is the second son of an admittedly powerful house, but like not a Lord Paramount. Like he's the second son of a wealthy family, basically. Whereas Tywin is the head of the most powerful and richest family in the entire kingdoms. Like he's the real power behind the throne. Like
he spent 40 fucking years showing everyone in the realm that he means business, and you don't fuck with him.
Yeah, he is de facto. The thing is, like, Joffrey might wear the crown, but like Tywin is de facto the king and knows it, and everyone else knows it too.
And even Joffrey kind of knows it.
Yeah, like Tywin can bitch. And again, though, like, there's interesting parallels, right? Like Otto's downfall is that like he's not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, and so he makes like silly mistakes because he's like everyone else is really stupid. Therefore, I don't have to. I'm clever enough, but he's not. Whereas Tywin is like, I am clever enough, but because I'm so arrogant about it, I keep on making enemies where I don't need to.
Which is kind of where Tyrion falters too when trying to emulate Tywin, is that he'll bring out his more ruthless side to try to emulate his father, and then that makes him enemies that he doesn't need. He doesn't need to be making more enemies, and then that ends up biting him in the ass in the end.
Yeah, not to mention that he just doesn't have the fear factor that Tywin does to be able to get away with that for as long as he does. Like, there's again in the books when Tyrion is brought in, to the Vale and has his trial. His inner monologue, where he's like, "Why couldn't I just keep my fucking mouth shut?" Like, because he keeps on saying incredibly provocatively stupid things that like guarantee to get him fucking killed. Because he's like mentally still in the headspace of, "Well, I'm a Lannister. I can just do this."
Yeah. The king is tired.
Well, there's the one interesting parallel that I sort of draw with Robert Baratheon. Not in terms of their overall characters, because obviously Robert used to be like a big, strong warrior or whatever. But Otto is similar to him in the sense that, like, he has this goal of, dealing with his enemies and basically taking the throne or installing who he wants on the throne. But he hasn't really given quite enough thought to like what will come after,
Yeah.
It's almost the reverse, because Robert's like, I'll have the throne because it's a prize. I want it. It's mine. And then doesn't think about it. Whereas Otto's like always thinking about like what he's going to do when he's ruling, and never stops to think about the fact that like he's not actually ruling. Aegon is.
Yeah, and he hasn't put in any prep work into actually training this kid to rule.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Tywin was a lot better at like manipulating the king. Like, when the king is not pliable like Viserys and your buddy, and you're not chummy with him, then it becomes a lot harder to manipulate him. Like when Aegon's when he's got Aegon the recalcitrant youth, it just doesn't work.
Whereas Tywin,
all he can do is like froth at him.
Tywin wasted absolutely no time getting his hooks into Tommen. Like literally, as they're like looking at Joffrey's dead body in the sept, he's like, "Cool. So I'm gonna start advising you now. You ready?" And Cersei's like, "Now's really not the time."
It's like
shut up, Cersei.
Here's a history lesson.
I'm gonna make up a king, Orys the First.
I'm gonna make up 3 kings. Like,
I do want to address Steven's comment. Do you think they will ever try to do a sequel to Game of Thrones, or is that such a poison well that all they could do with now is prequels? I mean, why don't you ask Kit Harington?
Yeah, because they were gonna with Jon Snow, and they just didn't.
I'm so glad they didn't though, because like that is even with a bad ending, like that is a show where like not only do you not need a sequel would actually undermine it. Like, no matter how good that sequel was, the idea that, like, oh, there's more story to tell. Like, no, this is supposed to be the end of it. Like, the realm's at peace. It's just, the story's over now. We need to go home. If they're going to do any kind of spin-off, the one I would like... I think I've pitched this to you before, Sheev. I want them to do War of the Nine Penny Kings and the rise of, like, Tywin and Aerys. And then the fall of Aerys. I
want a show, I guess, called, like, Heirs to the Dragon or something like that. Like basically all the stuff that happens with Aenys, Maegor, and eventually like how Jaehaerys becomes king. I think that would be an interesting sort of timeline to explore. Like after it's like post Aegon the Conqueror.
We're gonna do Dragonshaw. It'll be all the Targaryens like slutting themselves up.
I know this is such a basic bitch answer, but I've always wanted like an Aegon the Conqueror show. Like a show about him conquering Westeros.
Only if we commit to that thing that the armor has now established, which is that Aegon was a short king.
He's a shortman.
Yeah.
He's a little wee baby man.
Who should we cast? Tom Holland?
No.
Danny DeVito.
there are other actors. There must be.
Oh right, Timothy Chalamet. My bad.
There you go. Yeah.
No, God no. Timothy Chalamet is Visenya. I always like how people like constantly like Catherine Winnick should be Visenya, and I'm like, if it was 20 years ago, I'd agree she would have been perfect, but she's a bit old now, I'm afraid.
Kate Blanchett should be Visenya.
Tilda Swinton should be Visenya.
Yes.
People have fan cast Anya Taylor-Joy as like
God no.
There are other actors.
Not necessarily. Yeah,
Chris
I don't know.
Pratt
Yeah,
should play Aegon.
Sydney Sweeney as Aegon.
Not even as one of the sisters. No, she's Aegon.
Yeah. No. Listen,
Patrick Stewart as Rhaenys.
Well, I was talking earlier.
I saw a butterfly.
Aegon was very fair to the people who bent the knee to him. It's like I'm understanding why so many of those men might have.
Yeah, because honestly, he wouldn't have been the same height if they hadn't.
Yeah.
Robert
Downey Jr. can play Torrhen Stark.
Oh, he takes off the Doctor Doom mask and reveals.
Here's a shout out, a weird shout out. Like, Sheev, you've seen Fury Road, right? Odrin, have you seen Fury Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, only once though, a while ago.
So one of the wives, I think, I can't remember her name. The one who's like a bit weird and mystic. That she's got white blonde hair, and I'm like, she looks like a Targaryen. Get her in.
It's just Helaena.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a bit more of a badass version of Helaena because she kills people, but yeah.
Well, I haven't watched it, but weren't I think Ewan Mitchell, who plays Aemond, and I think the actress for Helaena, weren't they both in? There were a few actors that were from The Last Kingdom. I haven't watched that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they got a few of those. Like,
it's not a good show.
Oh.
But anyway, if that's everything, I think that's all the time we have for today.
Yeah.
That is all. So thank you everyone for tuning in to our stream breaking down House of the Dragon and why it's terrible and why anyone who says they like it should be killed with hammers. Yeah, like hopefully season 3 is a bit better than this. But yes, our hot take, House of the Dragon season 2, it's not good. It's just not.
It's very, very not good.
Guys,
have a fine evening. I was gonna sign us off with a nice cheery message, but it's fine. It's fine. Go on, Odrin.
No, you're going to want to hear this. I was just going to say that I never cared much for House of the Dragon.
I'm ending the stream.